Chapter 305. Suddenly, Xiao Chan focused his gaze on a mission contract. This black rank mission was different from the others. There were 5 black stars behind the black title. The 5 stars represented the difficulty of the mission. It was the highest among the black rank missions. The most difficult mission that Xiao Chan had done in the past 2 months was only 3 stars. It required Xiao Chan to use 70% of his strength before he managed to complete it. However, the reward of 5-star mission was very generous. It was a total of 3,000 contribution points. However, what made Xiao Chan unable to shift his gaze away was the name of the person entrusted to the mission: Dongming Province's Duanmu clan's Duanyuking. There was no detailed description of the mission. It only roughly stated that it was an escort mission. The requirement was that the cultivator must not be higher than Martial King. When Xiao Chan first saw this mission, he did not hesitate and chose it. Be it the high reward or the person entrusted to the mission, Xiao Chan was very interested in it. With the Duanmu clan's strength, they actually wanted to entrust the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. This escort mission was definitely not simple. Furthermore, the requirement of this mission was very interesting. The cultivator must not be higher than Martial King. Xiao Chan quickly figured out the crux of the matter. The destination of the escort mission would definitely have a barrier. Those above Martial King would not be able to enter. Interesting, there will definitely be a pleasant surprise in this mission. Xiao Chan put away the contract and smiled faintly. I will rest for the night first. We will depart tomorrow. Dongming Province, Sisui Prefecture's capital, Duanmu clan's courtyard. As one of the 2 great noble clans of Dongming Province, the Duanmu clan occupied an area of several thousand mu. There were countless pavilions, corridors, and courtyards. At this moment, there was a cold and elegant girl sitting on a wooden chair in the main hall. Her gaze was very cold. One look from her could make one feel a bone-chilling cold. This was the Duanmu clan's princess, Duanyuking. Occasionally, there would be servants rushing in. These people did not dare to look her in the eye. When they arrived, they immediately knelt on the ground. Reporting to First Miss, Nanling Province's Ji clan's Ji Changkong has arrived and is waiting in the front yard. Hua Yunfei of Dongming's Hua clan has arrived and is waiting in the front yard. The Misty Sword sect's first disciple, Chu Chaoyun, has arrived. He is also waiting in the front yard. Night Spirit Palace's second disciple, Mu Yinxue, has arrived and is waiting in the front yard. The Duke's Gi Marquis, Ing Xiao, has arrived and is waiting in the front courtyard. The servant's voice only stopped after reporting more than 10 people. Any one of these people could be said to be famous in the great Qin nation. They were all outstanding talents of the younger generation. Unexpectedly, they were all gathered in the Duanmu clan today. If outsiders knew of such a situation, they would definitely be astonished. They would not know what had happened for the Duanmu clan to gather all the geniuses of the great Qin nation's younger generation. Duanyuking slowly stood up and asked, aside from Mu Qingxue, who is in seclusion, who else is not here? A middle-aged woman beside Xiao Chen replied, aside from him, there is only the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's Murong Chong. Furthermore, I heard that the Heavenly Saber Pavilion treated our invitation as a mission and sent it out. They did not take it seriously at all. Duanyuking's expression did not change. He said indifferently, there is no need to bother with them. Murong Chong has already left the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. I believe they will not be able to send anyone decent. They are preparing to send someone over. After Duanmu Qing spoke, she led a few women with high cultivations to the front yard. Before they reached the front yard, a loud sound rang out. Before they reached the front yard, they felt a strong aura rushing into the sky. They did not give way to each other. They were fighting in the sky, causing the sky to change color. The people who came this time were all dragons and phoenixes among men. Naturally, they were not willing to be inferior to others. It was clear that these auras were done on purpose. In the front yard, there were more than 100 people seated in 4 directions. One direction for the Dongming province, one direction for the Nanling province, one direction for the Shihe province, and one direction for the prince's residence. The weakest of these people was a superior grade martial saint. Many of them had comprehended their own states and could easily kill an inferior grade martial king. The vast front yard was exceptionally quiet. However, under this silence, there was an undercurrent. The scions of the various noble clans were sizing up their competitors. Dong! 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 Footsteps could be heard. It was Duan walking in. The woman beside her revealed a smile and said softly, "Thank you, everyone, for giving face to the Duanmu clan and coming as arranged." In the front yard, a purple-robed youth sat in the south. He laughed strangely and said in a cynical manner, "Ha ha, I am not giving face to the Duanmu clan. I am here for my own fortuitous encounter." Cut the crap. Duan, what exactly is the Firely Sect branch hall remnant that you mentioned? Tell us more clearly. I believe everyone here is here for a fortuitous encounter. The person who spoke was said to be the last sect in the Tianwu continent that had a complete method to forge secret treasures. After the destruction of the Tianwu dynasty, the person who spoke was called Sun Wei. He was the scion of the Sun clan, one of the two noble clans of the Nanling province. He was very strong. However, his fame was suppressed by Mu Qingxue and Ji Chongkong. Hence, not many people knew about him. Based on what Sun Wei said, no wonder Duan was able to gather all the outstanding talents of the great Qi nation. It turned out that there was the temptation of a fortuitous encounter. The geniuses all had the same starting line. The amount of fortuitous encounters they had would determine how far they could go in the future and how outstanding they were. Many of the people here had experienced their own fortuitous encounters. They were very familiar with the benefits. It was impossible for them not to come. The Firely sect was lost in the long river of history, mysteriously disappearing. Not to mention finding the method to forge secret treasures. Just finding a few high-ranked secret treasures would allow everyone's strength to increase significantly. Or perhaps they could find a few special martial techniques of the Firely sect. They could also increase their strength significantly. It had to be known that 10,000 years ago, the Firely sect was an existence that could rival a holy land. The martial techniques in the sect would definitely not be simple. Duan looked at Sun Wei coldly, causing the latter to feel a deep chill. He said indifferently, "When everyone is here, I will naturally tell you." Sun Wei was a little flustered by this look. He quickly circulated his essence and forced out the chill from the bottom of his heart. Ji Chongkong, who was not far behind Sun Wei, said indifferently, "Who else is not here yet? The Heavenly Saber Pavilion's Morong Chong?" Reporting to First Miss, "The people from the Heavenly Saber Pavilion are here," a servant said quickly as he ran in. Duan said softly, "Invite him in." After they arrived at the Duanmu clan's residence, Xiao Chun handed over the mission contract and was quickly let in. From a distance, Xiao Chun could feel all sorts of auras clashing intensely in the air above the front yard. While waiting for the notification, Xiao Chun extended out his spiritual sense. The appearances of everyone in the front yard immediately appeared in his vision. Xiao Chun withdrew his spiritual sense and smiled faintly. The Gi Marquis, Ji Chongkong, Hua Yunfei, Duan, Chu Chaoyun, and Mu Yanxue. There are many familiar faces here. Aside from these people, Xiao Chun was surprised to see Yun Kursen. As for the others that he did not recognize, he could guess their identities. If they were not from the three great sects, then they were the disciples of the inherited noble clans. All of them were at least superior grade martial saints. Every noble clan disciple brought 2 or 3 subordinates with them. This mission is probably different from what I expected. It is definitely not a simple escort mission. Xiao Chun collected his thoughts and thought to himself, "I'll take it one step at a time. When the time comes, I'll act according to the situation. I can use this opportunity to understand their strength." Without waiting for long, the person who led Xiao Chun in immediately passed on Duan words to him. "Young Master Yi, the young miss invites you in." Xiao Chun nodded and sorted out his emotions. Then he slowly walked in. "Xiao." The moment he entered, Xiao Chun felt countless gazes directed at him. Some of these gazes were filled with disdain, some with doubt, and some with undisguised mockery. Xiao Chun maintained a calm expression as he took in everyone's expressions. When he discovered that Ji Chong Kong and the others did not have any strange expressions, he relaxed slightly. On the other hand, Chu Chaoyan's reaction surprised Xiao Chen. He only glanced at Chu Chaoyan briefly before ignoring him. Then, Chu Chaoyan closed his eyes and rested. When Xiao Chen felt Yun Kursen's gaze, he nodded at her. He discovered that her cultivation had actually broken through to superior grade martial saint in a short period of time. It looks like she has already completely comprehended the heaven-ranked cultivation technique, the roaming dragon incantation. Suddenly, Sun Wu laughed loudly within the crowd. He pointed at Xiao Chen and said, "How funny. Duanyuking, you made us wait for so long just for this trash? He is just a medial grade martial saint. Is he even fit to compete with us for a fortuitous encounter?" Duanyuking was mildly surprised as well. He did not expect the Heavenly Saber Pavilion to be so perfunctory. Even if Murong Chong did not come, sending a peak superior grade martial saint should not be difficult. Aside from Murong Chong, who else in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion is worth looking at? "Go back to where you came from," a royal clan disciple in the royal court said casually. The Dongming province's Hua Yunfei also smiled coldly and said, "A medial grade martial disciple is just sending himself to death. Duanyuking, don't tell me you are going to invite such a person as well." The matter of Xiao Chen defeating Murong Chong was only known by a small number of people in the Xia province. It had not spread out on a large scale. Aside from the Shi clan Shifeng, Mu Yinxue, Yun Kursen, and the others who knew Xiao Chen's true strength, no one else knew. However, when they saw Xiao Chen ridiculing them, they did not say anything. They only watched quietly as the situation developed. Sun Wu revealed a cold expression and said sullenly, "Are you still not going to scram? Don't blame me for making a move." So, a strong wind blew in the courtyard, picking up the fallen leaves and causing them to dance in the air. Sun Wu leaped into the air, passing through countless fallen leaves as he punched at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's expression was incomparably calm. He did not feel any joy or sorrow in his heart. When he saw Sun Wu flying over, he casually waved his hand. The lightning-attributed spiritual energy in the air immediately gathered and formed a clump of intense purple flames. It appeared in front of Sun Wu and flew at him. Chapter 306. You dare to make a move against me with such a small amount of lightning-attributed fire? You overestimate yourself. Break for me. Xiao Chen roared ferociously. The fist wind was like a pillar as it struck the purple thunder true fire that Xiao Chen formed. Bang! The purple flames exploded, creating a shockwave in the air. The huge force shocked Sun Wei, who was in the air. Sun Wei's punch did not scatter the purple flames. Unexpectedly, after the purple flames exploded, they could still produce such a huge force. Boom! 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 Before Sun Wei could react, Xiao Chen waved his right hand 3 more times. 3 clumps of purple flames shot out from 3 different directions at Sun Wei. Sun Wei spun around in the air and kicked. There was an explosive sound in the air. One of the clumps of purple flames shattered and turned into a purple shockwave. Using the force of this kick, Sun Wei quickly changed his angle and dodged the 2 clumps of purple flames. Boom! 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 Xiao Chen's expression did not change. He casually sent out another 4 clumps of purple flames at Sun Wei. Sun Wei's expression turned slightly angry. His body, which had been preparing to charge forward, could not help but move back and scatter the purple flames. Following Xiao Chen's casual movements, Sun Wei's body flipped continuously in the air as he shouted. However, he could not get close to Xiao Chen. Instead, the purple lightning-attributed fire pushed him further back. Purple thunder, true fire. Xiao Chen shouted, and all the remnant purple lightning in the air instantly formed a huge clump of purple flames. This lightning-attributed fire was incredibly ferocious. The moment it appeared, the temperature in the courtyard rose by more than 1,000 degrees Celsius. The flowers and plants in the courtyard were scorched and turned into ashes. Bang! Sun Wei, who was in the air, was caught off guard. He only had time to form a barrier of essence. The ferocious flames immediately struck him, giving off a loud sound. His body fell to the ground like a sandbag and rolled far away. When the others saw Sun Wei tumbling to the ground, their expressions changed. They no longer looked at Xiao Chan with the contempt they had earlier. Almost everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Sun Wei's strength could be ranked in the top 30 among the 100 people present. However, Xiao Chan did not move at all. With just a few casual waves of his hand, he had sent Sun Wei flying. This level of strength was enough to make one's heart palpitate. Many of them swapped the scene just now and came to the same conclusion. If they were Xiao Chun, they would also be able to repel Sun Wei, but they would not be able to do it as easily as Xiao Chun. Withdraw! Xiao Chun shouted and clenched 2 fingers on his right hand. The scattered purple qi in the air quickly gathered at his fingertips. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a huge flame whirlpool. The purple flames continued to condense and finally formed a small wisp of flame, swaying and dancing above his 2 fingers. After Sun Wei rolled on the ground, he pushed off the ground and quickly stood up. His expression was incredibly sullen, and a murderous intent appeared in his eyes. Sun Wei's right hand quickly grasped the sword at his waist. Punching and kicking were his weaknesses. Earlier, he saw that Xiao Chan did not draw a weapon, so he did not bother drawing one. However, he did not expect to embarrass himself in front of everyone. Sun Wei did not think that his strength was weaker than Xiao Chan, a medial grade martial saint. Furthermore, he was a cultivator with an inherited martial spirit. If he used his full strength, Xiao Chan would not be a match for him. Today, no one can save you. Die. Setting sunbreak. Sun Wei roared ferociously and drew the sword at his waist. A setting sun appeared from nowhere and turned into a dazzling sword light, shooting at Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and said softly, "Release." The swaying flame on Xiao Chun's fingertips suddenly turned into a roaring fire dragon. It carried countless arcs of electricity and surging heat waves as it soared into the air. Duan expression turned grave. He knew that if they continued fighting like this, one of them would be severely injured. This would not be beneficial to this operation. Her lily-white hands stretched out in the air, and an ice wall rose from the ground, blocking the fire dragon and sword chi. The temperature in the air plummeted. The blazing sun hung overhead, but it made everyone feel like they had fallen into an ice cave. Frost covered everything in the front yard. It was like everything had stopped moving. The sun-like sword chi and the purple fire dragon were attacked by a strange cold current on the ice wall. They were quickly frozen at a speed visible to the naked eye. Bang! When the sword chi and the fire dragon were 5 meters away from the ice wall, they were completely frozen. When they crashed into the ice wall, they immediately shattered into countless tiny ice shards. Unexpectedly, the martial techniques of the two were broken by Duan Muqing at the same time. This move shocked everyone present. Xiao Chan was mildly astonished. After not seeing Duan Muqing for a year, Duan Muqing's strength had actually become so horrifying. Duan Muqing withdrew his hand and scattered the ice wall. The temperature in the front yard returned to normal. The feeling of falling into an ice cave instantly disappeared. Sun Wei, if you still want to participate in this mission, you better shut your mouth and sheath your sword, Duan Muqing said expressionlessly. Sun Wei snorted coldly and sheathed his sword. The strength that Duan Muqing had displayed made him not dare to be as impudent as he was earlier. Sun Wei glanced coldly at Xiao Chan and said, "Heavenly Saber Pavilion's trash. After this mission ends, you better pray that you do not meet me." Boom! Just as Sun Wei finished speaking, there was suddenly a deafening clap of thunder in the sky. A bright light flashed in Xiao Chen's calm eyes. Killing Qi immediately surged out, and he placed his right hand on his saber hilt. Windwalk shoes activated. Blue Dragon Cloud Soaring Arts High-Rank Technique. Roaming Dragons 9 Transformations. Qinyan Peak's Secret Technique. Clear Wind Chop. Suddenly, 9 cool breezes blew in the front yard. As the cool breezes caressed one's face, it made one's heart relax. Suddenly, Xiao Chen's figure split into 9. Xiao Chan drew his saber, and 9 resplendent saber lights lit up. However, no one could feel any killing intent. With the aid of the Windwalk shoes, Xiao Qian's speed instantly reached the speed of sound. The saber lights danced around as fast as lightning. The 9 figures moved like the wind. It was dazzling. It was hard to tell which was real and which was fake. Boom! When the cool breezes stopped, the 9 figures merged together. Sun Wei had 9 more wounds on his body. He had just drawn his sword. He did not even have the chance to draw it. The bright tip of the lunar shadow saber pressed against Sun Wei's throat. He did not even dare to breathe loudly. Blood gushed out of his wound like a fountain. Sun Wei's complexion instantly paled. The tip of the saber pressed against his neck made him feel like death was so close to him for the first time. He even felt numb to the pain of his wound. He could no longer feel it. Xiao Qian flicked his wrist and scratched Sun Wei's neck, leaving behind a faint trace of blood. He said indifferently, "Now that I have touched you, what do you think you want?" Sun Wei's complexion paled. He was enraged. However, when he saw Xiao Qian's cold gaze, he did not dare to say anything. He felt that if he resisted, this person would not hesitate to kill him. Mu Qingxue was not around. Ji Changkong was the leader of the Namling province's outstanding talents. At this moment, when Ji Changkong saw Xiao Qian pressing his saber against Sun Wei's neck as the leader of the Namling province, it would be inexcusable if he did not make a move. Ji Changkong slowly got up and walked over. The stars in his eyes flickered continuously. A boundless river of stars flowed in all directions. This made his eyes look boundlessly deep. If one was not careful, they would sink deep into the abyss. Ji Changkong walked until he was about 10 meters away from Xiao Qian. He said sullenly, "Friend, this is a little too much." Xiao Qian turned around and looked straight into Ji Changkong's eyes. He said indifferently, "How is it too much? He is only allowed to threaten and insult me. I'm not allowed to retaliate." The moment Sun Wei entered the front yard, he immediately took the lead in mocking Xiao Qian. Although Xiao Qian could not be bothered with him, he was not a saint. He could remain indifferent when others scolded him. The second time Sun Wei made a move, he directly threatened Xiao Qian. This crossed Xiao Qian's bottom line. Although Xiao Qian had already sentenced Sun Wei to death in his heart, he did not intend to kill Sun Wei right now. This mission was definitely not simple. If he did not display a certain level of strength, he might not even be qualified to participate. Xiao Qian's main purpose in making such a forceful move was to intimidate the crowd. At the same time, he wanted to display his strength so that Sun Wei would not dare to be too presumptuous. This was how the world was. If Xiao Qian had displayed his strength from the start, there would not have been so many doubts. Ji Changkong looked at the wound on Sun Wei's chest and said, "Let him go first. I, Ji Changkong, guarantee that Sun Wei will not seek trouble for you during this mission. You will also have a share in this fortuitous encounter." Whether he sought trouble during the mission or not after the mission was over, Ji Changkong did not care. Xiao Qian smiled faintly to himself. This Ji Changkong really knew how to play word games. However, Xiao Qian had already achieved his goal. All he needed to do was to stop. Even if Sun Wei wanted to settle the score later, he was not afraid. He would just kill him. "Kasie." Xiao Qian sheathed his saber and said indifferently, "I hope your guarantee is effective." Sun Wei immediately felt a wave of relief. He quickly pressed the acupuncture point on his chest to stop the blood from gushing out. The 2 Sun family disciples who came with him were immediately supported by him and left the room. Hu Qi. Just as Xiao Qian turned around, Ji Changkong suddenly made a move. The stars in his eyes started to flicker rapidly. When Ji Changkong sent out a palm strike, starlight filled the sky. The area within 100 meters of Ji Changkong turned into a resplendent galaxy. "I guarantee that he will not seek trouble for you, but I did not guarantee that I will not seek trouble for you. Don't think that there is no one in Namling province that you can do whatever you want," Ji Changkong said with a sinister expression. Xiao Qian turned around and a tiger and dragon revolved around him. The dragon and tiger body sculpting art circulated rapidly. Xiao Qian punched, carrying the might of a tiger and a soaring dragon as he welcomed the attack. Bang! When the fist and palm met, there was a loud sound. An intense shock wave spread out, forming a strong wind that blew in the courtyard. Everyone's clothes and hair fluttered in the wind. The stars behind Ji Chongkong flickered. The starlight filled the sky and poured into his palm strike. The energy of the entire galaxy gathered together. However, this was the first time Xiao Chun used the final move of the Great Dragon Tiger Fist, Tiger and Dragon Soaring, after he cultivated the dragon and tiger body, sculpting art to the threshold of the 5th layer. Xiao Chun's strength reached 15,000 kilograms. Regardless of aura or strength, he was not weaker than his opponent. Chapter 307. The two of them were evenly matched. The instant their fists and palms collided, they both took 5 steps back. Both of them felt their right arms go numb. The chi and blood in their bodies churned violently, and their internal organs trembled. Enough, whoever takes the initiative to attack can leave immediately. Duan Muking, will only say it once. If you don't believe me, feel free to give it a try. Duan Muking had an incomparably gloomy expression on her cold face. Her icy tone made it impossible for anyone to doubt her determination. Ji Chongkong looked at the calm Xiao Chun and knew that he could not take him down in a short period of time. He could only give up. The stars in the sky immediately disappeared, and everything returned to normal. However, I have not tested out his true strength. It looks like there is another competitor in this fortuitous encounter. Ji Chongkong thought to himself with some regret. In the ancient remnant in the savage forest, Ji Chongkong had obtained the benefits of a fortuitous encounter. Hence, his desire for and competition for fortuitous encounters was much stronger than others. Seeing Ji Chongkong withdraw, Xiao Chun did not have any intentions of continuing. He knew that Ji Chongkong only wanted to test his strength. It was far from a life and death situation. Duan Muking turned around and said to Xiao Chun, I have not asked for your name. Also, please show me the mission contract and your Heavenly Saber Pavilion identity token. Xiao Chun handed over the mission contract and identity token. Qingyun Peak, Yichun. Qingyun Peak? When Duan Muking heard these 3 words, her heart skipped a beat. She had some understanding of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion situation. The reason Murong Chong left the Heavenly Saber Pavilion was because he lost to a Qingyun Peak disciple. From the looks of it, it was very likely to be this person. After checking the identity token and mission contract, Duan Muking said softly, please take a seat. I will count you in for this mission. After Xiao Chun sat down, Duan Muking said softly, I don't need to say anything about the Firely sect. Everyone should be clear on this. During the Tianwu dynasty, all the secret treasures of the continent came from this sect. They are also the only sect that grasped the ability to refine secret treasures after the ancient era. This time, our Duanmu clan's main objective is not the Firely sect, but the profound ice flower in front of the Firely sect. As long as everyone can let me obtain the profound ice flower, I can help everyone open the entrance to the Firely sect branch hall ruins. Hua Yunfei said indifferently, the profound ice flower is not an ordinary spirit herb. Why should we give it to you? Also, how can you prove that there are remnants of a Firely sect branch beside the profound ice flower? If you leave immediately after obtaining the profound ice flower, wouldn't we all be fooled by you? You have to give us a reason that can convince us all. The profound ice flower was a very mysterious flower. Originally, the Martial Sky continent did not have such a flower. It was rumored that during the ancient era, after the Ice Empress, an emperor-level expert died. Her blood was scattered all over the place. Then it grew into this flower. The entire flower was made up of the purest ice-attributed spiritual energy. It was crystal clear, pure, and flawless. This flower could not immediately increase a cultivator's cultivation. However, if an ice-attributed cultivator consumed this flower, their physique would become the legendary spiritual body. They would be able to comprehend the state of ice to the limit. Furthermore, they would be able to cultivate ice-attributed martial techniques several times faster than regular cultivators. It was rumored that the Duanmu clan was the descendant of the Ice Empress. The profound ice incantation that they passed down was derived from the Ice Emperor's cultivation technique. Hence, this profound ice flower was even more important to the Duanmu clan than regular cultivators. If she obtained it, she would be able to increase the strength of the Duanmu clan rapidly. This was undoubtedly bad news for the other noble clans. Hua Yunfei's words also represented the intentions of the others. Duanmu had to give him a reason to give up on the profound ice flower. Furthermore, he had to take out concrete evidence to prove the existence of the Firely Sect branch hall. Duanmu clearly expected the crowd to have such doubts. He said calmly, "The location of the profound ice flower is in a demonic beast forest. There is a seal on the land of the 3 holy masters there. Demonic beasts and cultivators above Martial King are not allowed to enter. This time, I will only bring 4 people with me. If there were no Firely Sect remnants, you would be able to kill me easily with your strength. After I obtain the profound ice flower, I will not want any of the treasures in the Firely Sect. As for the evidence you want, I cannot take it out. However, I can only use my life as a guarantee. If you believe me, you can go. If you don't, you can leave now." After the crowd heard Duanmu's words, they all started to make their own plans. Although Duanmu did not take out any evidence, no one expressed any intention of leaving even after a long time. There was nothing they could do about it. The temptation of a fortuitous encounter was too great. If they left, other geniuses like them would obtain the treasures in the fortuitous encounter. Who knows, they might be left behind forever, and it would be too late to regret it. Furthermore, everyone believed that Duanmu did not have the guts to lie to them. Every single person in the front yard had a power comparable to the Duanmu clan. If they incurred the wrath of the crowd, it would only be a matter of 1 or 2 days before the Duanmu clan was destroyed. Chu Chaoyun, who had been silent all this while, suddenly opened his eyes and asked, "Demonic Beast Forest? Which demonic beast forest?" Duanmu replied softly, "The one below Ink Mountain, the Ink Forest." "What's going on?" "Ink Forest." When everyone present heard the words Ink Forest, they immediately took a deep breath of cold air. Their expressions changed greatly, and many of them started to hesitate. The Ink Forest was a demonic beast forest 5,000 meters below the ground. It was located at the bottom of the Ink Mountain Range. The entire Ink Mountain Range was a demonic beast mountain range. It was a famous dangerous place within the Great Qin Nation. The spirit veins of the entire mountain range were all contaminated by demonic qi. Within a radius of 500 kilometers, the trees, flowers, and plants could be fatal if they were not careful. Without a Martial King cultivation, entering the core of the mountain range was no different from committing suicide. In comparison, the Ink Forest could be considered a forbidden land. The spirit veins origin of the entire Ink Mountain range that had been demonized was beneath the Ink Forest. The entire spirit veins origin had been contaminated. This was extremely rare in the Tianwu continent. Back then, even the 3 holy masters were unable to completely seal it. They could only leave a barrier to control the demonic beasts within. Those above Martial King would not be able to come out. Otherwise, if the horrifying demonic beasts inside came out, it would be an unbearable disaster for the surrounding cities. Duanmu said softly, "Everyone, there is no need to worry after entering the Ink Mountain Range. The Duanmu clan's profound ice palace will escort everyone safely to the entrance of the Ink Forest. Furthermore, the profound ice flower and the Firely Sect's remnant are not in the core of the forest." Even so, the doubts on everyone's faces did not disappear. They quickly calculated the risks and benefits in their hearts. Fortuitous encounters were often accompanied by danger. Walking the line between life and death, there had never been a free fortuitous encounter. Even if there was a free fortuitous encounter, the gains would not be great. Before the crowd came, they had already made their mental preparations. However, when they heard that they were going to the Ink Forest, they were caught off guard and hesitated. A fortuitous encounter was good. However, if they did not have their lives to obtain it, it would be all for naught. Chu Chaoyan thought for a while and said, "If it is only the periphery, we can give it a try." I, Hua Yunfei, can give a try as well. However, it is just the ink forest. I want to see what kind of dragon's pool or tiger's den it is. Why would I, Ji Changkong, not dare? Mu Yanxue is willing to give a try as well. After Chu Chaoyan spoke, the others all agreed. In the end, no one backed out. They all sat down and made their decision. Thinking about it, it was understandable. Everyone here was a dragon among men. No one would admit that they were weaker than the others. Even if they could see the risks and felt that someone was going to die, they would feel that the one dying would not be them. Xiao Chen looked at the high-spirited crowd and shook his head. This group of people probably had very little experience adventuring in the demonic beast forest. Most of them probably would not make it back alive. Seeing that everyone agreed, Duan Yuking said, "Everyone, please rest for the night. We will depart tomorrow. Do not cause trouble in the residence. If you anger the elders, even I will not be able to protect you." Late at night, the moon hung high in the sky. Its golden light illuminated the ground. Xiao Chan was meditating in the guest room when he suddenly heard slow footsteps. He opened his eyes and sent out his spiritual sense. He discovered Yun Kursin standing outside the door. He quickly got up and welcomed her in. There was a graceful smile on Yun Kursin's delicate face. She said, "Congratulations, Senior Brother Yi. You defeated Murong Chong. Now, everyone in the entire Shihe province knows about you." Within the sect, strength was everything. Now that Xiao Chan defeated Murong Chong, it could be said that anyone in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion who met Xiao Chan would have to address him as Senior Brother Yi. It did not matter how long one had been in the sect. However, Yin Kursin's words were clearly teasing him. It was half a joke. Xiao Chun smiled and said softly, "There is no need to be so formal. Senior Sister Yin, just call me Xiao Chun. Have a seat. Why are you looking for me?" Yin Kursin slowly sat down and took out a secret manual. She smiled and said, "You can also call me Kursin. I am here to give you a secret manual. I have already comprehended the inferior grade heaven-ranked cultivation technique, the roaming dragon incantation. Take a look." Xiao Chun felt excited. He received the secret manual and looked at it. The handwriting on the secret manual was very delicate. It should be Yun Kursin's handwriting. After taking 2 glances, Xiao Chun was completely engrossed in it. After a long time, he closed the secret manual and said, "Thank you very much. You are the only one who can share a heaven-ranked cultivation technique with me." Yun Kursin smiled casually and said, "Let me give you a reminder. Don't cultivate this cultivation technique for now. I can cultivate it immediately because of my martial spirit. Your martial spirit should be lightning attributed. The roaming dragon incantation is wind attributed. With the tyrannical nature of a heaven-ranked cultivation technique, it will immediately destroy the lightning attributed essence in your body. Your cultivation will fall to a very low level for a short period of time. Furthermore, in the future, it will be very difficult for your essence to merge with other attributes." That was indeed the case. The tyrannical nature of a heaven-ranked cultivation technique was something Xiao Chun had experienced before. After the purple thunder divine incantation reached the 4th layer, it could not contain any other attributed essence. Currently, his body was filled with lightning attributed essence. Furthermore, it was incredibly pure. Chapter 308. Xiao Chun had a clear understanding of his own strength. He was not blindly confident just because he obtained a heaven-ranked cultivation technique. Before they left, Duan warned softly, "Everyone is free to look around the 1st and 2nd floors. However, do not enter the 3rd floor. I hope everyone will not break the rules." Xiao Chun looked around and discovered that there was not a single person in the huge hall. "That's not right. There is only one person." Xiao Chun focused his gaze. Duan led the crowd to the 2nd floor. There are many cubicles on the 2nd floor. Basically, there were more than 100 people in each cubicle. It was said that there were only 10 flying secret treasures with complete battle patterns within the Great Qin nation. The remaining 9 were in the hands of the royal court. "Uchi," Xiao Chun said sullenly, "if I want to preserve my lightning-attributed essence, is there any way to do so?" A deep light appeared in Xiao Chen's eyes. He had a grave expression as he said, I should not be in too much danger at the periphery of the ink forest. However, I should not let my guard down. The true danger might not be the demonic beasts in the forest, but the people around you. There's also the father who chased me out of Mo City. How's he doing now? Feng Feishue promised to take care of him. The noble clans should not make things difficult for him. Everyone entered in a single file. They were all curious about this profound ice palace that had been famous for a long time. They looked around the ice palace. Xiao Chun closed his eyes and entered deep thought. After a long time, Xiao Chun suddenly opened his eyes. There was a resolute look in his eyes as he said, "It is better to bury the past in my heart. I cannot live in my memories. Since I have already embarked on the path of cultivation, I should not look back." Why? This was a problem that had troubled Xiao Chun for a long time. Even now, he had not completely resolved it. Because of this, he had almost given up on cultivating the Ling Yun saber technique to great perfection. The moment Xiao Chun said this, some people felt disappointed. However, in this profound ice palace, no one had the guts to break the rules of the other party. Xiao Chun looked at the clouds from the cubicle window. He felt like he was on a plane in his previous life. Suddenly, some forgotten memories came back to him. Xiao Chun was incomparably shocked. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the flame with a grave expression. Yin Kursin explained, "It is too dangerous. Before I came, I did not expect to be in the ink forest. Moreover, the competition is too great. I have just obtained a heaven-tier cultivation technique, so my accumulation is still lacking compared to these people." Just as Xiao Chun was feeling puzzled, a leisurely voice drifted over. It was Chu Chaoyun inviting him to sit with him with a smile. The mystic ice palace landed steadily on the vast training field. Duamyuking opened the doors of the ice palace and invited everyone in. Suddenly, a huge shadow fell on top of everyone's heads. When they looked up, they discovered that it was a huge iceberg that was 300 meters long and could reach a wingspan of 400 meters when it spread its wings. "Look, the Duamu family's profound ice palace is flying over." However, in the hands of the Ice Empress, they were unable to resist at all. The peerless experts of the ancient era really make one yearn for them and fantasize about them. Is this the heavenly flame? As for the strongest, Xiao Chun, he could not see through his cultivation. This showed how much importance the Duanmu family placed on this profound ice palace. It looks like the Duanmu family put in a lot of effort for this mission. They really used the profound ice palace. I heard that flying and fighting in the profound ice palace cost 200 medial grade spirit stones a day. The two of them chatted for a while. Finally, Yin Kursin stood up and said, "I will take my leave first. I intend to give up on tomorrow's mission. Take care of yourself." The profound ice palace looked incomparably cold. However, when one entered, it did not make one feel too cold. Instead, it felt cool and comfortable. Recollecting his thoughts, a murderous intent flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. It looked like this person had seen through his disguise. Chu Chaoyan put down his wine cup and clasped two fingers together. Suddenly, a strand of dazzling golden flame condensed on his fingertip. The light of the flame illuminated the entire hall of the profound ice palace. However, regarding dual cultivation, Xiao Chun still had some doubts. He asked, "In that case, why do I see cultivators with two attributes? Not only do they dual cultivate, but their cultivations are also not low." Xiao Chun did not even send out his spiritual sense, but he could feel 10 strong auras. The weakest was a medial grade martial king. When Xiao Chun heard this, he was somewhat surprised. He believed in Yun Kursin's strength. It would not be a problem for her to rank within the top 10. Why did she think of giving up? So, the profound ice palace left the ground and quickly flew towards the horizon. In the blink of an eye, it entered the clouds and soared in all directions. "Brother Yi Chun, it's been a long time. Do you want to come over and have a seat?" Xiao Chen's spiritual sense was like a sharp arrow, silently cutting off this melancholy. It turned the memories into a fallen leaf and buried them in a corner of his mind. Yun Kursin smiled gently and said, "You were talking about Morong Chong, right? As far as I know, he cultivates the wind cloud incantation. This is a peak Earth-ranked cultivation technique that fuses two attributes naturally. Such a cultivation technique is extremely rare. It is even more valuable than a heaven-ranked cultivation technique. Chu Chaoyan drained the wine cup in his hand in one gulp. He smiled and said, "In my opinion, you are the one who is unfathomable. However, I'm really curious about your cultivation. How did it increase so quickly in just 1 year?" Xiao Chun said as he sat on the ice bed. Yin Kursin was able to calmly make a choice. He believed that many cultivators would be able to do this. Xiao Chun suddenly understood. So that is how it is. No wonder Murong Chong's state of wind and cloud could be merged so perfectly. I heard that this profound ice palace was left behind by an ancient expert, the Ice Empress. She used a secret technique to carve the 10,000-year-old ice soul from the extremely cold lands of the north. As the sun rose, its rays illuminated the land. Xiao Chun came out of his cultivation and washed up. Then, someone immediately led him to a dueling ground in the residence. The outstanding talents of various places gathered at the dueling ground. Xiao Chun took a look. Aside from Yin Kursin, almost no one left. Chu Chaoyan looked at Xiao Chun, who was sitting down. He said, "Brother Yi Chun, relax. I'm not here to ask you for that golden great spirit core. Why are you so nervous?" Xiao Chun would not be able to reach the Ink Mountain range before nightfall. Due to the earlier melancholy, Xiao Chun had been interrupted. For now, Xiao Chun was no longer in the mood to continue cultivating. He prepared to get up and take a look around the first floor. Placing the lunar shadow saber on the ice table, Xiao Chun picked up a grape from the table and ate one. He said indifferently, "You are still the same as before. You're always unfathomable." Unexpectedly, the golden flame contained a trace of a sovereign overlooking the world, a will of supremacy. It inspired reverence in one's heart. Before this tiny flame, Xiao Chun actually felt insignificant. A look of reminiscence appeared in Xiao Chun's eyes. He hugged the lunar shadow saber and leaned against the wall. He muttered, "In the blink of an eye, it has already been 2 years since I came to this world. I wonder how my relatives are doing." Chu Chaoyun's words hid a trace of desolation. With his incredibly sharp spiritual sense, Xiao Chun immediately caught it. However, he could not figure out what it meant. There were some exquisite murals carved on the surrounding walls. There were also several windows that allowed one to see the situation outside. The Purple Thunder Divine incantation should not be any weaker than the Roaming Dragon incantation. It looks like I can still try cultivating the Roaming Dragon incantation. When Xiao Chun arrived at the cubicle that belonged to him, he sized it up. If he excluded the ice sculptures, this cubicle was no different from the cubicle on the ground floor. As Xiao Chun watched Chu Chaoyan leave, he entered deep thought. Chu Chaoyan's humility was something that all cultivators should learn. Since ancient times, how many geniuses had died due to blind confidence? As for geniuses who died young, they were no longer geniuses. They were just stepping stones for others. The ice bird under the profound ice palace gave off a sharp cry. The surrounding air became like a whirlwind, kicking up sand and rocks in the dueling grounds. Xiao Chun retorted, "Compared to you, who possesses the heavenly flame, it is not even worth mentioning." Yin Kursin thought for a while and said, "It is not like there is none. If you can find a heaven-ranked lightning-attributed cultivation technique that is not inferior to the Roaming Dragon incantation, or a peak Earth-ranked lightning-attributed cultivation technique, it should be possible. However, after that, you'll have to rest twice. The growth of your cultivation will be slower than that of regular cultivators." The taste of the grapes was very refreshing. It looked like this ice palace had the effect of keeping them fresh and chilling. Chu Chaoyan's attire was the same as before, wearing alternating blue and white robes. He carried a sword on his back that looked like it would never be drawn. He always had a carefree expression on his face. His state had collapsed, and his saber technique had disappeared. Before he attacked, he would be full of openings. In a life and death battle, how could he dare to use it? If he cultivated a dual-attributed cultivation technique, everything would fall into place. However, he did not know how Yun Kursin knew the secret. After entering the first floor of the ice palace, Xiao Chun saw a very wide hall. There were tables, chairs, benches, and all sorts of other furniture in the hall. Of course, these furniture were all made of ice. Xiao Chun withdrew his aura and could not help but tighten his grip on the scabbard in his left hand. Then, he slowly walked over to the round table where Chu Chaoan was. This was because Xiao Chen's comprehension of the saber technique state of mountains had stopped growing. Furthermore, it showed signs of regressing. The state of mountains and clouds had completely collapsed. Wong, Xiao Chen saw Chu Chaoyan sitting on an exquisite round table made of ice. He was currently holding a cup of wine and drinking by himself. Xiao Chen was surprised. What's going on? My vision clearly swept across the entire hall. Why did I only notice this person after taking a second glance? The 10,000-year-old ice soul already possessed a very high level of spiritual intelligence and cultivation. It was no longer an ordinary piece of ice. Its combat prowess rivaled that of a martial sage. Chu Chaoyan filled his wine cup again and smiled faintly. Heavenly flame? The heavenly flame that can burn the entire continent? Who knows, it might just be a joke. If it were that powerful, how could the Tianwu dynasty be destroyed? Xiao Chen was not too surprised. This was not the first time his spiritual sense was blocked. He withdrew his spiritual sense and went to the hall on the first floor with a calm expression. Xiao Chun pushed open the ice door of the cubicle and walked down the corridor, heading for the staircase. Xiao Chun habitually extended his spiritual sense out. However, he discovered that it was blocked by a formless barrier. It could only remain within 10 meters of him. There was a 9-story ice palace on the back of the icebird. This was the famous profound ice palace of the Duanmu clan. Chapter 309. Fortunately, there was only a trace of this supreme will. If there were several times more, Xiao Chun would not even have the courage to fight. He would just end up prostrating on the ground. Looking at the swaying heavenly flame, Xiao Chun could not help but think of the dragon flame that he saw on Yingyu's body. Although the might of this strand of heavenly flame could not compare to that dragon flame, its aura was much stronger. Suddenly, Xiao Chun thought, if wills can be infused into the heavenly flame, then can I infuse my state into the purple thunder true fire as well? A fierce purple flame started burning in Xiao Chen's right eye. When he looked around, it looked like a boundless sea of fire. The flames quickly gathered and formed a strand of purple flame. The purple thunder true fire's origin flame flew out of Xiao Chen's right eye and swayed on his fingertip. With a thought, the peak small perfection state of thunder instantly poured into the origin flame. Z. Countless purple electric currents appeared behind Xiao Chun. The purple light immediately chased away the golden light from Chu Chaoyun's heavenly flame. Success! Xiao Chun rejoiced in his heart as he thought excitedly. Indeed, I can infuse my state into the purple thunder true fire. Now I can finally fight against my heavenly flame. Before this, when facing the resplendent golden heavenly flame, Xiao Chun did not even have the courage to unleash the purple thunder true fire. Instantly, one side of the hall was filled with a resplendent golden light, and the other side was filled with a strange purple light. The two lights clashed in an invisible manner. All the items on the ice table floated up when the two auras clashed. Chu Chaoyan smiled faintly and said, "You learn very fast. Let me try and see how strong it is." Right after Chu Chaoyan spoke, he thrust his fingers forward. All the golden light in the hall returned to the heavenly flame with a schwa sound. In an instant, that tiny strand of heavenly flame became extremely dazzling, like a miniature golden sun. That sovereign overlooking the world, the aura of supremacy, rose to its peak at the same time. A strong wind blew on Chu Chaoyan's body. His clothes fluttered, and his hair fluttered. It was like the Tianwu Emperor had possessed him, looking dignified and dignified. Xiao Chen's expression changed. He quickly gathered the scattered purple chi behind him into his origin flame. He brought out the state of thunder to its limits. A bolt of boundlessly resplendent electric light appeared in the strange purple flame. He pushed his right hand forward as well and met the attack without any hesitation. Bang! The two flames quickly collided and a loud bang rang out in the hall. A violent shock wave spread out, and the items floating in the hall were immediately crushed into a pile of powder. The terrifying power reverberated in the hall, causing the entire profound ice palace to tremble uncontrollably. This startled everyone in the profound ice palace. Xiao Chen's complexion was somewhat pale. A huge force swept over, and his body flew back 10 meters before landing heavily on the ground. On the other hand, Chu Chaoyan only took 3 steps back. Against an incomplete strand of heavenly flame, Xiao Chen's full-powered purple thunder true fire lost in a contest of strength. A golden light flashed in Chu Chaoyan's eyes. The scattered heavenly flame immediately vanished. Seeing the grave expression on Xiao Chen's face, Chu Chaoyan said indifferently, "Don't treat me as your enemy. Sooner or later, you will understand that our mission is actually the same." Chi! Chi! The profound ice palace stopped shaking. Suddenly, 4 streams of ice water appeared on the ice surface of the hall. The ice water slowly turned into 4 human-shaped blocks of ice. Then, they turned into 4 delicate and pretty girls. The two of you, if you test your moves in the profound ice palace for no reason again, no matter what your identity is, you will be thrown out of the profound ice palace. One of the girls said in a cold voice with an expressionless face. Seeing the other cultivators rushing down the stairs, Chu Chaoyan bowed slightly and smiled. "My apologies, there will not be a next time." The test between Xiao Chun and Chu Chaoyan was just a small interlude in the profound ice palace's flight. The huge profound ice palace continued to fly at Mach 2, heading for the ink forest. In a booth on the 2nd floor, Xiao Chun continued to try merging his state with the purple thunder true fire. The might of the legendary heavenly flame was indeed horrifying. The first time he merged his state, he could barely match the heavenly flame. Xiao Chun was already very satisfied, even though that strand of heavenly flame was not even a tenth of the true heavenly flame. However, Xiao Chen's purple thunder true fire had not reached its full potential. The purple thunder divine incantation had a total of 12 layers. Currently, he had only cultivated it to the 4th layer. If he broke through another layer in the future, he might have a chance to compete with the heavenly flame. When the sky turned dark, Xiao Chen noticed that the clouds outside the window had suddenly turned pitch black. This caused his mood to worsen. Xiao Chen stopped what he was doing and looked down from the window. He saw a huge mountain range that rose and fell endlessly. The entire mountain range was covered in a black fog, lingering around the peaks. When the cool breeze blew, the black fog seemed solid, not moving at all. "Is this the Ink Mountain Range?" Xiao Chun said with a grave expression. "Rumble!" Just at this moment, the entire profound ice palace started shaking. Although the tremors were not large, they continued for a long time without any signs of stopping. "We have encountered a large number of rank 7 flying demonic beasts in front. The profound ice palace will activate the combat formation. Everyone, please remain in your booth and do not move around. We will deal with it." A clear voice rang out in the ears of everyone on the 2nd floor, explaining the reason for the tremors. "They are actually rank 7 flying demonic beasts," Xiao Chen muttered to himself. "A rank 7 demonic beast is as strong as a high-ranked martial king. I wonder how the Duanmu clan is going to deal with it." However, since the profound ice palace has activated the combat formation, I can go and understand it. Who knows, it might be helpful for the silver warship to recover its combat formation. Xiao Chun had an idea. He looked at the window in the booth that was just big enough to fit his body. He did not hesitate and pushed his feet off the ground. His body quickly passed through it. Xiao Chun flew forward. There was a rather large empty space between the head of the ice bird and the ice palace. Xiao Chun decided to go there and observe the profound ice palace's combat formation in detail. Xiao Chen's body turned into a purple arc in the air. When he landed, there was a so sound. Ji Changkong, Hua Yunfei, and the others arrived one after another. The few of them exchanged glances with each other. Their gazes were somewhat unnatural. They did not expect others to follow them. Ji Chongkong smiled faintly. It looks like everyone is thinking the same thing. We all want to see what exactly is going on with the combat formation. In that case, let's go together. The powers behind a few of them all had one or two flying secret treasures. However, the combat formation was already damaged and could not be used. This would be an excellent opportunity to observe. A circular white barrier enveloped the profound ice palace in the air. Many flying demonic beasts rammed into the white barrier, bringing with them a sky full of black chi. Under the attacks of the demonic beasts, the profound ice palace trembled continuously. The light of the white chi barrier also started to weaken. Hua Yunfei, who was in the crowd, said sullenly, "Rank 7 demonic beasts are indeed horrifying. If we do not replenish this defensive formation with superior grade spirit stones, it will not last for long." Superior grade spirit stones? How could it be that easy to obtain them? They will probably activate the combat formation soon, another heir of the royal court said excitedly. Boom! Right after he spoke, a resplendent ball of light suddenly condensed in the ice bird's beak. In the next instant, the ball of light expanded infinitely. It turned into a pillar of light and pierced through the chi barrier. It swept away all the rank 7 demonic beasts, blocking the way, turning them into ice shards. Xiao Chun looked up and saw the mysterious expert on the top floor of the profound ice palace continuously making hand seals. As his hand seals changed, the ice bird quickly changed its position and shot out pillars of light. Everywhere the pillars of light passed, none of the demonic beasts could block them. They all turned into pillars of ice before shattering into countless ice shards. Hu-chi! Hu-chi! Rings of light appeared around the 3rd floor of the profound ice palace. These rings of light were made up of dense, mysterious characters that glowed. The countless characters moved rhythmically in the air, as though they were forming something. Finally, the mysterious person on the top floor shouted, "Break!" All the characters quickly gathered together. After a while, they formed small, lifelike ice birds. The ice birds cried out and immediately shot out. Countless ice birds crashed into the surrounding rank 7 demonic beasts. However, there was no reaction. These demonic beasts were immediately covered in frost. In the next instant, they turned into huge ice sculptures in the air. Bang! The person on the top floor of the profound ice palace controlled the huge birds to crash into the demonic beasts. The ice sculptures in front of them immediately shattered. When all the demonic beasts were dead, Xiao Chun and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. They had not expected the might of the profound ice palace to be so great. They managed to kill hundreds of rank 7 demonic beasts in an instant. Xiao Chun muttered to himself, "Those mysterious characters should be the secret to carving combat formations." However, without systematic study, it is impossible to grasp such characters. After the demonic beasts were killed, everyone's field of vision immediately widened. Horrifying cries came from the front. When everyone looked over, they saw a large group of even more rank 7 demonic beasts. One of the people's expressions changed greatly. He said in horror, "The Ink Mountain Range has always feared flying through the sky. There was once an inferior grade martial monarch who tried to fly through the Ink Mountain Range. However, in the end, he had no choice but to retreat before the endless flying demonic beasts. Furthermore, he was severely injured. Although this profound ice palace is powerful, if the spirit stones cannot keep up with the expenditure, it will be dangerous." Right at this moment, everyone suddenly felt the temperature of the surrounding air drop by a lot. Furthermore, it continued to drop. Finally, that cold penetrated deep into their hearts. Everyone had no choice but to circulate their essence to resist it. What's going on? Everyone was shocked. Boundless cold air appeared around the ice palace, and the golden runes became hazy in the cold air. Then the mysterious person on the top floor let out a soft shout. Then the mysterious person on the top floor shouted. All the cold chi gathered together and formed a huge ice image. When one looked carefully, this image was the figure of a woman. Chapter 310. The Ice Empress was more than 200 meters tall. The image encased the ice palace, and a supreme aura pressed down. Everyone felt their shoulders sink, like a mountain was pressing down on them. This is the ancient expert Bing Ho. Just her aura alone is enough to make it hard for us to move. Everyone paled as they resisted the overwhelming aura with great difficulty. They had to clench their teeth to even speak. Uchi. Suddenly, an ice sword appeared in the Bing Ho's hand. A sword light swept out, and a tear appeared in the space in front. The space shattered, and the destructive energy it brought tore apart the countless demonic beasts in the vicinity. With the Bing Ho's help, the profound ice palace was unstoppable in the sky above the Ink Mountain range. None of the demonic beasts could stop them. After the huge image of the Bing Ho appeared, the profound ice palace immediately became unrivaled. The supreme aura of a sage suppressed the rank 7 demonic beasts. They did not dare to get close. The 10-odd people in front of the ice palace struggled bitterly under this horrifying pressure. Actually, one could see the strength of each individual here. A few of them were already prostrating on the ground. They did not even have the strength to stand up. There were also some who knelt on one knee, sweat dripping down their faces. Only Ji Changkong, Hua Yunfei, Xiao Chun, and one of the heirs from the royal courts remained standing. However, the expressions of the 4 of them were not relaxed, either. If this dragged on, they would not be able to hold on for long. They would end up like the others, unable to stand up again after falling down. Xiao Chun quickly circulated the purple thunder divine incantation. He condensed his aura into a single line, resisting the formless aura. However, the pressure on his shoulders did not decrease at all. The aura was as heavy as a mountain. His feet felt like they were filled with lead. He could not move them at all. Ooh! Just as the 4 of them could no longer hold on, a rectangular hole suddenly appeared in the ice palace. Duan looked at everyone expressionlessly and said indifferently, "Quickly come in." When the doors of the ice palace opened, the pressure on everyone immediately lessened. Xiao Chun and the other 3 did not hesitate and quickly leaped in. A few of the heirs who were kneeling on one knee quickly pushed off the back of the ice bird and followed them in. The remaining 4 princes who were prostrating on the ground heaved a sigh of relief. Just as they struggled to get up, they realized that the doors of the ice palace had closed with a swoosh. The terrifying aura of the Ice Empress once again pressed down heavily like a towering mountain. Blood spurted out from their mouths as they fell to the ground, unable to get up no matter how hard they tried. The few people who entered the ice palace looked at each other with lingering fear. Even now, their hearts were still thumping nonstop. The experience just now was too unforgettable. There was a hint of anger on Duan icy face as he said in a deep voice, "I hope you will abide by the rules of our Duanmu clan and not walk around." This was not the first time Duan had said this. However, because of their status and strength, they had not taken it seriously. They had thought that the Duanmu clan would not dare to do anything to them. However, now that they saw what happened to the 4 people outside, they no longer dared to underestimate these words. After Duanmu Kun left, Ji Changkong said indifferently, "The ancient era's martial emperor is just an image. Just its aura alone makes one unable to resist it. I wonder how strong it is." Hua Yunfei had a sinister smile on his face as he said, "I have a feeling that in this fiery sect remnant, all of us will end up helping this woman." Ji Changkong smiled in disdain. "What's wrong?" Even the young master, Hua, who comprehended the ancient blood soul, is afraid of a woman? Hua Yunfei smiled calmly. Who is afraid of a woman? Everyone here is very clear on that. I heard that young Master Ji has not dared to go to the imperial capital for many years already. These 2 people had always been at odds with each other. Now that they relaxed, they immediately started teasing each other. The people from the royal courts all laughed softly. Naturally, they knew that Hua Yunfei was talking about Princess Ingyu defeating Ji Changkong in one move back then. Countless stars flashed in Ji Changkong's eyes. A murderous intent instantly surged out. However, It disappeared in a flash, and his gaze quickly calmed down. Ji Changkong sighed in his heart. It looks like in the past year, Hua Yunfei's mental state is much better than before. On the contrary, my mental state is somewhat imperfect. Thinking of this, Ji Changkong did not say anything else. He took the lead and went up to the second floor. The others also left one after another. The rest of the journey was very peaceful. Nothing else happened. The profound ice palace slowly descended to the core of the Ink Mountain range. Bang! The huge ice bird landed on the ground and created an intense whirlwind. It scattered in all directions, causing the surrounding trees to sway continuously. However, the image of the ice palace did not scatter. Under the pressure of the aura, the surrounding demonic beasts all fled in different directions. Even though they were demonic beasts, this kind of supreme aura caused them to feel fear from the bottom of their hearts. After a long time, when all the surrounding demonic beasts had left, the image of the Ice Empress slowly faded away. The doors of the Ice Palace opened with a so sound. Under Duan Yuking's lead, everyone slowly descended from the profound Ice Palace. As for the 4 people lying on the back of the ice bird, they were completely dispirited. They could only give up on this mission. 500 meters in front of the group, there was a towering mountain wall. Below the mountain wall was a huge black hole. It was like the mouth of a demon. With one glance, it would cause one's heart to tremble. This hole was the entrance to the ink forest. It was pitch black, and there was no sound or movement. It was very quiet. Xiaoqin slowly paced on the black ground. He was not in a rush to observe the hole. Instead, he circulated his essence and discovered that the surrounding spiritual energy was very thin. It was only 1/100th of the usual. Most of the spiritual energy in the air was demonic qi from the deep abyss demonic world. If one breathed in too much, it would cause one's body to demonize. It looks like I can only use spirit stones to recover my essence, Xiao Chun thought to himself. Fortunately, I still have a lot of medial-grade spirit stones. There is no need to worry about this. I just have to be careful not to absorb the spiritual energy here. Duan Yuking led the 4 peak martial saints of the Duanmu clan forward. As she said, she only brought 4 people. The other experts remained in the profound ice palace. The others were not willing to fall behind, so they quickly followed. Xiao Qin was slightly slower. He was at the back of the group. The moment Xiao Chun entered the hole, he immediately felt a cold current. The cold qi entered his body and attacked his internal organs. Xiao Chun was astonished. He quickly circulated his essence and protected his internal organs. At the same time, he split off some essence to quickly eliminate the cold qi that entered his body. They had to split their attention to protect their internal organs and eliminate the cold qi in their bodies. Like this, the speed of the group was much slower. The deep and serene cave seemed bottomless. It was pitch black. Everyone's vision was limited to less than 10 meters. What made them feel even more despair was that the many cultivators took out illumination stones, night pearls, and the things inside the flame stones. Normally, they would be able to light up a room. However, at this moment, they could not even give off a trace of light. Duan Yuking's voice came from the front. He said indifferently, "There are no other dangers in this tunnel. All the light is absorbed by the demonic qi in the air. There is no need to panic." Xiao Qin looked carefully. Indeed, there were strands of black substance lingering in the air. When the light came in contact with it, it would be silently absorbed. It was very strange. Although Duan Yuking said that there was no danger in this cave, Xiao Chun did not let down his guard. His right hand remained on his saber hilt. He withdrew his aura, ready to attack the moment there was any strange movement. No one spoke in this strange atmosphere in the quiet cave. Only the sound of footsteps could be heard. After walking for an unknown period of time, Xiao Chun felt that the tunnel under his feet was slanting more and more. They were already very deep underground. After a long time, the group's vision suddenly flashed. They finally walked out of the cave. A vast underground world appeared before their eyes. Before them was a boundless black forest. The forest was sinister and strange. Countless black fog lingered in the forest, and the roars of tyrannical beasts came from it. The roars reverberated in everyone's ears, causing them to feel frustrated and their chi and blood to surge. Unexpectedly, the roars of these beasts could disrupt their minds. "Is this the infamous Ink Forest?" a cultivator asked with a trembling voice. Duamyking nodded and said, "That's right. The three holy masters laid a barrier around the periphery of the forest. We are safe here. If we walk another 100 meters, we will enter the boundaries of the forest. Then what are we waiting for? Where is the profound ice flower? Let's go quickly," a scion of the royal court said anxiously. Duanmu Qing did not say anything else. She led the 4 experts of the Duanmu clan in first. The others followed behind in a line. When they broke through the formless barrier, Xiao Chun and the others fell to gaze on them. It was as though it could see through all their secrets. Bang! 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 Just at this moment, a red light appeared on the bodies of the 5 middle-aged men. After a while, they exploded, dying without a complete corpse. This sudden turn of events startled everyone. The 5 dead men were from the noble clans of the royal courts. At this moment, the scions of the royal courts all had sullen expressions. It was unknown what they were thinking. Duamyking walked over to these people expressionlessly. He said coldly, "Didn't I say that we are not allowed to bring Martial King experts? The few of you can leave now. Go back to where you came from." Only now did everyone understand that these 5 scions from the royal courts had secretly brought Martial King experts with them. Furthermore, they had used some unknown method to fool the Duanmu clan's experts. However, in this ink forest, within the barrier of the 3 holy masters, there was nowhere for them to hide. They were blasted into smithereens. When the 5 of them heard Duamyking's words, they did not pay too much attention. There were a few superior-grade martial saint servants behind each of them. In total, there were 20 of them. They had far more people than the Duanmu clan. Chapter 3:11. The leader smiled coldly and said, "Duanmyking, this is no longer the profound ice palace. Don't try to order me around. Since I am already here, there is no way for me to leave. You better obediently lead the way. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless." Kassier. Right after he spoke, the 20 people behind him all drew their weapons. Killing chi radiated from their bodies as they stared at Duamyking. Reckless. Duamyking snorted coldly. White ice ripples appeared under the feet of the 4 girls behind him. Soon, the ice ripples connected and moved to Duamyking's feet. Boom! Instantly, Duamyking's aura soared infinitely. The feeling he gave off was that of a peak medial-grade martial king. It was very horrifying. The leader's heart tightened. He felt the danger of death. He quickly said, "Attack! Chi! Chi!" Just as he finished speaking, the subordinates behind the 5 princes turned into ice sculptures in an instant. Duamyking pulled his palm back and clenched his fist. Kassier! Kassier! All the ice sculptures shattered. They were all dead. Bang! 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 The ice fell to the ground and shattered again. The corpses inside were torn apart continuously. The 5 scions were so frightened that they turned pale. Their right hands, which were holding their sabers, started to tremble. "Scram," Duamyking said calmly. Killing 15 superior-grade martial saints in an instant, the strength that Duamyking displayed was too horrifying. Although the 5 of them were great perfection superior-grade martial saints, they had not comprehended a state. They were only slightly stronger than ordinary martial saints. Compared to true geniuses, they were much weaker. When facing the current Duamyking, they had no chance of victory. However, they were not willing to leave just like that. The leader of the scions looked at the Guy Marquis with dissatisfaction in his heart. This was the true genius of the Guy Marquis' residence. He hoped that the Guy Marquis could put in a word for him. The Guy Marquis, Ing Xiao, wore golden battle armor and carried a 2-meter-long sword on his back. It was the sacred weapon, the sky-splitting sword. Behind him were 4 cultivators dressed similarly. When he saw this person's gaze, he turned his head slightly and avoided it, ignoring this person. With his last hope shattered, he could only give up. He packed up his weapon and left the place helplessly. Using the special secret technique of her martial spirit, She perfectly transferred the energy of the four people to Duamyuking. This instantly raised her combat prowess to peak medial grade Martial King. Many people present had discerned the secret behind Duamyuking's sudden increase in strength, but they had to admit that even if they knew the secret, they could only temporarily avoid facing Duamyuking. In the face of absolute power, sometimes techniques were useless. Xiao Chen had a good experience with the Ice Empress aura. He is killing people to establish his might. When we find the profound ice flower, those people with ulterior motives will have to think twice. One of the Science sighed softly. The value of the profound ice flower was no less than those secret treasures or high-ranked martial techniques. This was especially so for ice-attributed cultivators. It was very useful. At that time, it was hard to guarantee that there would be people who would take advantage of the chaos to target the profound ice flower. Furthermore, there was a high chance of that happening. Duamyuking did not hesitate to offend the scions of the Guy Marquis just because of a small excuse. Killing people was clearly a warning to the others. Xiao Chun even suspected that the Duanmu clan had purposely released these three martial kings to give Duamyuking a chance to establish his might. Duamyuking ignored the criticism of the crowd and said softly, "This profound ice flower is very important to my Duanmu clan. We have already waited for 100 years. Once we obtain the profound ice flower, I will immediately open the Firely Sect remnant for everyone. Miss Duanmu, rest assured, we will not have any ulterior motives for the profound ice flower. Just lead the way. I'm a fire-attributed cultivator. The profound ice flower will only bring me harm. Miss Duanmu, there is no need to worry. If anyone tries to snatch Miss Duanmu's profound ice flower, they will be making things difficult for me, Sun Wei. I will help you kill them." Right. If anyone tries to snatch Miss Duanmu's profound ice flower, they will be our enemy. When everyone saw Duamyuking's strength, they all echoed her words, expressing that they would not make a move to snatch the profound ice flower. When Xiao Chan saw the situation, he smiled faintly and did not say anything. Naturally, they would snatch what they should snatch. There was no point in saying anything. Duamyuking said softly, "Many thanks for everyone's help. Come with me." After Duamyuking spoke, he started to lead the crowd into the dark and strange forest. There were all sorts of tall trees in the forest. Their branches were luxuriant, and even two people would not be able to wrap their arms around them. There were thick leaves and some black grass on the ground. When the crowd stepped on them, they gave off a rustling sound. In this infamous ink forest, no one dared to be careless. They focused all of their attention and carefully observed their surroundings. Pusii. Suddenly, a black snake as thick as a bowl emerged from the ground among the crowd. Its body was covered in a black chi. The densely packed scales on its body flickered with a metallic luster. With a schwa sound, it bit off the head of a cultivator from behind. It was like a black bolt of lightning flashing by. Its speed was so fast that no one could react. Chi. There was no time to kill that black snake. In an instant, hundreds of similar black snakes emerged from the ground. Many cultivators were caught off guard and were bitten to death. There were also those whose arms were bitten. The poison immediately spread throughout their bodies, causing them to foam at the mouth. They were poisoned to death. Xiao Chun quickly dodged backward, dodging the attack of a black snake. He quickly drew the lunar shadow saber and chopped at it like a purple bolt of lightning. Dang! When the saber struck the black skin, it gave off a metallic sound. Unexpectedly, it only managed to cut off a few of the other party's scales. What a strong defense! Even with 20% of my strength, I am still unable to injure the other party. Xiao Chun was astonished. The black snake felt pain, and its upper body soared into the air, heading for Xiao Chun. The black snake opened its mouth, revealing horrifying fangs that flickered with a cold light. Xiao Chun's expression did not change. He swung the lunar shadow saber again. Like before, he only used 20% of his strength. However, he accurately chopped at the place where the scales fell. In an instant, he chopped the other party in half. Uchi, the upper body of the black snake in the air, had not died yet. It twisted its tongue and tried to bite Xiao Chen's face at lightning speed. Die! Xiao Chun shouted, and the lunar shadow saber turned into a purple bolt of lightning. A saber light appeared on the saber and shattered the snake's tongue. The snake turned into clumps of black mist and scattered. Even until now, the threat of the black snake had not been resolved. Xiao Chun sent out a palm strike to disperse the black mist, resolving the problem. The others were not as lucky as Xiao Chun. Several cultivators had clearly chopped the black snake in half. However, they did not expect the black snake to have such a strong life force. Their upper body could still attack, and they died under the snake's jaws. There were also many people who appeared very relaxed. The Guy Marquis, who carried a sword on his back, did not even draw his weapon. He punched the black snake into pieces. Countless stars flickered around Ji Changkong's body, turning into sharp sword chi. The sword chi was incomparably sharp and easily chopped the black snake in half. Every time a star flickered, a black snake would die. In an instant, Ji Changkong had killed more than 10 black snakes. Hua Yunfei held a scarlet sword in his hand. He revealed a sinister smile as the sword pierced through the black snake, giving off a ZZ sound. The black snake's body quickly shriveled up. It strangely absorbed all the black life force. After it absorbed the black life force, the red light on the sword became even more dazzling. The sword in Mu Yinchue's hand was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, she had sent out an unknown number of killing strikes. The black snake had just leaped into the air when she chopped it into countless tiny pieces. The scion of the Shiha province's Yin clan, Yin China's big brother, sent out a huge black hand. It clenched tightly and pinched several black snakes together, preventing them from moving. Duan was even more relaxed. He did not even need to make a move. Those black snakes slithered around the four of them. Before they could get close, they were slowly frozen into ice sculptures. After a while, they turned into countless pieces of ice. Xiao Chun looked around for a while, but he did not find Chu Chaoyan. When he looked up, he saw that Chu Chaoyan had already leaped to the top of a large tree. Chu Chaoyan had a faint smile on his face as he looked at the people below. It was as though this matter had nothing to do with him. When the group finished killing all the black snakes, they counted the number of people. They discovered that the first wave of demonic beasts had killed more than 20 people, including the people who died at Duan hands earlier. There were only 70 or 80 people left out of the original 100. This was a heavy loss. However, most of the people who died were the servants and subordinates of the science. The truly strong, outstanding talents did not even suffer any light injuries. The strength of the black snakes should be between medial grade rank 6 demonic beasts and peak grade demonic beasts. Aside from their large numbers and strong life force, they did not have any other trump cards. They could not truly threaten the group. After resting for a while, under Damuking's lead, the group continued on their way. Along the way, the demonic beasts they met became stronger. Aside from cultivators who comprehended states like Ji Changkong, the other scions also started to show signs of injury. The number of people also decreased by more than 60. Before they reached the Firely sect remnant, only half of the original number remained. Some people wanted to retreat. However, if they left the group and returned alone, that would be seeking death. The cruel nature of the path of cultivation was very real at this moment. If one was not strong enough or had a strong luck, they would become a stepping stone for others in the blink of an eye, coldly forgotten by others. Many living examples appeared before Xiao Chun. This made him even more determined to become stronger. He could not become a stepping stone for others. Suddenly, Duan stopped and pointed to a large tree in front. He said, "We have arrived. The profound ice flower is behind that tree. However, there is a rank 7 demonic beast guarding it. We have to kill it before we can pick the profound ice flower." A rank 7 demonic beast, everyone's expression changed. A scion said unhappily, "Duan, didn't you say that the profound ice flower is at the periphery of the ink forest? How can it be a rank 7 demonic beast? Are you messing with us?" Chapter 312. Duan said calmly, "I did not lie to you. This is indeed the periphery of the ink forest. I also did not guarantee that there would not be any rank 7 demonic beasts in the periphery. Indeed, Duamuking only said that the profound ice flower was at the periphery of the ink forest. He did not guarantee that there would not be any rank 7 demonic beasts at the periphery. There was no contradiction in Xiao Chen's words. No one could find a reason to refute him. The person who asked felt depressed, but there was nothing he could do. Ji Changkong said indifferently, Duamuking, just tell us what kind of demonic beast it is and what its combat prowess is. If it is a regular rank 7 demonic beast, with so many of us, we should be able to defeat it. When Duamuking heard this, he said, in that case, I'll be direct. The demonic beast guarding the profound ice flower is a peak rank 7 demonic beast, the Scarlet Flame Chief. Its strength is comparable to a medial grade Martial King. The Duanmu clan has sent people here a few times, but they have not succeeded. Hua Yunfei frowned and said, since that is the case, did you make any preparations? Don't tell me that you are placing all your hopes on us. Duamuking nodded and said, half of the people that the Duanmu clan sent out previously died on the way here. The remaining people had their combat prowess greatly reduced. Naturally, they are not a match for this Scarlet Flame Chief. However, it is different this time. Among us, there are at least 10 people who are not injured. Hence, I only need the help of these 10 people. The remaining people just need to help chase away the demonic beasts that are rushing over. Hua Yunfei said indifferently, you speak so confidently. However, you have not said, what is your trump card to defeat the Scarlet Flame Chief? Duamuking revealed an indifferent expression on her cold face. She said softly, trump card. I'm the trump card of this operation. Do you still have any questions? What bold words. Everyone thought to themselves. However, when they thought about it carefully, it was indeed as Duamuking said. The Duanmu clan's special secret technique of combining their strength with their body could only be used by the princess. This was indeed a trump card. A strange light flashed in Hua Yunfei's eyes as he said, all right, I have no more questions. Now, which 10 people do you need help from? Everyone was curious when they heard that. Who were the 10 people that Duamuking had mentioned who had not suffered any injuries and could still maintain their full combat strength? Duamuking said softly, I hope that the people I choose will not reject my invitation. Only by killing this Scarlet Flame Chief will I open the doors to the Firely Sect Remnant. Otherwise, you will have made a wasted trip. After saying that, she began to stare at the crowd and slowly called out a name. Chu Chaoyun. You have no reason to reject my invitation. Chu Chaoyun's expression did not reveal the slightest hint of surprise. He smiled indifferently and said, of course not. Ji Changkong, Mu Yinxue, Hua Yunfei, the Gi Marquis, Ing Xiao, Yin Qixue, Shi Feng, Sun Wei, you have no reason to reject my invitation, right? The 7 people that were called out did not say anything, tacitly agreeing to Duamuking's invitation. These 7 people were either the proud disciples of the 3 great sects or the scions of noble clans that possessed inherited martial spirits. The crowd was not too surprised. There were already 8 people, and only 2 remained. The crowd started to wonder who else had not been called out. Suddenly, Duamuking's gaze stopped at an extremely hidden corner of the crowd. The crowd followed her gaze and discovered that the person Duamuking was looking at was Du Hao. The Du clan to the south could be considered a clan with some power. However, it was far from the 2 inherited noble clans, the Ji clan and the Sun clan. Furthermore, along the way, they did not see anything outstanding about Du Hao. The crowd was very surprised at Duamuking's choice of this person. Du Hao felt Duamuking's gaze and smiled gently. Miss Duanmu, don't tell me you think that I am one of the 10 people? Duamuking's gaze was like a pillar, as though she could see through the other party's disguise. She countered with a question, what do you think? Du Hao shook his head slightly. He was not willing to stand out at this moment. However, if he rejected, he would easily become the target of everyone. The Scarlet Flame Chief had to be killed. Otherwise, the crowd would not be able to enter the Firely Sect Remnant. If he was unwilling, Duamuking would use it as an excuse to not take action. The people that were called out earlier would definitely be unwilling as well. However, after weighing the pros and cons, they could only agree. Since Miss Duanmu thinks highly of me, I will reluctantly do it. Thinking of this, Duhao could only agree to the other party's decision. There was still one person missing from the 10. The crowd followed Duamyuking's gaze again. Their gazes stopped at Xiao Chun, who was standing in a corner. Xiao Chun was not surprised at this. Without waiting for Duamyuking to say anything, he walked out. The others were not surprised at Xiao Chen's selection. After all, even Sun Wei could be selected. There was no need to mention Xiao Chun, who could easily defeat Sun Wei. When Duamyuking saw that the 10 people agreed, he said to the remaining 50, "Split into groups of 5 and spread out for a kilometer. Just don't let any demonic beasts get close to us." Duamyuking made such arrangements to prevent these people from taking advantage of the chaos to snatch the profound ice flower. They had to obtain the profound ice flower no matter what. Although the 50 people were unwilling, dealing with other demonic beasts was better than dealing with a rank 7 demonic beast. Furthermore, the fiery sect remnant had not been opened yet. They could only listen to Duamyuking's arrangement for now. After a while, after the 50 people left, Duamyuking said, "There's a mound behind that tree. The profound ice flower grows there." The Scarlet Flame Chief never left the profound ice flower. Xiao Chen looked in the direction Xiao Chen pointed. That tree was about a kilometer away from the group. The trunk would require 5 people to encircle it. The tree was several hundred meters tall. Its branches were lush, and its roots were intertwined. It was tall and straight, blocking the group's vision. Let me see what kind of demonic beast this Scarlet Flame Chief is. Hua Yunfei shouted ferociously. The scarlet sword in his hand suddenly gave off a blazing scarlet light. So, a sharp and surging scarlet sword chi flew at the tree quickly. The scarlet sword chi was like a sharp saber, easily chopping the tree in half. Rumble! The huge trunk of the tree landed heavily on the ground. The group's vision immediately widened. They finally saw the Scarlet Flame Chief. It looked very similar to the apes on Earth. It stood upright on the ground and was 8 meters tall. Its shoulders were broad and its body was strong. The muscles on its chest looked like small mountains of meat. Its entire body was covered in black fur. A deep scarlet flame burned in its eyes. The strangest thing was that it carried a 2-meter-long, palm-wide sword on its shoulder. On a mound behind the Scarlet Flame Chief, there was a crystalline, pure white flower blooming strangely. That should be the profound ice flower. The Scarlet Sword Chi did not slow down as it flew forward quickly. When the Scarlet Flame Chief saw the sword Chi flying at it, its lips curled up into a sinister and horrifying smile. The Scarlet Flame Chief used its left hand to slap the sword Chi flying at it. With a bang, this incredibly sharp sword Chi immediately vanished. It turned into strands of scarlet light in the wind and returned to nothingness. Hua Yunfei's expression changed slightly. He said in astonishment, "It is indeed powerful. It managed to smack away my blood fiend sword Chi with one slap. I wonder what kind of might it has when it uses its full power." "Attack!" Duamyuking shouted and immediately led the 4 Duanmu clan cultivators forward. Everyone followed after. To Xiao Chun and the others, a distance of 1,000 meters only took a few breaths of time. Soon, they arrived before the Scarlet Flame Chief. When they got close, the 10 of them could clearly feel the overwhelming aura of the Scarlet Flame Chief surging towards them. However, this aura was far inferior to the Ice Empress. Although everyone felt some pressure, it did not affect their combat prowess. Secret technique: ice condensation. Duamyuking snorted coldly. The black hair on her head suddenly turned ice-cold white. That cold and exquisite face completely lost all human emotions. It looked cold and emotionless. Everywhere her gaze passed, even the air was covered in frost. The 4 girls behind her quickly transferred their essence to Duamyuking. In an instant, Duamyuking's aura suppressed the Scarlet Flame Chief's aura. Frost Rage. From the start, Duamyuking did not hide his strength. Suddenly, a boundless cold wind blew under the Scarlet Flame Chief's feet. As the cold wind blew, the temperature dropped rapidly. After a while, a visible white cold chi appeared in the wind. The cold chi spun around violently, creating a huge whirlpool. The Scarlet Flame Chief's huge body struggled to move in the whirlpool, trying to break free. However, the surrounding temperature was too low. Furthermore, the intense cold wind blew. It could not break free from the center of the whirlpool. So, Duan Muqing's expression turned grave. She clenched her fist, and a boundless cold chi immediately gathered. It was like a block of ice was buried in the Scarlet Flame Chief's body with a ca sound. After a while, the surface of the Scarlet Flame Chief was covered in ice, turning it into a huge ice sculpture. The Scarlet Flame Chief was instantly frozen by Duamyuking. This was somewhat surprising. However, no one thought that the Scarlet Flame Chief would die so easily. The Gi Marquis, Ing Xiao, took out the sky-splitting sword from his back and leaped into the air. The sky-splitting sword hacked down at the Scarlet Flame Chief's head. Everywhere the sky-splitting sword passed, ripples appeared in the air. The Gi Marquis' figure suddenly became blurry in everyone's vision. It was like a reflection in the water, swaying back and forth leisurely. The sky-splitting sword is indeed a complete holy weapon. Xiao Chun was astonished. He had seen the same scene in Mu Chengshua's Beauty Under the Moon. Naturally, he knew what was happening. Xiao Chun used the Daos contained in the holy weapon to change the laws of heaven and earth in the instant he made his move. This confused one's sense of space, causing them to lose their five senses. One might think that he was far away, but he was actually right in front of them. One might think that he was right in front of them, but when they swung their sabers, they would never be able to hit him. Kassier, Kassier. Strands of scarlet earth fire slowly rose from the Scarlet Flame Chief's feet. The ice on the Scarlet Flame Chief's body quickly melted. In the blink of an eye, it recovered its mobility. Gua gua. The Scarlet Flame Chief laughed strangely. It swung the huge sword that it carried. Unexpectedly, there were blurry ripples in the sky. Chapter 313. The Scarlet Flame Chief was actually carrying a holy weapon on its shoulder. Everyone could not help but be astonished. A demonic beast carrying a huge weapon was already very strange. Furthermore, this huge weapon was actually a holy weapon. However, their eyes were immediately filled with desire. Sun Wei smiled coldly and said, "I want this holy weapon. No one is to snatch it from me." Sun Wei drew his sword, and a setting sun appeared behind him. It shone on the sword, giving off a dazzling radiance. This was the Sun Clan's inherited martial spirit, Lonely Waning Moon. "Kill!" Sun Wei shouted. He did not wait for the results of the fight between the Scarlet Flame Chief and the Gi Marquis to come out. He leaped into the air and charged forward. When the laws of the world formed by the two holy weapons clashed, the entire space started to tremble at a visible rate. Everyone could feel a strange energy being transmitted over. When this feeling disappeared, Mu Ran suddenly realized that his body had unknowingly moved a few hundred meters to the side. His formation was completely disrupted. Sun Wei, who was in the air, had not reacted in time. The sword that he was sending at the Scarlet Flame Chief had actually chopped at Chu Chaoyan. Fortunately, Chu Chaoyan dodged in advance. Otherwise, if Chu Chaoyan was caught off guard and used his inherited martial spirit, it would not be good for him. The clash of the holy weapons actually caused the laws of space to become chaotic. Fortunately, the area affected was not large. If a real sage were to make a move, everyone present might have been transported to other places, and there was no telling if they would still be alive. Kung Chong. It was like the Gi Marquis' sky-splitting sword and the Scarlet Flame Chief's huge weapon finally clashed. There was a loud explosion, and the Gi Marquis was knocked back like a cannonball. Bang! 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 The Gi Marquis crashed into many trees. He was knocked back more than 500 meters before he landed heavily on the ground. The Scarlet Flame Chief's tall and sturdy body moved back continuously. It did not take a single step back. A huge force was transmitted to the ground, causing it to tremble continuously. The Scarlet Flame Chief retreated all the way to the mound before it slowly came to a stop. Duamyuking said, Don't clash head-on with him. The Scarlet Flame Chief is a demonic beast known for its strength. Even a superior grade Martial King would find it hard to endure its true strength. When everyone heard this, they were all deeply shocked at the Guy Marquis' strength. The other party was able to knock the Scarlet Flame Chief back by 100 meters. How strong was he? Hu Chi. The Scarlet Flame Chief steadied itself and stomped on the ground, causing the entire forest to shake. Its body flew through the air and slashed at Mu Yinxue with lightning speed. It seemed that this Scarlet Flame Chief's eyesight and intelligence were extremely shocking. It could tell that Duanyuking was difficult to deal with, so it did not attack her first. Instead, it chose to attack the weaker Mu Yinxue, preparing to take them down one by one. Mu Yinxue's expression did not change at all. She leaped into the air and unsheathed her sword. Her speed was even faster than the Scarlet Flame Chief's. In the blink of an eye, she had already slashed out more than 100 times. Clang, clang, clang. When the sword struck the Scarlet Flame Chief's body, a metallic sound rang out. Mu Yinxue's attack was actually unable to break through its defenses. Dragon's Seizing Hand. When the Shiha Province's Yin clan scion, Yin Qixue, saw the situation, he shouted and executed the Yin clan's inherited martial technique. A huge black hand appeared out of nowhere. Yin Qixue clenched his fist, and the huge black hand grabbed the Scarlet Flame Chief's huge body tightly, preventing it from moving. Mu Yinxue grasped this opportunity, and her sword trembled. A light exploded out and quickly pierced towards the Scarlet Flame Chief's right eye. Gua gua! The Scarlet Flame Chief laughed strangely. Its ugly face revealed an incomparably sinister smile. Its scarlet eyes suddenly spat out two berserk flames. The ferocious flames instantly burned the surrounding air, making it difficult for people to breathe. Mu Yinxue was caught off guard. Clearly, she did not expect the Scarlet Flame Chief to have such a move. Her expression suddenly changed, and she quickly retreated. However, the two flames quickly merged together. Their speed strangely increased, immediately surpassing Mu Yinxue's speed. Ice! At the critical moment, Duanyuking shouted and arrived before Mu Yinxue in a flash. His white hair fluttered in the air, and his robes fluttered continuously. There was a trace of arrogance on Mu Yinxue's cold and frosty face. Unexpectedly, there was a trace of the elegance of the Ice Empress. Mu Yinxue pushed her right hand forward, and a boundless cold wind blew. The cold wind rustled, and the temperature plummeted. The flames that the Scarlet Flame Chief shot out were instantly frozen. Mu Yinxue closed his fingers, and the ice immediately fell to the ground. Many thanks. Mu Yinxue thanked Xiao Chun and took advantage of this opportunity to quickly move away and land on the ground. The Scarlet Flame Chief shouted ferociously. Its aura spread out in all directions, causing the surrounding leaves to fall. A strong wind blew, and the leaves danced in the wind. Bang! The black veins on the Scarlet Flame Chief's body bulged as it tried to push away the black hand. Yin Qixue's expression turned grave as he held on bitterly. However, after Yin Qixue shouted, the Scarlet Flame Chief's bones crackled continuously. Its body actually grew at a horrifying rate. It shook its arms and pushed away the black hand. Yin Qixue immediately vomited a mouthful of blood. His complexion was frighteningly pale. He stuffed a medicinal pill into his mouth and quickly retreated. Gua gua! After the Scarlet Flame Chief struggled free, it was like a wild horse that had broken free of its reins. It laughed strangely and moved its legs quickly on the ground. With every step it took, the ground trembled slightly. Earlier, the Scarlet Flame Chief was able to send the Guy Marquis flying with one strike. Now that its strength was berserk, no one would be able to block an attack from it. With a thought, Duanyuking executed the State of Ice. Suddenly, snowflakes drifted down from the sky. With a thought, ice walls rose from the ground, blocking the Scarlet Flame Chief. This gave everyone time to attack. Bang! 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 The Scarlet Flame Chief's huge body was like a small mountain. Thick ice walls were able to block Xiao Chen's and Sun Wei's attacks at the same time. Now, when the Scarlet Flame Chief charged in, the ice walls were like breaking dead branches, breaking into pieces. The snowflakes drifted down even more intensely. The willow catkin snowflakes had already become the size of goose feathers. A thick layer of snow covered the ground of the mountain forest. It was like winter had arrived. Duamyuking finally brought out his state of ice to its limits. Boundless wind and snow gathered. An even sharper ice wall than before soared into the sky. The Scarlet Flame Chief's unstoppable charge was finally blocked. Its huge body crashed into the tall ice wall and bounced back with a bang. However, before everyone could rejoice, the instant the Scarlet Flame Chief retreated, it swung its sword and broke the ice wall in half. However, Duamyuking had achieved his goal. He had successfully delayed the Scarlet Flame Chief. Astral swordplay, eternal light. Ji Changkong shouted, and the entire mountain forest suddenly turned pitch black. Countless stars appeared above everyone's heads. In a distant starry sky, Ji Changkong's life star suddenly lit up. A resplendent light descended, falling into the 9 heavens. The instant the light landed, Ji Changkong held his sword in his right hand and swung it. Instantly, a sword light appeared. The moment the sword light appeared, the starlight in the sky immediately dimmed. Under the illumination of the eternal light, nothing that gave off light dared to overtake its sharpness or break its radiance. The moment the sword light appeared, the starlight in the sky immediately dimmed. Under the illumination of the eternal light, nothing that gave off light dared to break its radiance. When the sword was drawn, the light illuminated the 9 heavens. The starlight dimmed. Only the light of this sword could be seen. This was the Ji clan's inherited sword technique, astral swordplay. After a year, Xiao Chan saw Ji Changkong execute this move again. It was just as breathtaking as before. This time, Xiao Chan saw something even more profound. The senior of the Ji clan who created this sword technique could only be said to be an absolute genius. Its aura was so great that it encompassed the entire universe. From Xiao Chen's point of view, although the might of this sword technique was startling, it was definitely not complete. The power of the heavens should be far more than this. Boom! The sword light was like a pillar. While Xiao Chan was thinking, it struck the Scarlet Flame Chief's chest with a bang. A horrifying wound immediately appeared on the Scarlet Flame Chief's chest. Black blood flowed out like a fountain. Everyone rejoiced in their hearts. They finally managed to injure the Scarlet Flame Chief for the first time. They saw hope for victory. Ice break. Duamyuking took advantage of the opportunity and shouted. The snow in the air gathered continuously. After a while, it formed a huge ice bird. The ice bird spread its wings and let out a cry. It looked very lifelike as it rushed at the Scarlet Flame Chief, carrying a sharp cold wind. Under the baptism of the eternal light, the Scarlet Flame Chief was significantly injured. Its originally fast, moving body started to slow down. Xiao Chen's gaze was like a pillar. When he looked carefully, he discovered that this was not the case. It was not Ji Changkong's sword light that caused the Scarlet Flame Chief's movements to turn stiff. Instead, it was caused by Duamyuking's state of ice. At the start, the effect was not big. However, as time went by, especially after the Scarlet Flame Chief was injured, the effect became very obvious. Xiao Chen looked around and saw the 4 girls following behind Duamyuking. At this moment, they were all standing in a corner far away. Ice appeared under their feet. Combined with some kind of mysterious secret technique, energy was continuously transmitted to Duamyuking's body. This caused the strength of her state of ice to increase continuously, reaching a horrifying level. Furthermore, Duamyuking's control over this state had reached a level where she could control it as she pleased. She placed all the pressure on the Scarlet Flame Chief. The others did not feel the pressure from her state at all. If it were not for Xiao Chen's deep comprehension of states, he would not have been able to see the mysteries behind it. The Scarlet Flame Chief was very intelligent. It quickly felt the mysteries behind it. It roared ferociously, and a fierce scarlet flame started burning in its eyes. Boom! The huge sword in its hand lit up with a blazing flame. The flame was like a pillar with strands of black flames lingering around it. The flames of the Scarlet Flame Chief actually showed signs of turning into a demonic flame. The Scarlet Flame Chief did its best to leap forward and held the sword with both hands. The intense flames flew out and smashed the huge ice bird into countless pieces of ice. The instant the Scarlet Flame Chief shattered the ice bird, it stabbed the sword into the ground. Instantly, a scarlet flame, with black smoke lingering around it, appeared 10 meters around it. Xiaochen stood in the distance and looked at this scene. He had a pensive look in his eyes as he muttered to himself. The flames blocked Duanmuking's state. No, not blocked, they burned it alive. Chapter 314. Unexpectedly, states could be broken in such a way. This was an eye-opener for Xiaochen. It looked like if he met cultivators with strong states in the future, he could use this method as a reference. Gua. The Scarlet Flame Chief laughed strangely. It had completely recovered its mobility. Without the suppression of the state, the wound on its chest started to heal quickly. Rise! The Scarlet Flame Chief pulled out its sword and stomped on the ground. Its speed instantly reached the speed of sound. It instantly broke through the range of Duanmuking's state. The flames that soared up formed a flaming tail and gathered back on the sword. The Scarlet Flame Chief actually hacked down at Du Hao, who had not made a move yet. This sword carried a surging heat wave. The Scarlet Flame Chief held the sword with both hands. Its strength was even more horrifying than before. Even an inferior-grade martial king would be turned into a pile of mush if struck by this sword. It looks like this Scarlet Flame Chief knows how to pick a pushover. However, is Du Hao really a pushover? Du Hao, who was dressed in black and did not carry any weapons, looked at the Scarlet Flame Chief charging at him ferociously, moving faster than the speed of sound. Du Hao's expression turned grave, but he did not panic. Furthermore, he had no intention of retreating. If he retreated now, even if he dodged the attack, he would still be injured by the shockwave. With the strength of the Scarlet Flame Chief, even if it was just the shockwave, Du Hao would be significantly injured. Hu Qi, just as the huge sword was about to land, Du Hao's left foot bounced off the ground. He leaped up gently and kicked the Scarlet Flame Chief's chest with his right foot. However, the force of this kick did not injure the Scarlet Flame Chief at all. It did not even feel any resistance. Its huge body continued to fly forward quickly. However, the strange thing was that Du Hao's kicks seemed to have some sort of adhesive force. It stuck to the Scarlet Flame Chief's chest. After that, he pushed off gently and quickly leaped over its head, arriving behind the Scarlet Flame Chief. Without waiting for his body to land on the ground, Du Hao let out an explosive shout. His body quickly flipped, and he kicked the Scarlet Flame Chief's back, creating a thunderous explosion in the air. The strength of this kick was so great that it caused the air to tremble. Countless leaves in the forest fell one after another and were immediately crushed into countless pieces. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. From the moment Du Hao jumped, turned around, and kicked, it was only the blink of an eye. However, his movements were extremely coherent. He leaped up and stuck to his opponent's chest, leaped over, and did a 180-degree horizontal kick in the air. It was as smooth as flowing water, completely natural and without the slightest flaw. The Scarlet Flame Chief, who was traveling at the speed of sound, did not expect such a sharp kick to its back. Xiaoqin's rapidly flying body could not stop at all. His center of gravity immediately became unstable, and his body shot forward like a cannonball. Bang! He hit the ground head first, creating a huge crater with a loud bang. Dust and dirt filled the air, and countless black clouds of dust immediately rose into the air. Du Hao's body landed firmly on the ground. His expression was calm, as if he had just done something insignificant. However, everyone was shocked in their hearts. The Scarlet Flame Chief, which even Duanmuking could not control with his extreme state, was actually easily toyed with in the palm of his hand. This person is not simple, Xiaochen thought to himself. This person looks ordinary, but he is not simple. Although Xiaochen looked ordinary, he brought out his combat techniques to the extreme. He borrowed force to fight force, moving 500 kilograms with a little force. Boom! The Scarlet Flame Chief was thoroughly enraged. It leaped out of the crater and brandished its huge sword, hacking at Du Hao. Every time the Scarlet Flame Chief swung its sword, a ripple appeared in space. The Tao of the holy weapon was activated once again. When the people who had not made a move saw this scene, their eyes lit up. This was a holy weapon that could be used frequently. It was almost certain that this holy weapon was not severely damaged. The Tao of it was definitely very complete. It could be used so many times in the hands of a demonic beast. If it was used by them, it would be even more powerful. The change in the natural laws made Du Hao's expression change. The Scarlet Flame Chief's figure moved left and right, far and near. He could not figure it out at all, and danger surrounded him. Furthermore, Du Hao discovered that his movement technique was restricted as well. He clearly felt that he had advanced 10 meters, but in reality, he had only advanced 5 meters. Furthermore, his direction was very wrong. This was the might of a holy weapon. It contained the great Tao. It used the power of the sages to change the natural laws, disrupting the natural laws. In a battle, it would truly throw people into confusion. Du Hao's expression changed completely. He knew that if this continued, he would be struck sooner or later. With his defense, he would not have any chance of surviving the Scarlet Flame Chief's attack. Retreat. Taking advantage of the sword chopping down, Du Hao's expression turned grave. He smashed his palm against the tip of the sword. Using the huge force from the tip of the sword, he quickly moved back. In an instant, he moved 500 meters. After that, he landed firmly on the ground. His complexion was somewhat pale, and blood leaked out from the corner of his mouth. There was too little time. In the end, the force contained in the tip of the sword was not completely resolved. This Scarlet Flame Chief will not be able to last much longer. It has not obtained the recognition of the holy weapon. It recklessly used the natural laws. It cannot endure the formless pressure of the heavenly Taos. The Guy Marquis, who also possessed a holy weapon, spoke with a pale complexion. Earlier, he had forcefully clashed with the Scarlet Flame Chief. Even now, he had not recovered from his internal injuries. When everyone heard this, they looked carefully. It was indeed as he said. The Scarlet Flame Chief's body, which had previously swelled up, had become thinner at some point in time. Furthermore, its aura was much weaker than before. The sword wound that Ji Chongkong left on its chest did not recover. Instead, it became more intense. The blood from the wound became even more horrifying. Blood kills the world, fresh clothes, and furious horses. Setting sun and lonely soul, 100 battles, startling deities. Earth-shattering and heaven-shaking, finger-piercing the heavens. Hua Yunfei, Shi Feng, and Sun Wei, who had not made a move yet, finally made their move after storing up energy for a long time. They executed the peak attacks of the inherited martial techniques without holding anything back. Instantly, all sorts of lights flickered in the forest and a strong wind blew. The energies of the 3 inherited martial techniques merged together and surged in the air. Many trees were chopped in half at the waist, turning into countless pieces. Facing the 3 horrifying attacks, the Scarlet Flame Chief revealed a look of fear on its ugly face. It looked at the profound ice flower on the mound, its eyes filled with dissatisfaction. The huge sword swung up and changed the natural laws again, trying to block the attacks of the 3. However, this time, when it was only swung its sword halfway, the huge sword in its hand went out of control and flew out. The natural laws shattered, and the Scarlet Flame Chief suffered a huge backlash. It vomited large mouthfuls of blood and became very weak. Bang! 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 There were 3 loud sounds as the attacks of the 3 landed on the Scarlet Flame Chief. The incredibly weak Scarlet Flame Chief could not withstand the attacks of the 3 inherited martial techniques. The Scarlet Flame Chief's body was badly mutilated. Black fiendish chi flowed out continuously. Its life force quickly faded. I, Hua Yunfei, want this holy weapon. Scram. The holy weapon is mine, Sun Wei's. Only I, Shi Feng, am qualified to obtain the holy weapon. Seeing the holy weapon fly out, after the 3 made their moves, they no longer cared about the severely injured Scarlet Flame Chief. They immediately started a fight over the holy weapon, not giving way to each other. It had to be said that this scene was very ironic. The Gi Marquis and Yin Shishue were injured. Ji Changkong and Mu Yinshue had exhausted a lot of essence. Duan Miking's attention was completely focused on the profound ice flower. The only ones who could continue fighting for the holy weapon were Xiao Chun and Chu Chaoyan, who had not made a move yet. However, the gazes of the two of them were not on the holy weapon. Instead, they were on the severely injured Scarlet Flame Chief on the ground. The Scarlet Flame Chief was a demonic beast that had started to comprehend demonic fire. Its demonic core was worth at least 1,000 medial-grade spirit stones. The holy weapon was too eye-catching. Even if they managed to snatch it, they might not be able to leave safely. However, the demonic core was different. It did not have an obvious target. Furthermore, its effects were very direct. It was unlike a holy weapon. Even if one obtained it, one would need a long time to comprehend the Tao within. Otherwise, if one recklessly used the power of a holy weapon, the Scarlet Flame Chief was a good example. How could the laws of heaven and earth change so easily? The two of them exchanged glances. Their gazes were like swords clashing in the air. Their auras did not give way. They were determined to obtain the Scarlet Flame Chief's demonic core. Hu Qi. Suddenly, Chu Chaoyan made his move. He sent out 2 strands of sharp sword qi from his fingers. In an instant, he dug out the demonic core in the Scarlet Flame Chief's chest. The Scarlet Flame Chief cried out in pain. However, it was to no avail. It did not have any ability to resist. After the demonic core left its body, the scarlet flames burning in its eyes were completely extinguished. The purple demonic core burned with scarlet flames as it quickly flew out of the Scarlet Flame Chief's body. Chu Chaoyan stretched out his hand, and a suction force immediately appeared, sucking the demonic core into his hand. However, Xiao Chun did not give him this opportunity. He started circulating the blue dragon cloud's soaring art. His speed immediately reached its peak, and he caught up to the demonic core that continued to fly. Bang! Just as Xiao Chun caught the demonic core, Chu Chaoyan arrived. He used his palm as a saber and chopped down on Xiao Chen's wrist. The purple demonic core immediately left his hand and flew high into the air. Bang! 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 The two of them immediately leaped into the air and exchanged moves continuously. Punches and palms flew back and forth. Energy flew everywhere. In an instant, they exchanged dozens of moves. The intense wind blew the purple demonic core higher and higher. Boom! Suddenly, a golden light flashed in Chu Chaoyan's eyes. He immediately shot out a strand of golden flames at Xiao Chen's face. Xiao Chen quickly used the purple thunder true fire to resist. Bang! The heavenly fire scattered the purple flames. However, the golden flames continued flying toward Xiao Chun. Helpless, Xiao Chun could only land and quickly dodge. Sorry, this demonic core belongs to me. Chu Chaoyan smiled gently and leaped into the air again. It looked like he was about to grab the demonic core. After Xiao Chun landed, he did not panic. He instantly activated the Windwalk shoes, and his speed reached the speed of sound. Just as Chu Chaoyan was about to succeed, Xiao Chun turned into a beam of purple light and flashed by. Chu Chaoyan turned into a beam of purple light and flashed in front of Chu Chaoyan. When the purple light vanished, Chu Chaoyan clenched his fist but found nothing. Without any hesitation, Xiao Chun quickly tossed the burning demonic core into the universe ring. He did not give Chu Chaoyan any more chances. Chapter 315. Dong! 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 Urgent footsteps came from all directions. The people in the periphery had sensed that the Scarlet Flame Chief's aura had disappeared and were rushing over. After Chu Chaoyan landed, he saw the crowd rushing over. A strange look flashed in his eyes. Finally, he shook his head and gave up on the fight for the demonic core. This was not the time to fight yet. The truly good things had not appeared in the Firely sect. If both sides were injured, it would only benefit the others. It was not worth it for a demonic core containing an inferior grade demonic flame. Hua Yunfei split apart Sun Wei and Sure Feng with his sword. Then he grasped the huge sword firmly and laughed. This holy weapon is mine. Sun Wei and Sure Feng combined were not a match for Hua Yunfei, who had comprehended the ancient blood soul. In the end, he was more skilled and managed to snatch the holy weapon. Kassier, Kassier. However, just as he finished speaking, the huge sword began to shatter into pieces. After a while, only the hilt was left of the huge sword, which was still as good as before. Hua Yunfei was completely stunned. He said in disbelief, "How can it be like this?" Sun Wei and Sure Feng were both stunned as well. Then they laughed loudly. "Hua Yunfei, it looks like you are not fated to obtain a holy weapon." Ji Changkong said indifferently, "This holy weapon was not maintained properly and was used carelessly. Furthermore, it has been around for too long. It is normal for it to be damaged." Hua Yunfei's face flushed red. He was extremely angry. He had not expected that the holy weapon that he had obtained after so much difficulty would end up in vain. This was the same situation as in the ancient remnant. He had just snatched the sky-splitting sword, but the holy weapon automatically recognized him as its master. The Guy Marquis obtained it for nothing. Trash! Hua Yunfei shouted angrily and threw the sword hilt to the ground. The sword hilt rolled to Xiao Chen's feet. Xiao Chen glanced at it and saw that the sword hilt had cracked. There seemed to be something in it. He glanced at Hua Yunfei and saw that he had given up on the sword hilt. So he picked it up. Looking at the crowd that had gathered around him, Zhang Xian did not immediately open the sword hilt. Instead, he quietly kept it in his bosom. Has the Scarlet Flame Chief been killed? Did Duanyuking get the mysterious ice flower? When the 50 people guarding the perimeter arrived, they immediately asked. The people present pointed to the Scarlet Flame Chief's corpse on the ground. The result was obvious. Thud, thud, thud. For ice walls suddenly rose up from the mound. The ice walls quickly connected together to form a square-shaped ice palace, enveloping Duanyuking's group of 5 tightly within it. Duanyuking is really cautious, Xiao Chun thought to himself. Things have already come to this point, yet he is still worried. Everyone's gazes immediately gathered over. Someone said, "I heard that the mysterious ice flower can only be completely plucked using a very special method. I wonder if Duanyuking has grasped this method?" Another person smiled and said, "What special method? As long as he cultivates the mysterious ice incantation to the 10th layer, he will be able to easily pluck the mysterious ice chi transformation stage. This is not a secret. It is just an inherited martial technique. Others cannot practice it. The mysterious ice incantation is a peak earth-ranked cultivation technique. Could it be that Duanyuking has already cultivated it to the 10th layer? That is too horrifying. It should be true. Ever since she was defeated by Xiao Chan in Savage Forest, she has entered into a state of bitter cultivation. Her cultivation has increased at a terrifying rate. I wonder where that Xiao Chan is now." Duanyuking swore that if she does not defeat him, she will not inherit the position of the Duanmu clan's princess. After waiting for a long time, everyone started to feel bored. They started to chat about the Duanmu clan. As they chatted, the topic actually shifted to Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun was speechless. He thought back to the day when he snatched away Duanyuking's space on the heaven-soaring platform. Duanyuking said to him, "Even if some things are yours, even if you take them away, you will spit them out. It looks like I have really become her heart demon." Xiao Chun smiled bitterly in his heart. Xiao Chun was her heart demon. Ji Changkong, the Guy Marquis, Hua Yunfei, and the others were his heart demons as well. A large part of the reason why Xiao Chun accepted this mission was because he wanted to see for himself how strong these people were. After all, it was difficult to gain a concrete understanding just by relying on Fatso's side of the story. It was better to see for himself before he could truly understand. If he did not truly defeat these people, Xiao Chun would not have any thoughts of leaving the Great Qi Nation. This would leave an eternal regret in his heart, preventing him from cultivating his mental state to consummation in the future. "Look, Duanyuking is coming out. Quickly get her to open the fiery sex remnant," someone with sharp eyes quickly said. They saw the squarish ice house slowly melting. Duamyking and the others quickly walked out. The profound ice flower on the mound had completely disappeared. Hua Yunfei said sullenly, Duamyking, you have already obtained the profound ice flower. You can open the fiery sex remnant now, right? Seeing everyone's anxious gazes, Duamyking said calmly, As you wish. Xiaochen opened his hand, and a boundless frost covered the mound. The specks of frost were like stars as they entered the mound. After a while, it turned into an ice mound. Boom! Duamyking clenched his fist tightly, and the ice mound immediately exploded with a bang. Countless ice shards scattered and fell to the ground. The original mound disappeared, and a dark hole appeared. The hole was so deep that the bottom could not be seen. A cold wind blew out from it. This is the entrance to the fiery sex remnant. I have already obtained the profound ice flower. According to the agreement, I cannot enter the remnant, so I will take my leave first. After Duamyking spoke, he immediately turned and left. Immediately, there were people who could not endure it any longer. They rushed towards the entrance of the cave. However, just as they reached the entrance, someone suddenly shouted, Duanmu Qing, you cannot leave. If you leave, the profound ice palace will follow. Do you want us to cross the Ink Mountain Range? Indeed, if Duamyking left, the profound ice palace would definitely follow. Could it be that after they left, they would have to return through the core region of the Ink Forest? Although it was much less dangerous to travel on the ground than in the air, there was still the risk of death for the fatigued group of people who had just left the Ink Forest. Nothing could compare to the safety of riding the Duanmu clan's profound ice palace. There was no need to worry at all. Going to the profound ice palace meant that they would be safe. Everyone reacted and quickly agreed. Right, Duamyking, you cannot leave. Wait for us outside. You can leave only after we come out. Duamyking raised his eyebrows and looked coldly at the person who spoke. Since when can you order me around? I have already fulfilled my agreement. The fiery sex remnant is underground. Everything now has nothing to do with the Duanmu clan. Ji Chankong looked at the bottomless hole before looking at Duamyking. He said, How about this? Duamyking, we do not know if this fiery sex remnant is real or fake. How about you come with us? Given this, it was equivalent to the agreement that Duamyking had made before he came to not enter the fiery sex remnant. However, Xiao Chun could not blame Duanmu Qing for this. Duanmu Qing did not break her promise. She only used a trick that was not easy to see through. Xiao Chun smiled coldly to himself. It looks like it is, as Hua Yunfei said. Duamyking might have taken advantage of everyone's actions this time. However, this also proved that the fiery sect profound ice palace was real. There was no need to waste time here. The Duanmu clan's profound ice palace was not very attractive to Xiao Chun. It would not be a problem for him to walk out of the Ink Mountain Range with his own strength. Even if he wasted some time, he would not mind it too much. He could just treat it as experiential training. Suddenly, Xiao Chen's gaze fell on Chu Chaoyan. He discovered that Chu Chaoyan had already reached the edge of the hole. Xiao Chen no longer hesitated and silently followed. Uchi. While everyone was in a stalemate, Chu Chaoyan and Xiao Chun suddenly jumped into the hole. They were the first to enter the fiery sect remnant. Who are these two people? Why are they so fast? Let's go quickly. Otherwise, all the good things will be snatched away by them. Damn it. Don't bother so much. We should hurry up. Fortuitous encounters do not wait for anyone. Chu Chaoyan and Xiao Chen's actions immediately broke the stalemate. Many people no longer cared about how to leave. They all rushed to jump in. Only a few of the calmer people did not jump in rashly. Instead, they waited for Duamyking's reaction. Not to mention the problem of retreating, going down without any understanding of the fiery sect remnant was not a wise move. Since Duamyking was able to discover the fiery sect remnant, he definitely had a better understanding of the fiery sect remnant than the others. Furthermore, he had the profound ice palace to back him up. There was no need to worry about breaking through the Ink-Li sect remnant. Clearly, following Duamyking was the wisest decision at this point. Although they were unwilling, they had no other choice. Duemyuking muttered to himself for a while before saying, "It does not matter. I can accompany everyone to verify the authenticity of the Fire-Lee sect remnant." Xiao Qian's attitude indirectly hinted that everyone would have a chance to leave with the profound ice palace. Sometimes, there was no need to be so direct. It was fine as long as everyone understood. The few of them each harbored their own thoughts. Under Duemyuking's lead, they slowly jumped into the deep hole. Wang, Xiao Chun, and Chu Chaoyan landed on the ground at the same time. The two of them exchanged glances and ignored each other, focusing their attention on the scene before them. Chapter 316. In front of the two was a simple bronze door. Two oil lamps hung on both sides of the door. Purple flames flickered in the oil lamps, slightly illuminating the surroundings. Chu Chaoyan smiled faintly and said, "Interesting, the oil lamps are actually still lit." A huge three-legged cauldron was carved on the door. There were dragons and phoenixes carved on the cauldron. There were 4 soaring white clouds above the cauldron. This was the first time Xiao Chun had seen white flames, so he felt it was strange. The door was tightly shut, giving off a strong sense of history. An ancient aura assaulted their faces. Dong, dong, dong. The sound of people landing resounded. The other scions and cultivators landed one after another. Then, they immediately swarmed to the bronze door. In an instant, Xiao Chun and Chu Chaoyan's figures were buried in the crowd. When they saw the carvings on the bronze door, many people sighed in amazement. It really is the Fire-Lee sect's remnant. The three-legged cauldron is the Fire-Lee sect's cornerstone treasure, the Dragon Fear Cauldron. The purple clouds on top of the cauldron should be the Lunar True Flame. This branch hall has 4 Lunar True Flames. It looks like its position is not simple. Yes, the Fire-Lee sect's main hall has 9 Lunar True Flames. The other branches are divided into 8 ranks based on the number of flames. There are 4 flames here. At the very least, it should not be the worst. Haha, it looks like Duemyuking did not lie to us. However, how does this door open? Can it be pushed? These people were all outstanding talents of the younger generation. Many of them had ancient books in the libraries of their clans. There was no lack of knowledgeable people. They immediately understood the meaning of the carvings on the bronze door. However, when they saw the tightly shut bronze door, they did not dare to push it open. The Fire-Lee sect was best at forging secret treasures. Forging secret treasures required the study of formations. It was hard to guarantee that there were no formations on the bronze door. Trying it rashly would just be seeking death. A young expert from the Dongming province stepped forward and said, "Let me try." This person wore cultivator robes of alternating blue and white. He had thick eyebrows and large eyes. He was 16 meters tall and had a stocky build. The muscles on his chest bulged like small hills. He carried a thick saber on his back. It was obvious that he was an expert in hard body techniques. He's Wen Yinbin. It's said that he's the #1 physical cultivator in Dongming. Even without using Yuan Qi, he can reach 15,000 pounds of force with one palm strike. This bronze door is almost 5,000 kilograms. This person might be able to open it. Furthermore, without using essence, it might not cause the formation to rebound. Everyone recognized Wen Yinbin and hurriedly invited him forward. At this time, someone was opening the door, so everyone was naturally happy. Wen Yinbin stretched out his right hand and gently placed it on the door on the left. He slightly rubbed it, then switched to the door on the right and rubbed it. Seeing that nothing out of the ordinary had happened, Zhang Xian calmed down slightly. He took a deep breath and quickly retracted his right hand. Then, he slammed his palm against the bronze door. Bang! The entire underground space began to shake, but the bronze gate did not move at all. There was no movement at all. Again, Wen Yinbin roared, and the muscles on his right arm doubled in size. He continuously smashed at the bronze gate. Bang! 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 The continuous loud sounds reverberated throughout the underground space. The huge force was transmitted to the ground, causing the surroundings to shake. Rocks kept falling from above. However, there was still no reaction from the bronze gate. There was no movement at all. Not even a small opening appeared. How can it be like this? There is no movement at all. Could it be that there is no way to open this bronze gate? The crowd exclaimed in astonishment. The continuous attacks caused Wen Yinbin's complexion to turn somewhat pale. This was how physical attacks worked. At least 30% of the force that struck the opponent would be reflected back to him. Each of Zhang Xian's palm strikes contained no less than 5,000 kilograms of force. When the rebound force accumulated, it was already a threat to Zhang Xian's meridians and internal organs. Seeing that there was still no movement, Wen Yinbin made up his mind. A ruthless look flashed in his eyes. Suddenly, Xiao Qin's right palm became larger. He clenched his fist and punched out ferociously. When Wen Yinbin punched out, even the air exploded. This punch contained his full strength. It contained 10,000 kilograms of force. Bang! There was a loud explosion, and the huge force rebounded. The internal injuries that Wen Yinbin had been suppressing erupted. He vomited a mouthful of blood and flew back. The entire space shook for a long time before it slowly stopped. However, there was still no reaction from the bronze gate. It did not even open a crack. Seeing Wen Yinbin sitting on the ground with a pale complexion and circulating his qi, everyone could not help but feel anxious. Someone said, "Since we cannot open this door with brute force, there should be some sort of mechanism. Open it." I don't think so. Perhaps his strength has not reached a certain level. Perhaps he can use his essence to test it out. Duan is here. Let her take a look. As the crowd discussed intensely, Duan Muking, Ji Chongkong, and the others slowly walked over from the back of the crowd. At this moment, no one said anything about an agreement. The most important thing was to open the gate. Duan Muking's appearance gave everyone hope. Everyone gave way, opening a path for Dim Muking to walk to the front. When Duan Muking saw everyone's eager expressions, there was no change in his expression. It was just like before, cold and beautiful, without a trace of the mundane world. Duan Muking slowly walked forward and arrived before the bronze gate. Then, he inserted his hands into the two pillars on the left and right of the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron. His fingers dug in deeply. The Dragon Phoenix Cauldron had 3 pillars, one on the left and one on the right. The third pillar would only merge when the 2 doors were joined together. What's going on? When the crowd saw this, they were confused. The bronze gate weighed 5,000 kilograms. How could it be inserted so easily? When the crowd looked carefully, they discovered that Duan Muking had not used brute force to insert his fingers. Instead, it was the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron's pillars. There were originally 5 finger holes. However, because of the light and the carvings, it created an illusion. It was easy to overlook them. Creak! Duan Muking gently pulled with both hands. The bronze gate that had troubled the crowd for a long time, the one that Wen Yinbin could not push open even with his 10,000 kilograms of force, easily opened. So this door is supposed to be pulled, not pushed. I've had this feeling for a long time, someone said after realizing it. Wen Yinbin, who was on the ground, had already recovered. He was so angry that he nearly vomited blood again. When he heard this, he thought about his earlier actions. They were extremely foolish. A majestic hall appeared in front of everyone's vision. Wind blew under their feet, and they all entered. There was a corridor in the center of the hall. There were many stone pillars at the side. An armored warrior stood in the middle of each pillar, holding a sword in his hand. When Xiao Qin looked around, this place did not look like it had been damaged at all. It was like thousands of years had not affected this place at all. Xiao Qin touched the stone pillar. The stone pillar was smooth, without a speck of dust. It was like someone cleaned it regularly. At the end of the corridor was a scarlet throne. A golden-armored warrior sat on it. 2 silver-armored warriors stood on both sides of the throne. They wore silver battle armor and had silver-sheathed swords at their waists. Xiao Qin looked at the golden-armored warrior. The golden-armored warrior was clad in golden battle armor and wore a golden mask. Its eyes were empty. However, its gaze gave off an incomparably deep feeling. It was clearly an inanimate object. It seemed somewhat contradictory. After Xiao Qin probed it, he discovered that it was really an inanimate object. It was filled with all sorts of metal parts. So he withdrew his gaze. This should be the main hall of the Firely Sect's branch hall. I should go to their refining room and the library to take a look. The good things should be there. Xiao Chun thought to himself. He looked around the hall, searching for other paths. The 50 or 60 people all had excited expressions on their faces as they rummaged around, hoping to find something useful. It would be even better if it was a secret treasure. These armored warriors might be combat puppets unique to the Firely sect. I wonder if they can still be used. A few years ago, the Linlang Pavilion in the Imperial Capital auctioned one and sold it for a sky-high price, someone from the royal court said. When they heard this person say that, the others quickly stopped what they were doing and rushed to the armored warriors in the hall. Some went to retrieve their swords. Some wanted to remove their helmets to take a look. Pussy-eye, pussy-eye. Just as the crowd was inspecting the armored warriors, all of them moved. The surrounding people were startled and quickly scattered. Kassiye. All the armored warriors drew their swords at the same time. Sword lights flashed as they quickly attacked the surrounding people. They can still be used. We're going to be rich this time. These armored warriors are so complete. They can definitely be sold for a sky-high price. The cultivator from the royal court who spoke earlier said excitedly. When the crowd heard him say this, their fighting spirit immediately rose. They charged at the 20-odd armored warriors. The armored warriors were at the level of an inferior grade martial saint. They could send out dim sword chi. However, because they were wearing armor, they did not have any life force. They were impervious to weapons and could not feel pain. Despite having the advantage in numbers, the crowd was unable to subdue these armored warriors in a short period of time. Because Xiao Chun was standing further away, he did not receive any attacks from the armored warriors. Furthermore, there were very few armored warriors. Every armored warrior was surrounded by 3 or 4 cultivators. The scene was somewhat chaotic. Xiao Chun could not be bothered to join in on the excitement. He returned his gaze to the golden armored warrior on the scarlet throne. The 10 people fighting with the Scarlet Flame Chief and Duanmuking had not made a move yet. Their gazes were also on the 3 combat puppets on the scarlet throne. There was no reason for it. The combat prowess of the armored warriors was not high. The 10 of them did not care about them. Since they had come to a treasure trove, their standards were naturally much higher. Huchi, aside from Xiao Chun, the 11 of them made a move at the same time. They pushed off the ground and quickly flew towards the scarlet throne. All sorts of lights were released. It was very beautiful. Wong. When the 2 silver-armored warriors beside the throne felt the auras of the 10, their empty eyes lit up with a scarlet light. They suddenly came to life. Chapter 317. 2 dense silver sword chi tore through the air and headed for the 3 people in front. The silver sword chi was as resplendent as a pillar. What a dense sword chi! It is equivalent to the strength of a peak martial saint, Xiao Chun said in astonishment as he looked at the 2 sword chi. Although Xiao Chun wanted those 3 combat puppets that were clearly different from the others, there was not enough meat to go around. If he fought over them, he would exhaust a lot of his strength. The Firely sect remnant would definitely have more than this. It was not time for him to go all out yet. Pooh! Just as Xiao Chun was thinking, a cold light flew at him. Xiao Chun pushed off the ground and instantly retreated tens of meters. Xiao Chun looked to the side and saw an iron-armored warrior. After it injured a cultivator, it broke out of the encirclement and charged at Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun had a calm expression as he smiled gently. Good timing. I could take a look at what these combat puppets are. Kung! Kung! The iron-armored warrior's heavy body leaped quickly on the ground. With every step it took, the armor on its body clashed with each other, giving off a melodious sound. Drawing the saber, Xiao Chun drew the lunar shadow saber with a kassiye sound and swung it. It was like a roaring bolt of lightning. Its speed and strength were at their peak. With a shio sound, it knocked away the sword in the iron-armored warrior's hand. It is still too weak. This iron-armored warrior does not have much value. Xiao Chun shook his head slightly and sheathed the lunar shadow saber. Xiao Chun took a step forward and tilted his head slightly, easily dodging the iron-armored warrior's attack. He clenched his fist and punched the iron-armored warrior. Boom! 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 The iron-armored warrior took 3 steps back. The heavy force caused the armor on its body to tremble. It was a loud cracking sound. Now, a casual punch from me can achieve 10,000 kilograms of force. For it to be able to receive a punch from me without shattering its bones, its defense is pretty good. Xiao Chen evaluated in his heart. He casually moved back and dodged the iron-armored warrior's attack again. Since the walls of the main hall were already behind him, Xiao Chen no longer intended to retreat. He stood where he was and held the lunar shadow saber in his left hand. He opened his right hand and used his palm as a saber, easily blocking the iron-armored warrior's attack. Its speed was not good either. It barely reached Mach 2. However, the way it attacked was very orderly, like it contained a shadow of several fist techniques. The iron-armored warrior's ancestors of the Firely sect were really geniuses. Xiao Chun easily exchanged moves with the iron-armored warrior with one. After exchanging a few moves, Xiao Chun it. His speed was comparable to a medial-grade martial saint's. His strength was barely at inferior-grade martial saint's. His defense was startling. His overall combat prowess was at the peak of medial-grade martial saint. However, the iron-armored warrior's energy source would eventually run out. It would not be able to fight indefinitely. At that time, it would become a pile of scrap metal. The three people surrounding the iron-armored warrior were completely dumbfounded. Earlier, the three of them had used their full power and could only barely suppress this iron-armored warrior. This was because the iron-armored warrior's defense was too strong. However, in Xiao Chen's hands, he did not even need to move his hand to easily toy with the iron-armored warrior. Bang! Xiao Chen shouted. He could not be bothered to continue playing with it. He punched with 60% of his strength, instantly reaching 25,000 kilograms of force. The iron-armored warrior was knocked to the ground. It struggled for a while before it stopped moving. After waiting for a while, Xiao Chun bent down and flipped the iron-armored warrior over. He discovered a tightly shut metal door on the back of the battle armor. The metal door was tightly shut. There was no way to open it. Xiao Chun found a small protruding metal plate at the side and pressed it without hesitation. Cassier. The two small metal doors immediately opened, revealing indentations filled with inferior-grade spirit stones. There were a total of 20 inferior-grade spirit stones in them. However, the spirit stones were currently dim, no different from ordinary stones. It was clear that their spiritual energy had been exhausted. So that's how it is, Xiao Chun thought to himself. Using spirit stones as a source of energy, it was more or less what he expected. If he embedded a medial-grade spirit stone into it, its might increase. When the three people saw Xiao Chen's actions, they suddenly reacted. They had discovered this combat puppet first. In the end, Xiao Chen treated it as his own. You are seeking death. You actually dare to snatch my things? How reckless. One of them snorted coldly. Then, he swung his saber at Xiao Chun. The other two were not slow. They attacked almost at the same time. 3 saber lights and sword images flew at Xiao Chun with ferocious auras. Xiao Chen raised his head slightly. There were no fluctuations in his calm eyes. He appeared indifferent, clearly dispirited. These 3 people were not enough for him. Glittering Wukuwei. Xiao Chun drew the lunar shadow saber at lightning speed. He brandished the saber 3 times in the air, and 3 strands of extremely dense purple saber chi comparable to that of a martial king appeared. In an instant, the saber and sword moves of the 3 people shattered. The weapons in their hands could not withstand the pressure and shattered. Bang! 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 The momentum of the saber chi did not decrease. It struck the protective essence of the 3 people and left horrifying wounds on their chests. Blood immediately spurted out. The intense shockwave blew the 3 people far away. They even tumbled miserably a few times. This was the result of Xiao Chun showing mercy. If the saber chi contained the state of thunder, these 3 strands of saber chi would have easily chopped them in half. If it were a martial saint who had not comprehended a state, even a peak superior grade martial saint, Xiao Chun would be able to kill them easily. In the martial saint realm, he was only a step away from being unrivaled. Quick leave. We cannot offend this person. The three people on the ground did not care about their wounds. They looked at Xiao Chun with horror in their eyes and quickly left the place. Seeing that they had already left, Xiao Chun could not be bothered to chase after them. He focused his gaze on the inferior grade spirit stones once again, revealing a curious gaze. "Take them out and see what exactly is inside," Xiao Chun said softly. Then he tossed out the spirit stones one by one. Finally, he saw a protruding needle at the bottom of the groove. After hesitating for a while, Xiao Chun touched the needle with his index finger. He felt a slight pain, and the needle immediately pricked his index finger. Blood flowed from his finger, and countless pieces of information quickly appeared in Xiao Chun's mind. The information was like the sea, giving Xiao Chun a splitting headache. However, this did not last for long. After 3 breaths, the headache immediately disappeared. After he sorted through the information, Xiao Chun slowly accepted it. Flowing cloud sword technique, Wuyue fist technique, everlasting flowing water, a general outline of martial techniques appeared in his mind. Xiao Chun reacted. These were all the martial techniques of the iron-armored warriors. There were fist techniques, leg techniques, movement techniques, sword techniques, saber techniques, and spear techniques. Finally, all this information disappeared. Xiao Chun felt extremely weak while coming at him. However, his spiritual sense immediately swallowed it up. This should be the will left behind by the previous master of the iron-armored warrior. It has been too long. It is already insignificant. Next, it should be time for me to infuse my will into it. Xiao Chun controlled his will and extended it down his arm, entering the interior of the iron-armored warrior. Then, he imprinted his will on it. When he released his finger, Xiao Chun immediately felt like he had a clone. However, this clone could not move yet. Xiao Chun took out an inferior grade spirit stone from the universe ring and placed it in. Then, he closed the small metal door behind the iron-armored warrior. With a thought, the iron-armored warrior stood up. Xiao Chun controlled the iron-armored warrior. He felt that it was very convenient and simple. There were 2 ways to control it. One was to control it actively. It was as easy as moving his own arm. The other was to control it autonomously. He could lock onto an enemy and let the iron-armored warrior attack on its own. Xiao Chun tried to lock onto a stone pillar for it to immediately attack. After that, there was no need for Xiao Chun to worry. Xiao Chun smiled gently and said indifferently, "The people of the Firely sect are truly geniuses. To think that they could do something like this. Not only did they inherit the method of creating secret treasures from the ancient times, they even created a secret treasure like the combat puppet. In the end, due to the exhaustion of spiritual energy, aside from a few that were completely destroyed, the rest of the iron-armored warriors were controlled by someone else. It looked like the issue of spiritual energy was the combat puppet's greatest weakness. If it did not have this weakness, the combat puppet would be nearly perfect." Xiao Chun shifted his gaze upwards. The 2 silver combat puppets were still as tyrannical and ferocious as before. They brandished their swords, and sharp sword chi spread out continuously. Even the air was sliced in half. The 10 of them fought an intense battle. All sorts of martial techniques and sword chi struck the other party. However, to the combat puppets that did not feel pain, they could not feel it at all. A strange scene occurred on the battlefield. The silver-armored warrior, who was only a peak superior grade martial saint, suppressed 10 peak superior grade martial saints with deep cultivations. Of course, this was also because the 10 of them knew that they could defeat the other party by exhausting the other party's essence. All they had to do was drag out some time. There was no need to waste a huge battle. Clearly, the true enemy was not the silver-armored warrior. Instead, it was the teammates that were fighting the silver-armored warrior. They are far from exhausted of spiritual energy. It looks like these silver combat puppets use medial grade spirit stones, Xiao Chun thought to himself. If the silver-armored warrior could revive, then the golden-armored warrior on the throne should be able to revive as well. If the silver one was a peak martial saint, then the golden-armored warrior would be a martial king. A completely loyal martial king helper that did not feel pain, did not know fatigue, and did not know what that meant. Everyone here knew what that meant. That meant that the golden armored warrior would be able to double their strength. In this fiery sect remnant, they would have the best trump card in the upcoming fight for the secret treasure. The reason why these 10 people had not used their trump cards to deal with the 2 silver-armored warriors was probably because of the golden armored warrior on the throne. The outstanding talents that subdued the iron-armored warriors felt their confidence swell. They felt that they could deal with the golden armored warrior with their strength. Compared to the 10 demonic geniuses, they might be weaker. However, with the iron-armored warriors, they might have a chance if they took advantage of the crisis. They all stared at the golden armored warrior on the scarlet throne, waiting for the golden armored warrior to wake up and take action. Chapter 3:18. Xiao Qian's gaze was focused on the golden armored warrior. Like everyone else, Xiao Qian was very interested in this golden armored warrior. However, Xiao Qian thought even further. Even if he obtained the golden armored warrior, how to make it recognize him as its master was a problem. An iron-armored warrior required 3 breaths of time to recognize a master. The golden-armored warrior would definitely take longer. During this time, how to ensure that others would not make a move on him was the key. I have to think of a way to retreat in advance. Xiao Qian looked at the 2 intersections behind the throne. He thought quickly and silently turned around. Xiao Qian hid himself in the shadows. While everyone's attention was focused on the battle between the silver-armored warrior and the scarlet throne, he quickly made his way to the intersection. Xiao Qian avoided everyone's gazes and walked quickly to the intersection. 10 minutes later, he returned to the main hall without a sound. He already had a plan in mind. The light of the 2 silver-armored warriors had already dimmed. It looked like they would not be able to last much longer. Once the silver-armored warrior fell, the golden-armored warrior would probably wake up. At that time, the true battle would begin. An inconspicuous patch of white appeared at the end of Duamyuking's black hair. Clearly, this was the prelude to circulating the profound ice incantation. A red figure was faintly discernible behind Hua Yunfei. The sword in his hand was spitting out a strange red sword light. Countless stars flickered in Ji Changkong's eyes. A resplendent river of stars surrounded him, slowly giving off a gentle light. Starlight shot out in all directions. Only one of his fate stars was dim and incomparably silent. The Guy Marquis wore golden battle armor and held the sky-splitting sword in his hand. He had a grave and stern expression, and there was a righteous qi gathering on his forehead. Xiao Qian shifted his gaze to Chu Chaoyan. Chu Chaoyan appeared very carefree. His expression was as calm as before. However, Xiao Qian could feel that the holy weapon on his back was gathering a boundless aura. It was even trembling slightly. He seemed extremely excited, waiting for the moment he unsheathed it to shock everyone. The other cultivators below also rubbed their palms in anticipation. They controlled the iron-armored warriors to draw their weapons and unleash their auras without holding back. For a time, undercurrents surged in the main hall while various imposing auras surged without end, yet it seemed to be extremely quiet. This was the calm before the storm. Other than the sound of the sword key produced by the silver-armored warrior, even the heavy breathing of the crowd could be heard. Everyone's attention was raised to the extreme as they stared at the golden-armored warrior sitting on the throne. Their eyes were filled with a crazed desire. The 2 silver-armored warriors finally ran out of spiritual energy and fell to the ground with a bang. The instant the golden-armored warrior fell, 2 strands of golden light suddenly appeared in the empty eyes of the golden-armored warrior. He stood up from his throne. Clang, clang. The golden battle armor on Xiao Qian's body clashed with each other, giving off clanging sounds that reverberated in the main hall. The golden-armored warrior drew the golden sword at his waist. Instantly, an aura equal to that of a peak inferior grade martial king spread out from his body. However, just at this moment, the killing moves that the 10 of them had prepared for a long time were finally unleashed without holding back. Astral swordplay, gathering stars. Ji Changkong shouted, and the sword in his hand released an incomparably dazzling light. The star that belonged to him immediately lit up with a resplendent light within the river of stars that was overflowing with light. Blood soul possession, blood killing the world. Hua Yunfei roared ferociously, and the indistinct scarlet figure behind him finally solidified and merged into his body. His eyes immediately turned scarlet, and his lips curled up in a sinister smile. His aura rose infinitely, and the scarlet sword in his hand gave off a bright red light. It seemed like it could engulf the world. Profound ice break, absolute zero. Duamuking's black hair suddenly turned snow white. His eyes lost all worldly fire. He looked like an emotionless fairy from the heavens. Countless snowflakes drifted down from the sky, and the surrounding temperature plummeted. The cold penetrated deep into one's bones. The Gi Marquis, Ing Xiao, did not say anything unnecessary. He swung the holy weapon in his hand, and a vague fluctuation appeared in the natural laws. He drew on the power of the heavenly Tao and attacked the golden-armored warrior. The 10 demonic geniuses made their moves one after another. Lights of various colors bloomed, and shockwaves spread through the air. Many of the cultivators preparing to join in the fun were knocked back by the shockwaves. Such a horrifying attack had been prepared for a long time. Even a regular medial grade martial king would not have any other ending. They would die on the spot. They would not even have the chance to dodge. Xiao Qian's eyes were like lightning. Just as he was about to use the lightning evasion, he suddenly stopped and stared at the scarlet throne. The instant the golden-armored warrior stood up, the scarlet throne seemed to rise by 2 centimeters for no reason. Furthermore, Xiao Qian's spiritual sense felt a strong mental energy on it, disappearing in a flash. What's going on? Did I see wrong? Xiao Qian thought suspiciously. Just as Xiao Qian was feeling suspicious, the attacks of the 10 peak martial saints struck the golden-armored warrior at the same time. There was a loud sound, and a horrifying shockwave exploded above the throne. Boom! The 12 stone pillars in the main hall shattered. The cultivators below could not dodge in time. The shockwave struck them, causing them to vomit blood and fall to the ground. The entire main hall started to shake violently. Rocks fell from the ceiling like raindrops, crashing down incessantly. The main hall looked like it was going to collapse soon. Dust filled the air, and rocks fell like rain. The people on the ground fled in all directions. The place was extremely chaotic. Amid the chaos, a golden light suddenly lit up as the dust filled the air. It was as dazzling as the sun, dazzling everyone's eyes. It was Chu Chaoyun, who had been silent for a long time, making his move. Golden ripples appeared in the air as if the entire world was being torn apart. In an instant, Chu Chaoyun suppressed the peak attacks of the 9 cultivators. The 9 cultivators were all knocked back. This was Chu Chaoyun's strength. The moment he drew his holy weapon, a sword light appeared and suppressed everyone. Although Chu Chaoyun had the advantage of striking after the enemy attacked, this strength could not be erased, no matter what. Bang! Chu Chaoyun held the golden-armored warrior, whose energy had been drained by everyone, in his embrace. Then, he smashed a large hole in the wall behind the throne. Then, he jumped in without hesitation. This palm added a fire to the shaking hall, and it began to collapse with a loud rumble. Let's go quickly. The hall is going to collapse. If we do not leave now, we will die. When the other cultivators saw that the situation was bad, they executed their trump cards to flee the main hall. The 9 cultivators that Chu Chaoyun knocked back did not hesitate. They revealed furious expressions as they followed Chu Chaoyun and jumped into the large hole in the wall. Boom, boom, boom. The majestic and dignified hall completely collapsed. The huge rocks from the ceiling fell with a loud rumble, shaking the ground. It was like the sky was collapsing. After a long time, the hall, which was rumbling non-stop, finally quieted down. The hall, which was originally in perfect condition, was now in ruins. The hall was extremely dilapidated. There were broken fences and broken walls everywhere. Dust covered the ground, and smoke billowed. Cassier, on a pile of stone pillars and rocks, pieces of broken bricks slid down rapidly. A badly damaged warrior in iron armor stood up with a loud bang, and the rubble and rocks completely slid down. Xiao Chun, who was lying on the ground, patted the dust off his body and stood out from the middle, completely unharmed. Xiao Chun looked at the badly damaged, iron-armored warrior and smiled faintly. He said, "The defense of the iron-armored warrior is indeed astonishing. It helped me block the endless rocks from above. Unfortunately, it looks like it is about to be scrapped." Xiao Chun shook his head slightly and looked at the now empty ruins. Then, he shifted his gaze to the dust-covered scarlet throne. Then, he walked over with a determined gaze. "CA? CA?" Stepping on the rubble and tiles on the ground, Xiao Chun arrived at the scarlet throne step by step. However, he was not in a rush to check on the situation on the throne. Xiao Chun looked around. After he verified that there was no one around, he returned to the side of the throne. Just as he was about to check on it, he noticed the battle armor of the silver-armored warrior in a corner of the rubble. Xiao Chun sent out a few palm winds and blew away the rubble on the ground, revealing 2 silver combat puppets. Aside from the dust on the surface of the battle armor, it was surprisingly undamaged. It looked like the defense of this silver battle armor rivaled that of an inferior-grade martial king. Compared to the iron-armored warrior, it was much stronger. Xiao Chun gently waved his sleeves and immediately swept away all the dust on the silver-armored warrior. Xiao Chun squatted down and opened the small door on the back of the silver-armored warrior. As he had expected, the silver-armored warrior had indeed used medial-grade spirit stones. There were 20 of them, no more, no less. Xiao Chun took out the discarded medial-grade spirit stones from the grooves and erased the will of the predecessors. Then, he started to recognize them as his own. This recognition took 5 minutes before Xiao Chun's will was completely imprinted on them. After a while, the 2 silver-armored warriors were recognized by Xiao Chun as their masters. After he filled them with medial-grade spirit stones, the silver-armored warriors immediately recovered their vitality. When Xiao Chun swung his sword, a sharp sword chi rampaged through the rubble. Everywhere it passed, the broken walls turned into rubble. Xiao Chun nodded in satisfaction. With the addition of the 2 silver-armored warriors and the broken iron-armored warrior, he should be able to deal with Chu Chaoyun's golden-armored warrior. Recollecting his thoughts, Xiao Chun shifted his gaze back to the scarlet throne. He controlled the 3 combat puppets to move away the large rocks on the throne. After that, Xiao Chun waved his sleeves and blew away all the dust. The scarlet throne finally appeared in his vision. The entire throne was made of a mysterious scarlet material. When Xiao Chun touched the patterns on it, he found it very strange. This was the material used to polish the throne. It was not made of metal, spirit wood, or even rock. It was heavy and cool to the touch. Xiao Chun thought of the strong mental energy he felt earlier. He placed one hand on the armrest of the throne and slowly infused his spiritual sense into the throne. Chapter 319. Boom! The instant his spiritual sense entered the throne, an intense explosion resounded in Xiao Chun's ears. His mind buzzed as a boundless state of massacre infused into it. The horrifying state of massacre was like a scarlet sea. It instantly infused into every one of Xiao Chun's nerves. An uncontrollable murderous intent arose in Xiao Chun's heart. His eyes instantly turned scarlet, and his fine black hair fluttered about. His delicate face turned sinister and horrifying, like a man-eating demon. How can it be like this? Xiao Chun was horrified. He wanted to let go, but a huge force held his hand in place. He could not let go at all. I can't go on like this. My will be filled with massacre. After that, I will lose all reason and become a true murderous demon king. This state of massacre is too horrifying. Xiao Chun circulated the purple thunder divine incantation and guarded his dantian. He sank his consciousness and did his best to maintain a trace of clarity in his divine pedestal. The surging state of massacre in the Scarlet Sea was boundless and overwhelming. As Xiao Chun resisted this energy, he felt incredible pain. His skin turned incredibly pale. The capillaries under his skin were clearly visible. They looked like they wanted to break free from the restraints of his skin and burst open. This feeling was several times more painful than when the blue dragon martial spirit first awakened. It was not something a human could endure. Amid the torment, Xiao Qin's consciousness started to turn blurry. He could no longer endure it and howled in pain. Bang! 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 The capillaries under Xiao Qin's skin ruptured. Tiny drops of blood instantly covered his skin, making him look like a man made of blood. Give up. Accept this unbridled state of the sand. All your pain will immediately disappear. You can even enjoy boundless power. As Xiao Qin held on bitterly, an ethereal voice rang out in his mind. The voice resounded in his ears continuously, luring him to give up resisting. No way. Xiao Qin clenched his teeth and ignored the voice in his mind. He clung to the last trace of clarity in his divine pedestal. Once he gave up resisting, he would completely become a slave of slaughter, and his original self would completely disappear. Suddenly, Xiao Qin recalled some of the records in the Compendium of Cultivation. This scarlet throne should be a secret treasure. However, it was not a secret treasure of the righteous Tao, but an evil Tao secret treasure. The owner of the secret treasure should have already died, but the evil born from the secret treasure had not disappeared. However, it had been silent for such a long time, so this will was definitely not very strong. I was just caught off guard. If his spiritual sense was really stronger than mine, he would have already devoured me. Xiao Qin gathered all of his divine senses together. With a thought, his divine senses immediately turned into a golden deity and flew toward the blood river in the deepest part of the throne. He had to find that will and destroy it. Otherwise, with such a passive resistance, it would only be a matter of time before he succumbed. The deity flew further and further away in the consciousness space. The boundless sea of blood seemed endless. However, Xiao Qin did not feel discouraged. There would always be an end to the boundless sea of blood. The consciousness space was no exception. Unless the other party was a true ancient emperor, they might not be able to condense an eternal sea of blood. After an unknown amount of time, the deity controlled by Xiao Qin finally arrived at the end of the sea of blood. There was a scarlet abyss there, and a huge scarlet head connected to the sea of blood. It looked at the deity from afar. The scarlet head roared angrily and opened its huge mouth, swallowing the golden deity in an instant. The golden deity closed its eyes and allowed the boundless blood to stick to its body. After a while, it suddenly opened its eyes, and a dazzling golden light pierced through the scarlet head. The scarlet head howled in pain. It gave up on swallowing the deity and retreated in horror. Indeed, it is as I expected. This evil will of massacre is very weak. I was just too rash. I did not have time to condense my spiritual sense and rashly send it in. Hence, I was caught off guard. This is a lesson. In the future, whenever I face something unknown, I have to be very cautious. The scarlet light in Xiao Qin's eyes faded a little. They were no longer as horrifying as before, and they slowly became clear. The scarlet head retreated to the sky above the abyss and waved its hand. A huge scarlet hand appeared above the sea of blood and smashed at the golden deity. Kill! The golden deity shouted angrily, and a sword shining with golden light appeared in its hand. It swung the sword, and the surging golden light chopped the scarlet hand into pieces. The golden deity pointed the sword at the sky, and a pillar of light rushed into the sky. Instantly, a bright light scattered down. The light turned into a golden liquid that dripped onto the sea of blood like rain. As more and more of the golden liquid merged into the sea of blood, the sea of blood started to boil and slowly turned into a golden sea. Ah, 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 ah. The scarlet head looked like it was being boiled as it cried out in pain. When the sea of blood turned completely golden, its body that was connected to the sea of blood was completely chopped off, leaving only a lonely head. Back in reality, the scarlet light in Xiao Qin's eyes vanished. His sinister expression vanished, and he calmed down. That heart-wrenching pain no longer existed. All that was left was Gu Linling's head. In this spiritual world, it could be said that there was no way out, and there was no way out. It tried several times to burrow into the sea of consciousness. In the end, when it touched the golden sea of blood, it cried out in pain. Furthermore, its head shrank. Shao Chun controlled the golden deity to send out strands of sword light. The scarlet head scurried around in the air, dodging the horrifying golden light. In the end, it is just a paper tiger, Shao Chun thought to himself. The golden deity took advantage of this opportunity. Its left hand grew infinitely large, and it grabbed the head. Don't kill me. I can recognize you as my master and establish a blood contract. I will never betray you. Also, I will tell you the secret of this massacre throne in full detail. After the scarlet head was grabbed, it begged nonstop. Evil demon, what use do I have for you? Shao Chun snorted coldly and crushed the scarlet head. This evil creature was crafty and capricious. When it grew stronger, it might immediately turn around and bite Shao Chun. It could not be left alive. As for the secret of the Scarlet Throne, Shao Chun could slowly dig it out. This was a matter of life and death. It was always better to be cautious. The instant the scarlet head was completely destroyed, the Scarlet Throne under Shao Chun's hand turned into a red beam of light and quickly entered every part of Shao Chun's body. After the beam of light entered Shao Chun's body, the wounds caused by the exploding blood vessels all over his body healed at a visible rate. After a while, Shao Chun had completely recovered. All the wounds had vanished, and his skin glowed with a white glow. It was even fairer and more tender than an ordinary woman's. Boom! The red light that flowed through every part of Shao Chun's body gathered at his forehead, forming a red throne marked the size of a pinky finger. Shao Chun withdrew his spiritual sense and looked at everything that happened to his body. He revealed a doubtful expression in his eyes. Shao Chun placed his left hand before his eyes and looked carefully. He saw that the skin was as white as frost, crystalline and translucent. This pair of hands was so beautiful that it was scary. Not only did the surface change greatly, but Shao Chun also felt a huge force when he clenched his fist. His physical body was even stronger than before. When Shao Chun saw the badly damaged, iron-armored warrior at the side, he slowly walked over and casually punched the iron-armored warrior's chest. The huge force flowed through Shao Chun's slender right arm and into his 5 fingers. There was a loud boom, and the badly damaged, iron-armored warrior immediately shattered into pieces. The various metal fragments of the armor scattered all over the ground. However, they were so broken that they could not be broken anymore. There was no way to repair them anymore. Shao Chun revealed an expression of pleasant surprise. He said with some uncertainty, after the dragon and tiger body sculpting art reached the threshold of the 4th layer, dragon, tin, and tiger bone, the strength of my next strike reached 10,000 kilograms of force. A full power strike can only achieve 15,000 kilograms of force. However, that casual strike clearly achieved 15,000 kilograms of force. Could it be that after this Scarlet Throne entered my body, it strengthened my physical body? Suddenly, Shao Chun had a guess. With the increase in strength, would a few more acupoints on his right arm open? Shao Chun checked the acupoints on his right arm. Indeed, it was as he expected. The original one had increased to 14. He was just short of 2 more before he could open all 16 acupoints on his right arm. It looks like it will not be long before the true blue dragon chi appears, Shao Chun thought excitedly. After checking to see if there were any other changes, Shao Chun took out a small knife and gently sliced his jade-like skin. Instantly, a small wound appeared and blood flowed out. However, not long after, scars appeared on the wound. Then, they quickly disappeared. His skin became as good as before. There was no way to tell that he had been injured. Unexpectedly, his body possessed the ability to heal naturally. His strength also became more reserved. The exaggerated muscles that he had trained in the past had all shrunk back. Shao Chun returned to the appearance of an ordinary person. However, the force he used had doubled. What exactly is the origin of this Scarlet Throne? Shao Chun put away the small knife, his eyes filled with doubt. Closing his eyes, Xiao Chun carefully sensed the position of the scarlet throne. A scarlet throne floated in the sea of consciousness on his forehead. A supreme might spread throughout the entire sea of consciousness. The forehead was the source of all cultivators' spiritual world. It was known as the sea of consciousness. However, only people with extremely strong mental energy could truly open their own sea of consciousness. According to the cultivation realms of the Tianwu continent, only martial monarchs could truly open their own sea of consciousness. Ordinary people would never have the chance to open their sea of consciousness in their lifetime. Hence, they would not care about this problem. After opening the sea of consciousness, cultivators could truly cultivate their mental energy. Before this, cultivators only had perception. They did not have true mental energy. In the past, because of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation, Xiao Chun could cultivate mental energy from start. His mental energy was much stronger than a regular cultivator's. It could even be said that they were on a completely different level. However, there was still a long way to go before he could open his sea of consciousness. At the very least, his cultivation realm was not high enough. Unexpectedly, he managed to open his sea of consciousness because of the Scarlet Throne. Chapter 320. Xiao Chun had not seriously studied how to use mental energy in combat. He did not have any introductory methods, so he did not care much about it. He just used his spiritual sense to probe. Xiao Chun did not see any benefits from opening his sea of consciousness in advance, so he did not need to think about it. He summoned out the throne first. With a thought, the scarlet throne mark on Xiao Chun's forehead flashed with a red light. The throne in his sea of consciousness immediately flew out. Ooh! The scarlet throne floated in the air. Xiao Chun discovered that he was already sitting on it. He placed his hands on the armrests and leaned against the back of the throne. Below the throne was a layer of churning blood-colored clouds. The reason the throne was able to float seemed to be because of this layer of blood-colored clouds. Xiao Chun felt that this scarlet throne was like his flesh and blood. That sense of intimacy was much stronger than that of the combat puppets. The two could not be compared at all. When Xiao Chun sat on the scarlet throne, an uncontrollable king's might spread out. This king's might was released unintentionally. Even Xiao Chun did not feel it. There was only a small trace of king's might, but the aura and might it contained made one's heart tremble. This king's might was comparable to a regular king's might. If an ordinary person appeared here, they would definitely not be able to withstand the pressure and fall to their knees. Fly! Xiao Chun looked ahead and locked onto a direction. The scarlet clouds drove the throne in that direction at lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, it moved more than 100 meters. Xiao Chun patted the armrest gently and muttered, "Just a casual move, and I reach the speed of sound. Furthermore, it seems like I have not had enough yet. It looks like I can reach 5 times the speed of sound if I fly at full speed. In the future, I will have another option for escaping and traveling." This was the first time Xiao Chun experienced the flying function of the Scarlet Throne. He felt somewhat excited. He flew for a long time above the ruins before stopping. Ooh! Xiao Chun tore through the scarlet clouds and landed firmly on the ground. The scarlet mark on his forehead flashed with a red light, and the Scarlet Throne immediately turned into a beam of light and returned to his sea of consciousness. The Scarlet Throne really has many secrets. I will slowly dig them out in the future, Xiao Chun said softly as he touched the mark on his forehead. Suddenly, Xiao Chun thought of something. He took out a bronze mirror from the universe ring and looked at his face. His appearance had not changed much, just that his skin was much fairer than before. Fortunately, the effects of the shape-shifting spell were still present. Otherwise, he would have been exposed and could only leave. Just as Xiao Chun was about to put down the bronze mirror, he glanced at the scarlet throne mark on his forehead. It looked like a drop of blood was imprinted on it. Xiao Chun's originally delicate face now had a strange demonic air to it. With one look, it would leave a deep impression. No, this mark is too eye-catching. If I do things here, I will be too high-profile. Xiao Chun put down the bronze mirror and took out a blue strip of cloth to cover his forehead, covering the mark. After the blue strip of cloth covered the mark, Xiao Qian's delicate face lost its demonic air and gained a refreshing look. It no longer looked eye-catching, making him look very ordinary. However, if one looked at it carefully, they would feel a sense of comfort. It was very pleasing to look at. After Xiao Qian prepared everything, he led the two silver-armored warriors away. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly discovered an empty hole below the Scarlet Throne. Unexpectedly, it is an intact, secret tunnel. Xiao Qian looked at the hole and muttered, "The secret tunnel below the throne must be a whole new world. Let's go down and take a look." After Xiao Qian spoke, he ordered the two silver-armored warriors to jump down. Then, he jumped down as well. This way, if there was any danger, the silver-armored warriors would be able to block it for a while. About 10 minutes after Xiao Qian left, a tall and stout cultivator quickly arrived at the rubble. He had an excited expression on his face as he searched the ground for something. Occasionally, he punched, sweeping away the dust on the ground. This person was the strongest person in the Dongming province with a strong physical body, Wen Yanbin. After searching for a long time, Wen Yanbin's expression finally turned anxious. He cursed, "Damn it, I reacted very quickly already. Why did I not go and look for other secret treasures? Why did I not find the two silver-armored warriors?" Suddenly, Wen Yanbin glanced around and saw that the place where the throne had been was empty. He quickly rushed over. When Wen Yanbin saw the hole below the throne, his expression became uncertain. After a while, he said sullenly, "This person must have obtained two silver-armored warriors. If I chase after him, I might not be able to defeat him. Never mind, I'll go and take a look first. I can use 10,000 kilograms of force with my full power. If I do not use my essence, I might be able to sneak attack him." Thinking of this, Wen Yanbin no longer hesitated. With a resolute expression, he jumped down from the hole. Not long after, a few more groups of people arrived. Their goal was the same as Wen Yanbin's. Naturally, they did not find the silver-armored warriors. Instead, they discovered a secret passage. These groups of people did not hesitate and jumped down one after another. The secret passage under the throne was definitely not an ordinary entrance. It was not just Xiao Qian who could think of it. The others could as well. Bang! Bang! Two heavy sounds rang out as the silver-armored warriors landed on the ground. Dang! 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 The instant the silver-armored warriors landed, strands of sword chi flew over and struck the silver-armored warriors. Xiao Qian quickly executed the gravity spell and slowed down his descent. Then, he looked down and saw a wide passageway. On both sides of the wall, there would be an oil lamp every few meters, illuminating the entire floor. The passageway was densely packed with iron-armored warriors. With a rough count, there were dozens of them. Fortunately, there were two silver-armored warriors opening the way first. Otherwise, if Xiao Qian had jumped down and suffered from so many attacks, he would not have had it easy. The two silver-armored warriors did their best to block the many iron-armored warriors. The sharp sword chi rampaged through the group of iron-armored warriors, giving off metallic sounds. The iron-armored warriors' sword chi shattered upon contact. They could not resist at all. However, the iron-armored warriors had higher defenses. Although the silver-armored warriors could shatter the other party's sword chi, their own sword chi could not kill them immediately. They needed 3 strands of sword chi to shatter an iron-armored warrior. The situation was somewhat anxious. Xiao Qian did not want to waste any more time. He recalled the two silver-armored warriors with his thoughts and decided to do it himself. After all, the iron-armored warriors were only medial-grade martial saints. Pusiai. Xiao Qian scattered the gravity spell and quickly landed on the ground. He drew his lunar shadow saber at lightning speed and sent out a purple light, chopping an iron-armored warrior charging at him in half. Glittering Wukuei, Xiao Qian shouted and infused the state of thunder into his saber technique. The purple divine Wukuei tree branch turned into a strand of saber chi flickering with electric light. The saber chi flickering with electricity flashed through the group of iron-armored warriors in the passageway. Bang! 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 Everywhere the saber chi passed, all the iron-armored warriors were chopped in half and fell to the ground. Wu Kuei transforms to chi. Xiao Chun shouted again, and his saber light danced. The superior-grade Wu Kuei tree appeared from nowhere. In an instant, it turned into countless strands of purple saber chi flying around in the passageway. A series of shattering sounds rang out in the passageway. The sharp saber chi sliced through the armored warriors like they were tofu, effortlessly slicing them into countless pieces. When the saber chi scattered, the dozens of iron-armored warriors blocking the way were all smashed to pieces. They were all dead. If others saw this, they would definitely complain about how wasteful it was. Unfortunately, the combat prowess of these iron-armored warriors was nothing to Xiao Chun. He could only barely use the silver-armored warriors. What he truly wanted were the golden-armored warriors, which were as strong as peak inferior-grade martial kings. Now that he was in a rush, there was no need to hold back. Xiao Chun sheathed his saber and instructed the two silver-armored warriors to scout ahead. Then he followed. Along the way, Xiao Chun would run into a group of iron-armored warriors every 500 meters. The state of thunder that contained holy might infused into his saber technique did not stop at all. Everywhere the saber light passed, it swept everything in its path. Killing the iron-armored warriors was as easy as slaughtering dogs. They did not stop Xiao Chun at all. Sometimes when quality was poor, quantity could not make up for it. What was the point of having so much trash? Just like that, Xiao Chun did not stop moving. After traveling for 5 kilometers and passing through a few forks, the end of the passageway finally appeared in Xiao Chun's vision. Xiao Chun stopped. There was a large door at the end of the passageway. After spending 5 minutes dealing with the guards at the door, he immediately controlled the silver-armored warriors to push the door open. After Xiao Chun saw that there was no danger, he slowly walked in. Behind the door was a small room filled with heavy bookshelves. Xiao Chun rejoiced in his heart. This should be the Firely Hall's library. However, his expression immediately changed. The bookshelves were empty. He did not see a single secret manual. Feeling somewhat dissatisfied, Xiao Chun searched around the library. Finally, he found a book with a tattered cover at the foot of a bookshelf. Although the cover was tattered, the paper was well preserved. The contents were intact. Xiao Chun's face lit up in joy. He quickly flipped through the book. He saw the introduction to the ancient era's secret treasures. This book introduced the origins and uses of the various strong secret treasures of the ancient era. Seeing this, Xiao Chun's heart sank. This book might not be the same as the secret manual for forging secret treasures that he was looking for. Indeed, it was as he expected. As he continued reading, it was all introductions to the ancient era's secret treasures, their uses, which owners used them, and how famous they were. However, there was no way to forge secret treasures. This was what Xiao Chun was concerned about. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. To think that I would look forward to a book used to pad the corner of a table. Never mind. I can only read it when I'm bored. Hey, this is the Scarlet Throne? The Scarlet Throne, a secret treasure refined by the ancient evil king. This secret treasure is a peak superior grade secret treasure. Xiao Chun suddenly saw a scarlet throne drawn on the page. He quickly looked at it seriously. However, after flipping through the book for a night, he discovered that someone had torn out the last chapter introducing the secret treasure. Feeling somewhat depressed, Xiao Chun said, "What's going on? I just got to the main point, and it's already gone." Chapter 321. Xiao Chun casually flipped through the pages of the book. Suddenly, a map fell out of the book. Xiao Chun felt it was strange as he picked it up. He discovered that it was a map of the Firely sect branch. Xiao Chun's depressed expression disappeared. He smiled and said, "Unexpectedly, there is a map inside. Let me find where the refining room is." The refining room is the true location of the Firely sect's treasures. After Xiao Chun confirmed his location, he looked around quickly, searching for the refining room. He discovered that the refining room was a kilometer northeast of him. However, that was a straight line distance. According to the directions on the map, he would have to walk another 5 kilometers after making a few turns. Xiao Chun put away the map and placed the book introducing secret treasures into his universe ring. This book was still useful after all. He could keep it in case he needed it in the future. After confirming the direction, Xiao Chun punched the wall in front of him. When 15,000 kilograms of force struck it, a human-shaped hole appeared in the thick wall. After walking another 5 kilometers, Xiao Chun no longer had the patience to do so. Furthermore, time waited for no man. If someone got ahead of him in the ancient remnant, he might not be able to obtain anything. Since the distance was only a kilometer, he would use his fist to blast a path out. As Xiao Chun used his fist to open a path, Wen Yinbin followed behind him. When he saw the large number of iron-armored warriors scattered on the ground, he had an astonished expression. This is clearly not the work of the silver-armored warriors. Instead, it is this person's true strength. Is it right for me to follow him? At this moment, Xiao Chun hesitated for the first time. However, he destroyed so many iron-armored warriors. He must have exhausted some of his strength. I'm not exhausted at all. My aura is still at its peak. If I attack him, I have a high chance of victory. Wen Yinbin found an excuse in his heart. A murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he continued to follow. Xiao Chun, who was focused on opening a path for himself, did not know that a group of people had already followed him. However, even if he knew, he would not care too much. It would be fine as long as he remained cautious. Behind him, 2 silver-armored warriors completely covered the hole in his back. He only had to worry about the danger in front of him. Boom! When the last wall was broken, Xiao Chun finally arrived at the refining room. When a huge refining room appeared before his eyes, Xiao Chun's gaze immediately turned grave. On the floor of the artifact refining room, there were various artifacts covered in dust, but with a glance, one could tell that most of them were incomplete and not of much use. In the middle of the refining room, there was a huge 3-legged cauldron with dragons and phoenixes carved on it. The legendary Dragon Phoenix Cauldron? On top of the cauldron, there were 3 balls of white flames. They were bone-chilling and floated strangely above the cauldron. They did not emit any light. Were these the legendary lunar flames? However, this was not the reason why Xiao Chun's gaze turned grave. Instead, it was because someone had rushed into the refinery ahead of him. The commotion Xiao Chun had had. The other party had noticed him, and he immediately, "Do how?" After Xiao Chun clearly saw the other party's appearance, he exclaimed in astonishment. Didn't he go to chase after Chu Chaoyan? Why is he here? The combat techniques that this person displayed in the fight with the Scarlet Flame Chief left a deep impression on Xiao Chun. Although the other party was only a superior grade martial saint and had not reached the peak, Xiao Chun did not dare to underestimate this person. Compared to some high-profile people, this person's character and martial techniques belonged to the type that would erupt in silence. His strength could not be underestimated. Otherwise, Duamyuking would not have chosen this person to help kill the Scarlet Flame Chief. Du Hao raised his head and looked at Xiao Chun. His calm face revealed a grave expression. He said, "Are you here for the Lunar True Flame and the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron as well? Could it be that the Lunar True Flame and the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron are real?" Based on the words of this person, it seems like he understands them very well. There is no harm in getting some information from him first. Xiao Chun slowly walked forward and smiled softly. Could it be that the Lunar True Flame and the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron are real? Du Hao's heart skipped a beat. He instantly knew that Xiao Chun did not know the origins of the Lunar True Flame. However, there was no harm in telling him. Perhaps he could avoid an unnecessary fight. Naturally, it is impossible for it to be real. The Dragon Phoenix Cauldrons in the Firely Sex Branch Hall are all fakes. However, they are necessary to refine secret treasures. The Lunar True Flames are only 4 strands that were separated from the lunar origin source. Your purple flame is of a yang attribute. The Lunar True Flame is an extreme yin flame. It is useless to you. The Dragon Phoenix Cauldron is a fake. I believe it is useless to you as well. You can have all the secret treasures on the ground. I only want the cauldron and the flame. What do you think? Du Hao suggested softly as he looked at Xiao Chun. Although many of the secret treasures on the ground were damaged, there were so many of them. It would not be difficult to find a few complete secret treasures. In the eyes of a normal person, choosing the secret treasures was more worthwhile. After all, as long as the secret treasures were not badly damaged, they could still be sold for some spirit stones. Xiao Chan smiled faintly. What if I make the same choice as you? When Du Hao heard this, he laughed softly. He said in a sullen voice, I already guessed your choice. In that case, we can only fight. After Du Hao spoke, he pushed off the ground and leaped into the air. He passed through the tall dragon phoenix cauldron and twisted his waist in midair. Then, he kicked out with his right leg. When Du Hao kicked out, a strong wind blew. There was a loud crack in the air. Xiao Chen's expression did not change. He was not afraid. When it came to physical strength, he had never been afraid of anything. Xiao Chen quickly stepped forward with his right foot and circulated the dragon and tiger body sculpting art. The image of a dragon and tiger surrounded his body. There was a whistling sound as he clenched his right fist and punched the incoming kick. Boom! When the fist and leg collided, there was a loud explosion. A horrifying shockwave swept past the two of them, blowing away all the damaged secret treasures on the ground. Du Hao's body quickly spun around in the air. He did not land on the ground. Instead, he kicked out with an even faster speed, piercing through the air in his way. Interesting. Right now, my ferocious tiger leaving the mountains can already achieve close to 40,000 kilograms of force. My opponent's physical strength is, at most, 1 grade higher than Wen Yanbin's. There is still a significant gap between us. Logically speaking, after receiving my punch, you should be knocked down from the sky. However, my opponent seems to have grasped an extremely profound technique to deflect force. Not only did he neutralize my force, but he also used my force when he spun around. Xiao Chen merged his own force together and kicked out even more ferociously. In that case, let's see how long your deflecting techniques can last. Xiao Chen shouted and shifted his feet, moving to the side. Xiao Chen moved in a semicircle and dodged Du Hao's sharp kick. Then, he arrived at Du Hao's side and punched at Du Hao's waist. Du Hao's expression remained calm as he looked at the position where Xiao Chen instantly moved. He quickly withdrew his move and somersaulted in the air. Then, he increased the force of his earlier kick by 10%. Du Hao's right leg was like an upside-down hook as it chopped down at Xiao Chen's head. Xiao Chen's punch missed, causing the air to tremble and form ripples. At this moment, Xiao Chen could no longer dodge. He could only defend. He pulled back his right leg and crossed his arms above his head. Bang! The huge force was like a small mountain pressing down. Xiao Chen did not move at all. However, the stone floor could not withstand this horrifying pressure. The stone floor shattered and pieces of the floor flew into the air, heading for the ceiling of the refining room. Du Hao quickly retracted his leg in midair and somersaulted backwards. Xiao Chen shouted explosively, and all the energy in his body trembled. The surrounding floorboards immediately shattered with a loud rumble. Dragon hisses, tiger roars. A tiger and a dragon flew out from behind Xiao Chen. The tiger's roar and the dragon's roar accompanied each other, raising their auras. The moment Du Hao landed, Xiao Chen's fist had already arrived in front of his face, not giving him any chance to dodge. Uchi! Du Hao took a step back at lightning speed. Then, he loosened his fingers and pressed them against Xiao Chen's wrist. Xiao Chen's peak punch contained 25,000 kilograms of force. When it flew over, it was like a large truck moving at high speed. Its speed and force were both at their peak. However, when Du Hao's palm strike landed on Xiao Chen's wrist, it easily pushed away this roaring punch. In an instant, the wind from Xiao Chen's fist deviated. This was the move that Du Hao used to deal with the Scarlet Flame Chief. When he used it on Xiao Chen, it was unexpectedly effective. Xiao Chen immediately felt a force pulling him forward. Because the force was too ferocious, he could not stop in time. Du Hao smacked away Xiao Chen's attack with his palm. Then, his body slid gently and nimbly arrived behind Xiao Chen. He looked at Xiao Chen, who could not stop in time. Du Hao clenched his right hand tightly and a horrifying force burst out from his palm. Then, he punched at Xiao Chen's back without hesitation. If this punch landed, Xiao Chun might end up like the Scarlet Flame Chief. At the critical moment, Xiao Chun remained calm. His thoughts were highly focused, searching for a way to break out of this situation. Xiao Chen's forward charge was too ferocious. Regardless of whether he turned around or moved to the side, it would be problematic. Before he could do anything, he would be struck by the other party's fist. Xiao Chen could not see how strong Du Hao's punch was. However, he was sure that it was no less than 15,000 kilograms of force. Boom! At the critical moment, Xiao Chun punched the ground ferociously. Boom! 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 A horrifying force of 25,000 kilograms of force smashed into the ground. It was like a mountain had landed on the ground. The entire refinery started to shake uncontrollably. The floorboards around Xiao Chun immediately shattered, and countless rocks flew into the air. The rocks happened to block Du Hao's path. Bang! Du Hao easily smashed all the rocks into dust, scattering them in the air. The rocks successfully helped Xiao Chun block for a breath of time. Although the time was short, Xiao Chun, who had already neutralized the force, was sufficient to dodge Du Hao's attack. Windwalk Shoes, Blue Dragon Cloud, Soaring Art, Blue Dragon Tail Whip. Xiao Chun instantly activated the Windwalk Shoes and executed the Azure Dragon Cloud Soaring Art. He was like a flood dragon, moving gently from his original spot. He moved in a purple arc and appeared 200 meters away in an instant. Chapter 322. Boom! Xiao Chen's figure had just disappeared when Du Hao smashed the floor with his fist. He rushed over, but he only managed to shatter an afterimage. In the end, his punch missed. Xiao Chun turned around and took out the Lunar Shadow Saber from the Universe Ring. When he saw Du Hao walk out from the dust, he slowly placed his right hand on the saber hilt. Xiao Chen had to admit that Du Hao's close combat skills far surpassed Xiao Chen's. Out of all the people Xiao Chun had seen, only Mu Heng, who used his physical body to comprehend the saber Dao, could compare to Du Hao. However, Xiao Chen's true strength lay in the saber and not in close combat. Xiao Chen only wanted to experience different martial techniques by fighting with him. Take the secret treasures on the ground and leave. After I draw my saber, you will no longer have a chance, Xiao Chun said softly. There was no grudge between the two of them. There was no need for them to fight to the death. The corner of Du Hao's lips curled up. He smiled coldly. What big words! I want to see how you will not give me a chance. Traceless autumn water. After Du Hao spoke, he shouted and leaped into the air. He quickly circled around Xiao Chun. Du Hao was like a stream of autumn water as he moved quickly in the air, creating countless afterimages. When the afterimages merged, they looked like a blurry river with gentle ripples. So, he has comprehended the state of water. No wonder he is so confident, Xiao Chun thought to himself. However, this state has just been formed. It is far inferior to Duan Muking, Murong Chong, and the others. Before his state of thunder infused with holy might, how could it stand a chance? Boom! An earth-shattering clap of thunder suddenly rang out in the refining room. The moment the thunder rang out, the rippling river immediately began to ripple out of Du Hao's control. Kassier. The instant the thunder roared, Xiao Chun quickly drew the Lunar Shadow Saber. It was like a bolt of lightning flashing by. The purple saber chi struck Du Hao, whose state was suppressed. Bang! A horrifying wound was left on Du Hao's chest as he fell heavily to the ground. His face was filled with disbelief. His opponent had actually completely suppressed his state. As long as it could have been used, it would have definitely been able to turn the situation around, but it had collapsed midway. It was truly hateful. Xiao Chun took light steps and sheathed the Lunar Shadow Saber. He did not even look at Du Hao as he headed for the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron and the Lunar True Flame in the refining room. Du Hao, who was on the ground, bandaged the wounds on his body. He looked at Xiao Chun and said coldly, "Even if you defeat me, you will not be able to obtain the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron and the Lunar True Flame. Chu Chaoyan has subdued the Golden Armored Warrior. He is not someone you can deal with." The 9 of us were scattered by him. Once he finds this place, you definitely won't stand a chance. It was easy to understand the mentality of such a person. If they could not obtain something, they would not want others to obtain it. Hence, even if they failed, they would use this self-deceiving reason to console themselves. Xiao Qian's gaze was fixed on the 4 clumps of lunar true flame. He said indifferently without even turning his head, "That is not something for you to worry about." When Du Hao saw that Xiao Qian was ignoring him, he snorted coldly. He found several broken secret treasures on the ground and left the refining room the way he came. The wound on Xiao Qian's chest contained the state of thunder. However, the wound could not heal quickly. His fortuitous encounters in the fiery sect remnant had come to an end here. Xiao Qian stared at the 4 clumps of white flames floating above the Dragon Phoenix cauldron. The flames did not have any light. They were pale white. Each clump of flames was about the size of a fist. They floated quietly above the mouth of the cauldron. When the wind blew, they swayed gently. Ao Jiao once told Xiao Qian that there were 4 kinds of strange flames in the world: human flame, ghost flame, dragon flame, and dragon flame. There were 2 types of ghost flame. One was in the profound Yin cave, and the other was in the 9 layers of hell. Xiao Qian suspected that the lunar true flame might be the ghost flame in the profound Yin cave. The possibility of it being the lunar true flame was very high. The 4 clumps of white flames before Xiao Qian were clearly rootless flames. Hence, they did not contain the lunar origin flame. However, they still stubbornly persisted for thousands of years. If no one interfered with them, they would continue to exist. The life force of these flames was very strong. Everyone knew that the fiery sect used the lunar true flame and the Dragon Phoenix cauldron to refine secret treasures. After the ancient era, only the fiery sect had the ability to refine secret treasures. It was very likely because of these 2 items. Xiao Qian had always been very interested in refining secret treasures. Naturally, he could not let go of the Dragon Phoenix cauldron and the lunar true flame before him. Although they were not the real deal, they were still very valuable. However, Xiao Qian was placed in a difficult position as to how to preserve the 4 clumps of lunar true flame. The cauldron was easy to deal with. He could just store it in the universe ring. However, he could not store pure energy in the universe ring. That would break the balance of the formation lines. A magic treasure to store the flames would require a special refinement. If it were a yang attribute flame, Xiao Qian could just use the purple thunder true fire to swallow it up. However, the lunar true flame was an extreme yin flame. It was difficult to merge yin and yang. After thinking for a long time, Xiao Qian sent out his spiritual sense from his sea of consciousness. He decided to figure out the nature of this white flame first. His spiritual sense turned into a thin film and wrapped around the flame. Xiao Qian carefully examined the internal structure of the flame. So, before Xiao Qian could react, the flame wrapped by his spiritual sense passed through the blue strip of cloth on his forehead and entered his sea of consciousness. Within the vast and boundless sea of consciousness, a strand of white flame floated quietly beside the scarlet throne. It was the dim white flame. Xiao Qian was startled. Then, he revealed a joyful expression. He said softly, "Could it be that the sea of consciousness has the ability to store flames? Let me see if I can summon it out." Xiao Qian closed his eyes and sensed the white flame in his sea of consciousness. With a thought, the flame immediately flew out from the mark on his forehead. With another thought, the flame returned with a so sound. This time, there was no spiritual sense wrapped around it. The blue strip of cloth on his forehead was burned in half by the flame and could not be used. Naturally, Xiao Qian did not care about such a small matter. He immediately took action and placed the other 3 clumps of white flame into his sea of consciousness. After all the flames were stored in his sea of consciousness, Xiao Qian took out another blue strip of cloth and tied it around his forehead. Boom! Just as Xiao Qian tied the cloth, a loud shout came from behind him. A stout figure quickly leaped over from behind and punched at the unprepared Xiao Qian. The fist wind vibrated in the air, forming a ferocious shock wave. As it rubbed against the air, It gave off a piercing sonic boom. The attack was so fast that it did not give Xiao Chun any time to dodge or draw his saber. Xiao Chen's expression turned cold, and all the bones in his body crackled. Then he turned around and punched. Bang! The sound of bones breaking resounded. Wan Yinbin, who had launched the sneak attack, fell to the ground and cried out in pain. His entire right hand had turned into a pile of meat paste, swaying weakly on the ground. When Yinbin's right hand was completely crippled, there was no chance of recovery. He revealed a horrified expression on his pained face. When Yinbin had not expected that his full-powered strike, which contained close to 20,000 kilograms of force in a sneak attack that he had prepared for a long time, would lose to his opponent in one move. Just as when Yinbin was about to get up and flee, two swords were placed on his neck. It was Xiao Chun controlling the silver-armored warrior, preventing him from escaping. "Don't kill me. My arm is crippled. I'm already half a cripple," when Yinbin begged bitterly. Xiao Chun said coldly, "Cripple your left hand and you can scram." When Yinbin heard this, he was stunned. Crippling both hands would make him a cripple. The cultivation that he had painstakingly cultivated for more than 10 years would have to bid farewell to the path of cultivation. When Yinbin saw Xiao Chen's impatient expression, he revealed a decisive expression. He circulated his essence to his left hand and broke all the meridians in his arm. When Xiao Chun saw the situation, he ignored Wan Yinbin. He directed the silver-armored warrior to release its sword. From the moment Xiao Chun launched the sneak attack, he should have been prepared for the worst. Dong! 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 The 10-odd cultivators who had followed Xiao Chun to the passageway all rushed over. They happened to see Wan Yinbin's arms crippled. They all revealed astonished expressions. Wan Yinbin, why are his arms crippled? It seems like he crippled his left arm himself. He is one of the few experts in Dongming province. Who could have forced him to such a state? Look at the wounds on his right arm. It is clear that he was completely suppressed by his opponent's physical strength in a contest of physical strength. Who exactly is this strong? When it shifted their gazes to Xiao Chun, who was in the refinery, everyone immediately stopped talking, as the answer was obvious. They had to quickly move the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron away. Otherwise, when Duan Yuking and the others arrived, it would be difficult to move the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron away. There are actually complete secret treasures on the ground. Furthermore, there are quite a few of them. We have made a killing this time. Haha. The one in the middle seems to be the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron. That is definitely the most valuable. It is a necessity for refining secret treasures. After a while, everyone discovered the situation in the refinery. All of them cried out excitedly. Unexpectedly, they found several complete secret treasures among the pile of shattered secret treasures. Normally, they would rarely see secret treasures. However, they managed to find quite a few of them. The few of them did not hesitate to rush to the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron. When Xiao Chun saw the situation, his expression changed. He pushed off the ground and leaped into the air, landing firmly on the mouth of the cauldron. Kassiye. The snow-white lunar shadow saber was drawn with a huang-dang sound. Killing chi was released from his entire body as Xiao Chun looked at the crowd below expressionlessly. "Yichen, what are you trying to do? Quickly come down. You should have already taken away the lunar true flame in the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron. Don't be so greedy and think about taking the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron away. That's right. Although you are strong, you're definitely not a match for all of us." When the people below saw Xiao Chun standing on the mouth of the cauldron, they all started to berate him. The people who could participate in this operation were not weak. Wan Yinbin's tragic ending did not scare them away, no matter how strong Xiao Chun was. The people present believed that even if they had the numbers, Xiao Chun would not be a match for them. Stop speaking nonsense with him. Let's attack together and kill this fellow who does not know his limits. Coincidentally, we can split the secret treasures and the lunar true flame on him. Chapter 3:23. The moment Xiao Chun spoke, a few bold and skilled people took the lead to attack. Soon, 10-odd outstanding talents followed suit. All sorts of resplendent sword chi and saber chi merged with the killing chi and surged over from all directions. Xiao Qian's lips curled up into a cold smile. He said sullenly, "How reckless. If you're not strong enough, what is the point of having numbers?" Wu Kuei transforms to Qi. Xiao Qian shouted, and the ancient divine Wu Kuei tree appeared from nowhere. Then it turned into strands of dense purple saber qi and scattered into the surroundings. Dang! 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 The purple saber qi clashed with the various colored sword qi and saber qi from the crowd below, giving off loud bangs. The extremely dense sword qi was extremely powerful. The incredibly dense sword qi shattered most of the sword qi in an instant. However, its momentum did not decrease as it continued towards the crowd with electric light. A few strands of sword qi managed to escape the net. However, Xiao Qian brandished his saber and flickered with saber light, easily blocking these saber qi. Xiao Qian stood above the cauldron, not moving at all. He appeared very relaxed. The saber technique that contained a state was not something these people could block. The horrifying and dense purple saber qi immediately disrupted everyone's formation. The sword qi tore through several people's protective essence. Horrifying wounds appeared on their bodies, causing them to bleed profusely. Xiao Qian frowned slightly. His sharp spiritual sense detected 3 people flying over quickly from behind. They emitted killing qi and pointed their weapons at his back. Qi breaks Wu Kuei. The remnant purple qi in the air gathered on the snow-white lunar shadow saber. Xiao Qian turned around and chopped at lightning speed. Kasie, Kasie, Kasie. 3 melodious sounds rang out. The weapons of the 3 people were broken by Xiao Qian's extremely dense saber. The energy gathered on the saber surged endlessly. Xiao Qian shouted, and the purple glazed saber exploded. As the shock waves surged, the 3 of them turned pale. They vomited a mouthful of blood and were sent flying. Xiao Qian held his saber and stood there proudly. His expression was incomparably grave and stern. He said indifferently, "You can pick up the secret treasures on the ground. However, don't have any designs on the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron. Otherwise, you will have to ask the saber in my hand first." The domineering blade directly shocked everyone in the arena. They all stopped what they were doing, and for a moment, the arena was extremely quiet. "How arrogant! I, Nanling Hong Yundu, want to see how strong you are." A disdainful voice rang out from the crowd. A cultivator in white robes, holding a 7-foot-long sword, flew out from the crowd. His sword danced, creating a series of light and shadows. Hong Yundu's body fluttered about in the air. His movements were erratic, making it hard for others to catch him. In the blink of an eye, he turned around and sent out over 100 sword lights at Xiao Qian. White clouds appeared around him. This person had comprehended the state of clouds. No wonder his sword technique was so erratic. It had a trace of Murong Chang's charm from back then. Xiao Qian's expression did not change. Electric light flickered around his body, illuminating the huge refinery. Occasionally, electricity crackled in the air. Seeing the thousands of sword lights in front of him, Xiao Qian's expression did not change. He held a saber in front of him to protect himself as he attacked unhurriedly. At first, Xiao Qian could still be seen clearly. However, after a while, he slowly sped up. Then, he became so fast that no one could even see his afterimages. Dang! 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 The sounds of weapons clashing resounded. Occasionally, sword qi and saber qi clashed around Xiao Qian. They gave off intense explosions, causing the air to churn. Amid the thousands of clouds, Hong Yundu's figure was still as erratic as before. However, his expression became increasingly anxious. This was because he discovered that, at some point in time, the one who originally had the initiative to attack had become Xiao Qian's. Now he had to defend. Xiao Qian was clearly standing where he was, not moving a single step. However, even though he moved later, he arrived first, completely suppressing Hong Yundu's aura. As the other party saber approached, Hong Yundu felt that it was even more difficult to block. Sweat dripped down Hong Yundu's face. His originally erratic figure slowly revealed an opening. Break! A bright light suddenly shot out from Xiao Chen's eyes. He shouted, and the tip of his saber released a resplendent electric light. Xiao Chen twisted his waist and stabbed out with his saber. The strong force in the electric light knocked aside the sword Hong Yundu used to block with just a touch. The saber's momentum did not decrease as it easily broke through Hong Yundu's protective essence and left a huge wound on his chest. Hong Yundu cried out miserably and fell from the sky. He crashed heavily to the ground, his complexion extremely pale. Nanling Province's Hong Yundu is a peak superior grade martial saint. He is quite famous in Nanling Province. Unexpectedly, he does not even have the strength to force Yichen back, someone below exclaimed in a soft voice. We three brothers want this Dragon Phoenix Cauldron. Brat from the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, get down. Three youths walked out from another passageway in the refinery. The three of them all used different weapons. The one in the middle had a sword at his waist, the one on the left had a large saber on his back, and the one on the right held a folding fan. These three are the heirs of the imperial capital's Luo clan. They are brothers. The Luo clan is very powerful in the imperial capital. It looks like they are determined to obtain this Dragon Phoenix Cauldron. However, weren't the three of them chasing after Chu Chaoyan earlier? Why are they all back? Who knows? Let's just watch from the sidelines first. This Yichen must have used his full strength from the start. He must have exhausted a significant amount of essence. The three Luo clan brothers quickly walked forward. When they were 100 meters away from the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron, the third brother of the Luo clan revealed a sinister smile. He said, I hate it when people look down on me from above. Scram down. After he spoke, he kicked the air at the 10-meter-tall Dragon Phoenix Cauldron. A strong wind blew. The kick contained a horrifying force. In the blink of an eye, it landed on the cauldron. There was a dull sound in the refinery. Wong, wong, wong. The sound was deafening, reverberating in everyone's ears. The Dragon Phoenix Cauldron trembled continuously. However, the three legs of the cauldron did not move at all. On the contrary, the third brother of the Luo clan felt his legs go numb from the rebound of his kick. He muttered, That's impossible. A casual kick of mine can even shatter a city wall. How can this lousy cauldron not move at all? When the third brother of the Luo clan saw Xiao Chen on the cauldron, he thought to himself, It must be this brat's doing. He said ferociously, Again, I don't believe I cannot kick you down. The third brother of the Luo clan shouted and spun his body 180 degrees. He kicked out with his leg, causing the air to tremble. Xiao Chen's expression suddenly changed. He raised his right leg and stomped heavily on the mouth of the cauldron. Rumble! The three legs of the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron pierced into the ground of the refinery. In an instant, it completely sank into the ground. A boundless force rose up from the ground. The shattered pieces of the floor soared into the air. They circled around the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron and headed for the ceiling. The three Luo clan brothers had just rushed over. Before they could do anything, they were pulled into the air by the force from the ground. Bang! Xiao Chen's left hand, which was holding the scabbard, moved quickly. The tip of the scabbard pierced through countless rocks and struck this person's chest. The third son of the Luo clan vomited a mouthful of blood as his body flew through the air. His face was frighteningly pale. His internal organs had been severely injured. Old Third, the Luo family's eldest brother and second brother cried out in alarm and caught the Luo family's third brother. They had never imagined that in just one move, he would be seriously injured by Xiao Chen. How dare you injure my third brother? No one can save you today. The two of them drew their weapons, and the wind blew under their feet. Their killing intent soared to the sky as they charged at Xiao Chen. Wu Kuei shakes the heavens. Xiao Chen could not be bothered to waste his time on this person. He immediately executed the killing move of the Wu Kuei saber technique. The ancient divine Wu Kuei tree grew rapidly in the air. Like a proud and aloof mountain, it contained the power of lightning and Xiao Chen's state of thunder as it descended from the sky. Bang! Before absolute power, the two of them could not resist at all. The towering tree landed on their heads and crashed down. The two of them were smashed into the rocks on the ground. The berserk lightning-attributed essence rampaged through their bodies, throwing their essence into chaos. Xiao Chen easily defeated the three Luo clan brothers. This caused the crowd, who were originally prepared to take advantage of the situation, to be horrified. The 10-odd cultivators who had followed Xiao Chen to open up a path gave up on obtaining the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron. Xiao Chen completely gave up on the idea of obtaining the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron and retreated far away. On the other hand, people continuously came to challenge Xiao Chen at Du Hao's entrance. Xiao Chen did not show any fear. He held his saber in front of him as his long hair fluttered in the wind. He stood proudly on the cauldron and defeated all the people who came to challenge him. Xiao Chen stood on the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron and held his saber with one hand. He looked coldly and emotionlessly at the various outstanding talents who were eyeing the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron. Xiao Chen said softly, "I will say it again. You can all pick up the secret treasures on the ground. This Dragon Phoenix Cauldron is mine." Of the 50-odd people who came to the Firely Sect remnants, aside from a few who chased after Chu Chaoyan, the other 50-odd people had already gathered here. The Dragon Phoenix Cauldron was a necessity for crafting secret treasures. The various outstanding talents here all had a huge faction behind them. If they grasped the method of crafting secret treasures, it would be a great help to their clan's strength. This cauldron was very important to them. This was also why these people charged at Xiao Chen one after another. Even though they were defeated one by one, they still refused to give up. It looks like I really have to start a massacre, Xiao Chen thought to himself. Originally, he planned to store the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron in his universe ring and activate the Windwalk shoes to leave this place. However, he discovered that he could not store the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron in his universe ring. This made Xiao Chen even more determined to take the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron away. Secret treasures could be stored in the universe ring. If it could not be stored, it could only mean that the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron also contained the power of space and rejected the space of the universe ring. Given this, it proved that although this Dragon Phoenix Cauldron was a fake, it still had value. The legend might very well be true. Damn it. Attack together. I don't believe that his essence is inexhaustible. After we kill him, we will decide who the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron belongs to. Hong Yundu, who was defeated by Xiao Chen earlier, said ruthlessly. Chapter 324. Someone had said the same thing before, and it had been very effective. At that time, most of the people had attacked immediately. However, after they saw Xiao Chen's strength this time, many people started to retreat. There were very few who responded. Xiao Chen's gaze was like lightning as he glared at Hong Yundu. If you want to kill me, I'll start with you first. Uchi. Activating the Windwalk shoes, Xiao Chen leaped down from the cauldron. His speed instantly reached the speed of sound. He silently merged with the wind and arrived before Hong Yundu in an instant. Hong Yundu was startled and quickly retreated. However, Xiao Chen did not give him a chance to do so. He shouted and executed the roaming dragon's 9 transformations. 9 cool breezes blew and Xiao Chen's body split into 9, surrounding Hong Yundu. When the clear wind chop was executed, Xiao Chen's killing chi vanished completely. Hong Yundu looked up and saw Xiao Chen's figures everywhere. Furthermore, he could no longer find the lunar shadow saber in his hand. When the cool breeze blew, Hong Yundu did not feel any killing chi. Instead, he felt a sense of comfort. However, Hong Yundu felt like he had fallen into a deep abyss. Cold sweat flowed down his back continuously. There was clearly great danger, but Hong Yundu could not sense any killing chi. This feeling was too strange. It made his mind flustered, and he could not think of any countermeasures. Xiao Chen did not give Hong Yundu too much time to think. The instant the clear wind chop was executed, 9 figures quickly flew at Hong Yundu. Suddenly, 9 ethereal saber lights lit up at the same time. It was like they had appeared from nowhere. The killing chi that had disappeared earlier now pressed over with a mountain-toppling force. Hong Yundu did his best and caught hold of 2 strands of saber chi. Then, he quickly swung his sword to block. Pu Ci. On his chest, a few strands of saber chi pierced through his protective essence, leaving behind a few horrifying wounds. He was injured by the saber chi. Hong Yunda's movements immediately slowed down. He could no longer block the 2 strands of saber chi that he had caught. Boom! When all 9 of Xiao Qian's figures merged together, 9 bloody holes appeared on Hong Yundu's chest. Blood spurted out of the holes, but Hong Yundu still maintained his sword stance. Hong Yundu's eyes were wide open as he fell down powerlessly. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. The surroundings were silent. Those who had been tempted to make a move had completely stopped their thoughts. Hong Yundu had just shouted when he was killed by Xiao Chun. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Moreover, he had only used 1 move. This meant that Xiao Chun had been holding back earlier. Now, he was no longer holding back. This was a warning to them not to act rashly. However, there were still a few bold people who wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to store the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron in their spatial rings. However, they discovered that their spatial rings rejected it. They could not store it at all. The few of them hardened their hearts and worked together to lift the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron. They prepared to move it out. Xiao Chun pushed off the ground and flew up, sticking close to the ground. With the help of the Windwalk shoes, he instantly arrived below the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron. Xiao Chun kicked the cauldron, and the huge Dragon Phoenix Cauldron left their hands, flying towards the ceiling above them. When a few of them saw the situation, they quickly leaped up, wanting to snatch the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron back. Naturally, Xiao Chun would not give them this opportunity. Xiao Chun moved through the air like a soaring dragon. As he flew up and down, purple saber lights entangled the few of them. They could only give up on the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron and deal with Xiao Chun's attacks first. Dang! 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 The clanging of weapons resounded in the air. After a while, a few miserable cries rang out. The few people fighting over the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron fell from the sky. Boom! The Dragon Phoenix Cauldron that Xiao Chun kicked away actually broke through the ceiling. Large pieces of rock fell from above. Xiao Chun looked up, and his eyes lit up. The ceiling actually broke through. I should make use of this opportunity to leave this place. Xiao Chun easily caught the falling Dragon Phoenix Cauldron with 1 hand. Then, he controlled the 2 silver-armored warriors below to leap into the air. He gently touched the universe ring and sent the 2 combat puppets into it. Everything was ready. Just as Xiao Chun was preparing to ram into the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron, Duan Muking, Ji Chongkong, and the others arrived at the refinery. Dragon Phoenix Cauldron. It is actually the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron. In that case, leave it behind. Ji Chongkong and the others exclaimed in pleasant surprise when they saw the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron in Xiao Chun's hands. The few of them leaped into the air and charged at Xiao Chun without hesitation. Xiao Chun's expression sank. The strength of these people was not something the cultivators from earlier could compare to. Every one of them had comprehended their own state. Their talent and cultivation were all demonic. They could be said to be geniuses among geniuses. No matter where they were in the great Qin nation, they would be dragons and phoenixes among men. However, when Xiao Chun did not see Chu Chaoyan, he relaxed a little. Otherwise, he might really lose this Dragon Phoenix Cauldron. The fierce flame in Xiao Chun's right eye started to burn continuously. When Xiao Chun saw the imposing auras of the few people, he shouted, and a ferocious purple flame immediately spewed out. After that, Xiao Chun no longer cared about these things. The purple thunder true fire had not fully condensed and could not injure them. However, it would not be a problem to block them for a while. Xiao Chun controlled the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron with his right hand and spun it around, smashing it violently against the ceiling. Bang! With the full force of the collision, the crack that appeared earlier immediately tore open. Xiao Chun grabbed the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron and quickly squeezed his way out. After him, we cannot let him leave just like that. Chu Chaoyan already took away the secret manual for forging secret treasures. If this fellow takes away the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron, we will not be able to obtain anything. The few of them used all sorts of methods to neutralize the purple flame. When they saw Xiao Chun making his way out, they quickly chased after him. The arrival of Duan Muking and the others had completely dispelled the idea of fighting over the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron. Even if they killed Xiao Chun, there were still people like Duan Muking and Ji Chongkong, who were no weaker than Xiao Chun. To them, they still did not stand much of a chance. They might as well focus on the pile of secret treasures on the ground. If they could find a few complete secret treasures, they would have made a huge profit on this trip. Xiao Chun took out the map and discovered that he was only about a kilometer away from the main hall. Of course, that was only in a straight line. After Xiao Chun determined the direction, he raised the cauldron and prepared to charge forward in a straight line. Bang! 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 The high walls in front of Xiao Chun were easily smashed apart by Xiao Chun. Then, he quickly advanced forward. The Windwalk shoes continued to be activated. Xiao Chun executed the Blue Dragon Cloud soaring art to its limits and dodged the attacks of the people behind him. As he was holding the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron, he could not shake them off. Yi Chun quickly put down the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron. Otherwise, even if you can walk out, the Duanmu clan's profound ice palace will not let you out. The Dragon Phoenix Cauldron is useless to you. If you hand it over to us, we will definitely exchange it for something else. We will not let you suffer a loss. When a few of them saw Xiao Chun able to run very fast while holding the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron, they were astonished. The Dragon Phoenix Cauldron was huge. It was at least 500 kilograms heavy. However, when Xiao Chun lifted it, it was like a piece of wood. Not only was it very easy, but Xiao Chun's speed did not decrease at all. Furthermore, he could easily dodge the attacks. When a few of them attacked, the group was forced to use psychological warfare. Xiao Chun found it funny. He did not need the Duanmu clan's profound ice palace. He could leave the Ink Mountain range with his own strength. The Dragon Phoenix Cauldron was very important to Xiao Chun. Not only did it concern the refinement of secret treasures, but it also concerned the damaged secret treasures in his possession. If Xiao Chun wanted to recover completely, he placed his hopes on this Dragon Phoenix Cauldron. There was no reason for him to give it up. Xiao Chun swallowed a chi-returning pill and used the cauldron to smash another wall in front of him. Then, he quickly leaped forward. After 7 or 8 minutes, not only did the people behind Xiao Chun not close the distance, but they were even left behind by Xiao Chun. With a heaven rank movement technique and the Windwalk shoes, with Xiao Chun's current speed, those of the same generation who had not learned a heaven rank movement technique would have to comprehend the state of wind to great perfection in order to catch up to him. Clearly, there was no such person behind Xiao Chun. It was only a matter of time before he left them behind. After a while, Xiao Chun could no longer hear the commotion behind him. He had already arrived at the ruined main hall. As long as he passed through the doors, Xiao Chun would be able to leave this place safely. A faint smile could not help but appear on Xiao Chun's face. However, the moment he walked out of the bronze doors, the smile on Xiao Chun's face froze. A golden combat puppet stood at the exit in front. It held a golden sword in its hand and stood on the ground with a monstrous aura. The aura that only a peak inferior grade martial king could have was radiating from its body. Beside the golden armored warrior was Chu Chaoyan, who wore alternating blue and white robes and had a 2-meter-long sword on his back. He smiled at Xiao Chun and said, "Take the initiative. Put down the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron, and you can leave. I will give you 1,000 medial grade spirit stones." Xiao Chun slowly placed the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron in his hand on the ground. He had not expected Chu Chaoyan to block the exit. This move was truly brilliant. There was only one path to the Firely Sect Remnant. If one wanted to return to the Ink Forest, they had to pass through the passage under the profound ice flower. No matter who obtained the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron, they would not be able to avoid passing through this place. After a series of battles and running, their essence would definitely be exhausted. Chu Chaoyan was waiting for his prey. He would be in his best condition to deal with a weakened opponent. This was a surefire opportunity. Chu Chaoyan muttered to himself for a while before continuing, "I already know how the Firely Sect refines secret treasures. Right now, we are only lacking the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron and the Lunar True Flame. I have my ways to obtain the Lunar True Flame. This Dragon Phoenix Cauldron is somewhat difficult to deal with. The original one has already disappeared. As for the number of fakes, including the one in your hands, there are already 3. When Xiao Chen heard this, his eyes filled with doubt. He felt that Chu Chaoyun's understanding of the Firely sect was a little too detailed. During the middle period of the Tianwu dynasty, the Firely sect was destroyed by a mysterious power overnight. No one knew how the Firely sect, which was at its peak, could be destroyed so easily. The Firely sect became an unsolved mystery in the continent. What was even more strange was that a lot of information about the Firely sect seemed to have been erased from the continent by a mysterious power. Now, what everyone knew about the Firely sect was only passed down through word of mouth. There were only a few words about it. Xiao Chun collected his thoughts and said indifferently, "Just give up. I will not hand the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron to you. I do not lack medial-grade spirit stones. You are afraid that after Duamuking and the others rush over, you will not have a chance, right?" Chapter 325. One Chu Chaoyun was already very difficult for Xiao Chun to deal with. Now, there was another golden-armored warrior with the combat prowess of a peak inferior grade martial king. It would be very difficult for Xiao Chun to defeat the other party. However, using the two silver-armored warriors to delay for a while was not a problem. By the time Duamuking and the others arrived, the fight for the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron would be full of variables. This would be disadvantageous to both of them. That was why Chu Chaoyun offered to give Xiao Chun 1,000 medial-grade spirit stones to get him to leave. With a thought, the two silver-armored warriors in the universe ring shot out. Xiao Chun took out the lunar shadow saber and slowly placed his right hand on the hilt. Xiao Chun withdrew his aura and his gaze became as sharp as a saber. Occasionally, a purple electric current would appear behind him, giving off a ZZ sound. The state of thunder quickly brewed. The battle between the two would not be decided in a short time. The fight for the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron was now full of variables. Chu Chaoyun frowned heavily. His gaze was like lightning as he stared at Xiao Chun. The holy weapon behind him trembled continuously. It seemed like it would give off a bright light in the next moment, illuminating the ground. Boom! In that instant, an intense golden light appeared in the empty space in front of the bronze doors. It illuminated the dark space, dazzling everyone's eyes. Amidst the golden light, an even more resplendent sword light tore through the obstruction of space and headed for Xiao Chun. Unexpectedly, Chu Chaoyun comprehended the state of light. Xiao Chun squinted his eyes and thought to himself. At the same time, he reacted quickly. The instant the golden light lit up, Xiao Chun drew his saber with his right hand. A flash of purple lightning appeared amidst the dazzling golden light. In an instant, a thunderous roar resounded in the open space. The thunder roared deafeningly. A large patch of purple electric light appeared behind Xiao Chun, forcing the golden light back. The purple light and the thunder light faced off against each other. The state of thunder and state of light entangled with each other. Clang! While the states were locked in a stalemate, the two of them moved at the same time. Their speed was as fast as lightning. Their bodies crossed each other in the air, and their weapons clashed, creating a large amount of sparks. Clang, clang, clang. Their weapons retreated as soon as they came into contact with each other, pausing in the air for a moment. Then, the two of them suddenly turned around and each launched a fierce attack. Their swords and blades clashed like a storm. Sparks flew and energy flew everywhere. The scattered saber chi and sword chi left deep marks on the walls. As the two of them fought, the golden-armored warrior on the ground charged at Xiao Chun with an imposing aura. With a thought, Xiao Chun directed the two silver-armored warriors to block the golden-armored warrior. Every time Chu Chaoyun made a move, a dazzling golden light would be emitted, which made Xiao Chen's eyes slightly uncomfortable. Xiao Chen's eyes narrowed into slits. The saber contained a strong state of thunder. Countless sparks flickered on it, crackling endlessly. The instant the weapons clashed, the electric sparks flowed along his opponent's sword. Chu Chaoyun felt a slight pain. After a long time, his right hand, which was holding the sword, started to turn numb. Bang! 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 The two of them moved faster and faster. Soon, only blurry shadows could be seen in the air. An intense shockwave surged around the two of them, forming small tornadoes. Actually, the two of them were not using their full power. There were too many variables at this moment. If they fought to the death, Only Duan and the others would be able to take advantage of the situation. Chu Chaoyun waited for the instant the golden light dazzled Xiao Chen's eyes. Then, he would make his move, using one move to defeat Xiao Chen. That way, he would be able to save a lot of energy. Xiao Chen was waiting for his opponent's right hand to turn completely numb and lose its grip on the sword. Then, he would send his opponent's weapon flying. That way, he would be able to escape. The golden light and the electric light clashed continuously. Dull explosions resounded. The two of them persisted bitterly, not wanting to give way. They just wanted to see who would fall first. Dong! 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 Just at this moment, heavy footsteps came from the main hall. Chu Chaoyun glanced around and saw that Duan and the others had arrived. Xiao! Chu Chaoyun withdrew his sword and quickly retreated. The golden light in the empty space immediately vanished and the state of light disappeared. You can go. I will leave the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron with you for now. Naturally, I will go and retrieve it one day. Help me take care of it, Chu Chaoyun said casually as he made way for Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen scattered the state of thunder and landed in front of the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron. He used one hand and easily lifted the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron above his head. When Xiao Chen passed by Chu Chaoyun, he said softly, "There has never been a precedent of losing something that landed in my hands." It was the same with the Golden Spirit Core in the past and the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron now. Chu Chaoyun watched as Xiao Chen left. He shook his head slightly and said in a voice that only he could hear, "After not seeing you for a year, you have become so strong." The growth of the blue dragon martial spirit probably far exceeds that person's expectations. Chu Chaoyun, where's Yi Chun? Wasn't he fighting with you earlier? Why is he gone all of a sudden? Hua Yunfei asked anxiously as he rushed over. Chu Chaoyun said indifferently, "Sorry, I let him go." Seeing that Chu Chaoyun did not care at all, Hua Yunfei became anxious. He immediately drew his scarlet sword and pointed it at Chu Chaoyun. Chu Chaoyun smiled faintly, and the golden-armored warrior took 2 steps forward unhurriedly. Seeing the silent, golden-armored warrior, Hua Yunfei did not have the courage to draw his sword. He snorted coldly and sheathed his sword. Ji Changkong looked at the exit of the fiery sect. Suddenly, he said something irrelevant. "Don't you feel that he is very similar to someone else? Although his appearance is different and his aura is much weaker, his eyes and sharpness are very similar." Right after he said that, Duan Hua Yunfei, and the Guy Marquis exchanged glances with each other. Their eyes were filled with astonishment. The Guy Marquis said indifferently, "In that case, let's write down this person's surname at the same time and see if our guesses are the same." The few of them stretched out their hands and started to write the word Xiao in the air. After they finished writing, they revealed expressions of shock. Hua Yunfeng said coldly, "If we all think there is a problem at the same time, then that might be the result. However, it seems like there is no such realistic disguise technique in this world. It is not as simple as changing one's appearance. Instead, one's internal bones and external aura are completely different." In the past, Xiao Chun had a grave and stern appearance. His face looked like it was carved by a knife. His entire person was like a treasured saber drawn from its scabbard, releasing his aura and showing off his sharpness. However, the Xiao Chun they saw now had a delicate and ordinary appearance. His sharpness was withdrawn, and he did not give off a flamboyant feeling. He was a completely different person. The Guy Marquis continued, "The most important thing is that I do not believe this person's strength could improve so quickly. 1 year ago, he was only a superior grade martial master. Now, he is a medial grade martial saint. Unless he cultivates a heaven-ranked cultivation technique. However, within the Great Qin nation, only the royal court has a heaven-ranked cultivation technique. How could a nameless person like him have one?" Ji Changkong glanced at the silent Chu Chaoyun and said, "Chu Chaoyun, you have fought with him before. What do you think?" Chu Chaoyun smiled gently and said, "Is it really that important whether it is or not? 2 years from now, there will naturally be people looking for you. Don't tell me you are afraid. Haha." 3 days later, in an extremely desolate area at the periphery of the Ink Forest, Xiao Chun sat cross-legged on the ground. The Dragon Phoenix cauldron was not far from him. Two silver-armored warriors guarded the cauldron, one on the left and one on the right. Bai sat quietly on top of the cauldron. Occasionally, his intelligent eyes would look around, helping Xiao Chun to avoid unknown dangers. After a long time, Xiao Chun stopped circulating his energy and opened his eyes. Two beams of light flashed in the depths of his eyes as he took a deep breath. This breath was long and drawn out, like a long, sharp arrow. Even after it flew far away, it did not dissipate. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and stood up. He picked up the lunar shadow saber beside him and walked over to the Dragon Phoenix cauldron. Bai landed on Xiao Chun's shoulder with a so sound. The Dragon Phoenix cauldron was 16 meters tall. The three pillars were 10 meters long, and the cauldron itself was 6 meters long. When Xiao Chun stood below it, he seemed very small. Xiao Chun leaped up gently and executed the gravity spell. He slowly flew to the top of the cauldron and looked down. The cauldron was squarish and empty. It was only about 5 meters deep. Xiao Chun could clearly see the bottom with one glance. However, it gave off a feeling of boundlessness. It was like there was a small world inside. After leaving the Firely sect remnant, Xiao Chun was not in a rush to leave the Ink Forest. The Duanmu clan's profound ice palace was still guarding the exit of the forest. Thinking about how terrifying the profound ice palace was, Xiao Chun was not foolish enough to walk right into their trap. For the next 3 days, he hid in this ink forest. As he killed demonic beasts, he recovered his strength. Xiao Chun handed the Dragon Phoenix cauldron to the two silver-armored warriors. This did not affect his pace. When he was resting and meditating, Bai would help guard it. In the ink forest where Xiao Chun's spiritual sense could not extend too far, the normally unimportant Bai was very useful. After resolving his worries, this ink forest, where the spiritual energy was thin and the demonic beasts were ferocious, was the best place for Xiao Chun to temper himself. Xiao Chun was not in a rush to leave. Recollecting his thoughts, Xiao Chun looked at the empty cauldron. He flicked his finger and shot out a strand of purple flame. The flame spun around the cauldron and immediately became very thin, turning into tiny sparks. Xiao Chun flicked his finger and shot out tens of strands of purple thunder true fire in one go. This exhausted a quarter of his essence. However, the flame was still very thin. It could not fill the space inside. Xiao Chun frowned slightly and said doubtfully, "This is strange. There is clearly only so much space. Logically speaking, my flame should have risen up long ago." In the past 3 days, whenever Xiao Chun had free time, he would study the Dragon Phoenix cauldron. However, he did not make any progress. He only knew that there were many moonstones in the cauldron. The entire cauldron was made of peak-grade frost iron. It was even harder than a heaven-ranked spirit weapon. Furthermore, the space inside seemed to be much larger than it looked. This was the result of Xiao Chun's verification. There should be spatial formation markings carved on it. With a flip of his palm, Xiao Chun gathered all the flames in the Dragon Phoenix cauldron. A clump of fierce purple flame immediately soared up in his palm. Chapter 326. Boom! Xiao Chun casually waved his hand in front of him. The flames left a long trail of purple flames in the air. Everywhere it passed, the trees in its way were burned to ashes. After the flames flew for 1,000 meters, they crashed into the ground and gave off a loud sound. A purple mushroom cloud soared up from the ground. Roar! Roar! The loud sound immediately startled the surrounding demonic beasts. 3 black-winged demonic wolves with black smoke around them let out roars and charged over in an overbearing manner. The black-winged demonic wolves were originally rank 5 spirit beasts, winged wolves. Aside from their large bodies, they had 2 bone wings on their backs that allowed them to fly at low altitudes, increasing their speed. After they demonized, their offensive power and speed increased. Their overall combat prowess doubled, making them even more ferocious and terrifying. Xiao Chun looked at the 2 black-winged demonic wolves and smiled faintly. He took a step forward and landed on the mouth of the Dragon Phoenix cauldron. Then, he placed his right hand on his saber hilt. Hu Chi, The bone wings on the backs of the two black-winged demonic wolves flapped heavily. There was a gust of wind in the air, and the two black-winged demonic wolves quickly flew up. They opened their huge jaws, revealing their black fangs that flickered with a cold light. The bone wings flapped in the air, making a woo-woo sound as they launched themselves at Xiao Chun, who, before Xiao Chun could move by, who was on his shoulder, immediately jumped down. He rubbed his palms and sent out a whirlwind. He immediately blew one of the black-winged demonic wolves into the air. The black-winged demonic wolf came quickly and left even faster. It tumbled on the ground for a few meters before coming to a stop. Just as it got up, it saw a white figure rushing at it. Chi-chi. The white figure was like a beam of light. In a flash, 5 bloody wounds appeared on the left wing of the black-winged demonic wolf. Black smoke came out of it. Xiao Chun glanced at it and ignored it. He had already found out in the past few days that Bao was much stronger than he had imagined. He did not feel any pressure when facing a peak rank 5 demonic beast alone. He could use his advantage in speed to deal with it easily. The mysterious 9 Heavenly Revolution transformation was an immortal-grade cultivation technique for fiends. It allowed Bai's strength to increase at a horrifying rate. Kacha! With a flash of lightning, Xiao Chun quickly drew the snow-white lunar shadow saber with his right hand, which was on the saber hilt. Xiao Chun leaped down, and his saber light flashed as he chopped off the bone wings of the other black-winged demonic wolf. The black-winged demonic wolf howled in pain as it stood up. Its 5 sharp claws shot out with a so sound. Each of his fingernails was 20 centimeters long, and there were hooks on his fingertips. They were like 5 sharp knives in his flesh. They cut through the air and went for Xiao Chun's head at lightning speed. Even steel would have 5 holes in it, let alone a human's head. Xiao Chun's expression didn't change. He leaned his body slightly and took a step back with his right foot. Xiao Chun's gaze was like lightning as he stared at the wolf claws glinting with a cold light. Then he raised the scabbard in his left hand. Dang! The tip of the scabbard struck the palm of the wolf claw. The huge impact caused a small bloody hole to appear in the tough palm. Unexpectedly, it did not pierce through. The defense of this wolf claw is pretty good, Xiao Chun thought to himself. In that case, let's add another layer of force. Bang! A force came from Xiao Chun's left arm, and he pushed it forward. The tip of the scabbard immediately pierced through the tough wolf claw. In pain, the other claw of the black-winged demonic wolf moved at an even faster speed toward Xiao Chun. The force was so strong that it split the air in half. The black-winged demonic wolf was fast, but Xiao Chun was even faster. The lunar shadow saber lit up with a resplendent purple light. As the light flickered, he chopped off the entire wolf claw. Bang! Xiao Chun kicked heavily at the chest of the black-winged demonic wolf. The huge body of the black-winged demonic wolf immediately flew backward. Kassier! 10,000 kilograms of force broke several of the ribs in the black-winged demonic wolf's chest. The sound of bones breaking rang out continuously. The black-winged demonic wolf was merely a superior grade rank 5 demonic beast. Before Xiao Chun comprehended his state, he could already defeat it. After he comprehended his state and infused it with holy might, his strength increased greatly. Dealing with it became much easier. Now, a demonic beast of this level was barely enough to deal with Xiao Chun. The ones that could truly put pressure on Xiao Chun were rank 6 demonic beasts. In the past few days, Xiao Chun had been targeting rank 6 demonic beasts. The black-winged demonic wolf still wanted to struggle to its feet. However, Xiao Chun lost his patience and swung the lunar shadow saber. The blade flickered with a crackling electric light. It was like an extremely strong bolt of lightning. With a loud boom, it stabbed into the chest of the black-winged demonic wolf. The state of thunder contained in the saber exploded. The huge body of the black-winged demonic wolf was charred by the electric light. Xiao Chun casually waved his hand, and the lunar shadow saber returned to his hand. After the lunar shadow saber returned to Xiao Chun's hand, an invisible strand of red light flew out of the black-winged demonic wolf's corpse and entered the thrown mark on Xiao Chun's forehead. The red light contained the black-winged demonic wolf's state of massacre. The scarlet throne mark flashed with a red light, and this strand of red light, containing the state of massacre, immediately entered the scarlet throne in Shao Chen's sea of consciousness. The red clouds below the throne started to churn slowly. After a while, they stopped, as though they were not satisfied yet. Shao Chun did not find this strange. For the past 3 days, the scarlet throne would absorb the state of massacre of all the demonic beasts that he killed. The stronger the demonic beast, the more red light would fly out. At first, Shao Chun was worried that the state of massacre from back then would reappear. However, he slowly discovered that the state of massacre accumulated in the throne was relatively small. Compared to the overwhelming state of massacre from back then, it was much weaker. The most important thing was that Shao Chun discovered that he could control this state of massacre. With a thought, the state of massacre contained in the throne would infuse into his saber technique. This was equivalent to Shao Chun obtaining another state, the state of massacre, out of nowhere. There were only benefits and no drawbacks. Compared to the state of wind, state of mountain, and state of light, this ethereal state of massacre was much harder to comprehend. As far as Shao Chun knew, even in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, the Divine Saber Camp, which practiced the Tao of massacre, only a few of the older generation experts truly comprehended the state of massacre. However, the state of massacre contained in the Scarlet Throne was simply too little. When Shao Chun used it, the effects were not obvious. It was dispensable. However, its rate of growth was extremely terrifying. As long as it killed powerful life forms, it would continue to accumulate. It could be foreseen that it would eventually reach a horrifying level. The Scarlet Throne was a secret treasure refined by the ancient Evil King. The Evil King was a peak expert that could rival the Ice Empress. The secret treasure he refined was definitely not simple. Unfortunately, someone had torn out all the information about the Scarlet Throne from that book. Hence, no one knew what the Scarlet Throne's secrets were. Yeah. Bai's inarticulate voice interrupted Shao Chun's thoughts. Shao Chun lowered his head to look at him. Shao Chun saw Bai waving his arms and legs, trying to claim credit. The black-winged demonic wolf was lying on the ground, riddled with injuries. It could not move at all. It was on its last breath. Shao Chun smiled faintly. He knew what Bai wanted. He took out a gourd filled with wine and handed it over. Bai cheered and revealed a cute smile. He received the gourd and leaped onto the cauldron. Shao Chun dealt the final blow to the black-winged demonic wolf on its last breath. An invisible red light immediately flew out from the corpse and entered the Scarlet Throne in Shao Chun's sea of consciousness. Shao Chun took out the demonic cores of the 2 black-winged demonic wolves and turned his head to look at Bai, who was happily drinking wine. He smiled helplessly. After giving the 2 silver-armored warriors the order to kill any creature that approached the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron, Shao Chun prepared to walk forward alone. With the 2 silver-armored warriors guarding the cauldron, Shao Chun would be able to sense the slightest movement. Furthermore, with Bai at the side, there would not be any major problems with the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron. Bai, stay here and help me look after the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron. Don't run around, okay? Shao Chun said softly to Bai. Bai put down the gourd filled with wine. Her little face was flushed red. She looked very cute. She clenched her fist tightly and patted her chest, squeaking nonstop. Shao Chun understood what she meant. This little fellow said that she would complete the mission. Whoever came would be smashed to death with the gourd. Smiling faintly, Shao Chun rubbed Bai's head. Then he grasped the lunar shadow saber in his hand tightly and turned to leave this place. Rank 5 demonic beasts could no longer pique Shao Chun's interest. Only rank 6 demonic beasts were worth making a move. If Shao Chun wanted to find rank 6 demonic beasts, naturally he had to go deeper. The closer he got to the core area, the higher the chances of meeting a rank 6 demonic beast. Within the dark ink forest shrouded in black smoke, Shao Chun held his saber and cautiously advanced forward step by step. The ink forest was known as the danger zone for demonic beasts. This was no joke. With every step he took, he had to be on guard against demonic beasts pouncing at him from all directions. It could be the ground, the sky, the mutated beasts hidden in the air, or even the trees behind him. They could all open their mouths wide and swallow him up when he was careless. It created a tremendous amount of pressure on one's mental state, causing one's heartstrings to be constantly strung taut. Those who did not have a strong would have their minds broken down before their bodies even collapsed due to their paranoia. Xiao Chen maintained his calm. Along the way, he encountered attacks from various demonic beasts. However, they were all rank 5 demonic beasts. Xiao Chen was not in the mood to fight. After scaring them away, he could not be bothered with them anymore. If he really could not scare them away, he would temporarily avoid them. With his full speed, it would be hard for a rank 5 demonic beast to keep up with him. 10 minutes later, Xiao Chen suddenly stopped and looked around. It was empty and quiet, as if even air had stopped flowing. Xiao Chen suddenly had an uncomfortable feeling in his heart. It was as if he had encountered something unclean and felt disgusted. Being stared at, Xiao Chen calmed himself down and got rid of this uncomfortable feeling. There must be a powerful demonic beast hiding in the dark. The other party had treated him as prey, and his concealment skills were superb. Even with his full perception, Xiao Chen couldn't even tell where the other party was. Chapter 3:27. Maintaining his vigilance, Xiao Chen placed his right hand on the saber hilt. His gaze started to wander around, searching for the hidden demonic beast. Time seemed to stop. Xiao Chen remained motionless as he held his saber hilt. The state of thunder brewed continuously, waiting for the moment his opponent appeared to strike. However, time passed slowly. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 10 minutes, soon, half an hour had passed. The anticipated enemy still did not appear. This was an extremely crafty demonic beast. It knew how to wear down its prey's will, putting a lot of pressure on its opponent. Too much time passed. For an instant, Xiao Chen even doubted his senses. Did I make a mistake? Was the so-called hidden demonic beast just me overthinking? There was no demonic beast at all. Xiao Chen wanted to scatter the state of thunder that he had been brewing for a long time. However, the instant his mental state wavered, the scarlet throne between his eyebrows released a bright red light. This caused Xiao Chen to give up on this idea. As the evil king's secret treasure, the scarlet throne would not give a warning for no reason. My senses are definitely correct, Xiao Chen thought to himself. Xiao Chen's eyes regained their calm. The scarlet throne in his sea of consciousness immediately stopped moving. Since they wanted to compete in patience, then let's see who could not wait any longer. Ooh, after a long time, a cool breeze suddenly blew. It picked up a few leaves on the ground and flew them toward Xiao Chen. Unable to endure any longer, is this a psychological battle? Xiao Chen smiled coldly to himself. He did not feel any killing qi in the cool breeze. So, he ignored the few leaves that flew over. Who? After a long time, for cool breezes blew from the ground. They picked up a large number of leaves and blew them toward Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's heart was as calm as still water. His gaze remained incomparably calm. His right hand, which was on the saber hilt, did not move. He continued to ignore them. Following that, a few cool breezes blew occasionally, trying to disrupt Xiao Chen's thoughts and the state of thunder that he had been brewing. Xiao Chen ignored it. He didn't sense any killing intent. If he acted rashly, he would only make his thunderous strike miss. The surroundings suddenly became silent. The cool breeze that had been harassing Xiao Chen all this time no longer appeared. That strange silence once again descended upon this space. Xiao Chen said indifferently in his heart, "It's coming." Boom! An incomparably violent whirlwind suddenly surged up from the flat ground. The gale roared angrily and swept up all the fallen leaves on the ground. The falling leaves obscured Xiao Chen's vision and covered the sky. A terrifying and ruthless aura was hidden in the wind as it swept toward Xiao Chen. Rumble. The state of thunder that Xiao Chen had been brewing for a long time erupted at this moment. A bolt of purple lightning descended from the sky like a javelin, piercing through the 9 heavens and tearing apart the sky as it fell to the ground. A long crack immediately appeared in the falling leaves that covered the sky, revealing the mastermind hidden behind the scenes. Through the crack in the fallen leaves, Xiao Chun saw a huge four-legged snake whose skin color changed continuously. There was a huge crown on the snake's head, and its eyes were deep red. The snake's skin changed color continuously. Sometimes it was the yellow of the fallen leaves, and sometimes it was the transparent color of the air. It was faintly discernible, looking very strange. However, what surprised Xiao Chun the most was not this. It was actually a snake demonic beast with a crown on its head. A snake growing a crown would take at least 700 years. It would take at least 700 years. Xiao Chun was very clear on what 700 years or more meant. The scarlet crowned snake that he met in the underground world was very horrifying. Xiao Chun clearly remembered how horrifying it was. With just one tail strike, it had shattered the silver warship into pieces. If the scarlet crowned snake turned into a demonic beast, its strength would more than double. The crack in the fallen leaves that was blasted open by the lightning started to close up slowly. The figure of the scarlet crown snake slowly disappeared from Xiao Chun's vision. Kasie. The instant the crack in the fallen leaves closed up completely, Xiao Chun immediately drew the lunar shadow saber in his hand. A strong wind blew, scattering all the fallen leaves in the air. Countless arcs of electricity moved about in the air, striking the fallen leaves and giving off a crackling sound. In an instant, all the scattered leaves were smashed into powder. The hidden scarlet-crowned snake was completely exposed. Xiao Chun shouted and locked his killing chi on the other party. Then, he leaped into the air. Xiao Chun brandished his saber and executed a lightning-quick strike. Wu Kuei shakes the heavens. The ancient divine Wu Kuei tree appeared from nowhere and grew rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it became lush with leaves covering the sky. It was like a lone peak as it smashed down with the force of thunder. The 100-meter-long crowned snake was as thick as a water bucket. When it saw the divine Wu Kuei tree descending on its head, its scarlet eyes released a scarlet glow. It opened its mouth, and the surrounding temperature plummeted. A cold light appeared in its mouth. After a while, the cold light exploded and a sharp ice pillar shot out. Chi! Chi! When the ice pillar came in contact with the Wu Kuei tree, frost immediately appeared on the surface of the Wu Kuei tree. The Wu Kuei tree, which was filled with the berserk power of thunder, was actually frozen solid from the inside out. Xiao Chen's eyes were filled with astonishment. He said, "How can this be?" The Wu Kuei saber technique is a sure-kill martial technique. Unexpectedly, it was broken in such a way. When two kinds of energy clashed, if neither side had absolute strength, there would be an intense explosion. There was only one possibility for such an effect. The other party's ice-attributed energy far surpassed the lightning-attributed energy that Xiao Chun could unleash. Regardless of quality or quantity, it completely surpassed Xiao Chun. Otherwise, the Wu Kuei tree would have had a chance to explode. This four-legged crowned snake has lived for at least 1,000 years, Xiao Chun thought in horror. It is already a spirit, yet it is so crafty and patient. Kasie. Kasie. The frozen Wu Kuei tree started to crack continuously. It shattered into pieces of ice and fell to the ground. Thunderclouds churned continuously in the sky. Xiao Chun looked at the four-legged crowned snake as it flicked its forked tongue in and out. Xiao Chun grasped his saber hilt with both hands and focused. He had never been so nervous before. Xiao Chun had great strength and a crafty and cautious character. This was a peak-rank 6 demonic beast that had lived for 1,000 years. It was even stronger than the Scarlet Flame Chief that he met earlier. Boom! Just as Xiao Chun was hesitating on whether to retreat or not, the scarlet throne mark on his forehead flickered with a scarlet light. The scarlet throne flew out of nowhere. Before Xiao Chun could react, the strip of cloth on his forehead tore into countless pieces. A scarlet cloud soared into the sky. Above the scarlet cloud, Xiao Chun had unknowingly sat on the scarlet throne. The instant the strip of cloth tore, Xiao Chen's originally delicate and ordinary aura instantly turned strange. His skin was as white as snow, and the scarlet throne mark on his forehead. When he looked at Xiao Chun, he felt like he was unable to extricate himself from this gaze. Of course, Xiao Chen did not know about all this. He used his foot to step on the scarlet cloud. The scarlet cloud seemed solid. When he stepped on it, it was like he was walking on flat ground. The appearance of the scarlet throne surprised Xiao Chen. He did not know what it was trying to do. Chi! Chi! Just as Xiao Chen was feeling confused, the scarlet throne under him started to slowly seep into his flesh. Soon, a viscous scarlet liquid covered Xiao Chen's skin, forming a scarlet battle armor. The battle armor covered Xiao Chen's entire body. It even formed a scarlet helmet on his head, covering all the vital points. The strangest thing was that the insides of the battle armor were tightly connected to the cells in Xiao Chen's skin. It was like it was made of flesh and blood. The four-legged crown snake's thick limbs stood on the ground. Its scarlet eyes flickered with uncertainty. When the four-legged crown snake saw Xiao Chen on the scarlet cloud, its skin started to change color, merging with the air. However, without the cover of the fallen leaves, when Xiao Chen looked carefully, he could see a blurry silhouette slowly moving around him. When the battle armor that the Scarlet Throne had turned into appeared, Xiao Chen felt that his defense had increased by more than 50%. Furthermore, his strength and speed had also increased. It was like his entire body had an inexhaustible amount of energy. His overall combat prowess had increased by 50%. The secret treasure refined by the ancient evil king is truly unfathomable. However, with the help of this battle armor, my chances of defeating this 1,000-year-old crown snake should increase by 50%. Xiao Chen completely dispelled any thoughts of retreating. Now that he had a 50% chance of victory, he should go all out. Xiao Chen shouted and leaped down from the scarlet cloud. Then, he quickly rushed towards the blurry silhouette on the ground. Huchi! A huge wind blade appeared out of nowhere. The incomparably sharp wind blade sliced the air in half. It sounded like a piece of cloth being torn apart. What a fellow! He actually grasped two attributes at the same time. Xiao Chen pushed off the ground with his feet, and an explosive force shot out. In an instant, his body soared more than 100 meters before he landed on a large tree. In the time that Xiao Chen took to leave, the afterimage he left on the ground was shattered by the wind blade before it could scatter. The berserk wind blade's momentum did not diminish. It chopped a large tree behind him in half. The cut of the tree was as smooth as a mirror. It was enough to show how condensed and pure the wind blades were. After flying for a distance of 1,000 meters, the wind blades finally stopped moving. In the blink of an eye, the huge wind blade arrived at Xiao Chen's feet and slowly dissipated. Finally, it turned into a berserk wind that carried countless fallen leaves into the distance. Before Xiao Chen could feel astonished, a strand of frost quickly spread out from the tree below him. In the blink of an eye, it arrived at Xiao Chen's feet. Startled, Xiao Chen quickly jumped down. The moment he landed, a wind blade appeared out of nowhere. It accurately calculated Xiao Chen's position. Xiao Chen somersaulted miserably in the air and landed on the ground. Before he could get up, the boundless frost on the ground gave off cold chi. It formed a circle and quickly moved toward Xiao Chen. When Xiao Chen looked around, the cold chi created an icy fog on the ground. It covered an area of more than a kilometer around him, not giving him any place to stand. How hateful! Helpless, Xiao Chen could only leap into the air to prevent the cold chi from binding him. Boom! The instant the cold chi gathered, the surrounding temperature dropped by several hundred degrees. A huge pillar of ice shot up from where Xiao Chen stood earlier, heading in the direction that he had jumped. Chapter 328. The four-legged crown snake launched a series of attacks. It did not give Xiao Chen any time to react. It had everything within its grasp. The attacks were closely linked. It wanted to force Xiao Chen into a dead end, not giving him any chance to attack. What a crafty 1,000-year-old demonic beast. When Xiao Chen saw the ice pillar rushing at him, he thought to himself, I can't retreat anymore. Otherwise, the danger I face will only increase. Chi breaks Wu Kuei. Xiao Chen shouted and the dark clouds above churned continuously. A bolt of lightning tore through the darkness, causing Xiao Qian's aura to soar. A strand of dense purple saber chi appeared from nowhere. Xiao Qian was unaware of it. The remnant state of massacre in the scarlet battle armor quickly merged into the saber technique. Kasie. The power of the chi breaks Wu Kuei shocked Xiao Qian. It actually easily broke the ice pillar, soaring into the sky in half. After merging the state of massacre, Xiao Qian's spirit of Wu Kuei was like a treasure saber that had been reforged. The sharpness of the saber had increased by 50%. When Xiao Qian saw the two halves of the ice pillar shattering in the air, a boundless killing intent soared in his heart. Xiao Qian's gaze was like a weapon filled with killing chi. Everywhere his gaze passed, the killing intent seemed solid, causing one's heart to tremble in fear. Kill! Wu Kuei shakes the heavens. Xiao Qian shouted and executed Wu Kuei breaks the heavens again. A purple divine Wu Kuei tree appeared from nowhere. The state of massacre in the battle armor instantly merged into it. Xiao Qian saw countless meridians flowing in the interior of the towering tree. It looked like blood vessels. After a while, countless scarlet Wu Kuei flowers bloomed on the lush tree. The towering tree immediately turned sinister and horrifying, looking very strange. The surrounding cold chi gathered in the four-legged crowned snake's sinister mouth once again. An ice pillar condensed with a cold light struck the roots of the divine Wu Kuei tree again. Endless cold air began to spread from the bottom of the tree to the top of the tree trunk. But this time, the cold chi was unable to penetrate the inside of the tree of God. There was no way to completely freeze the Wu Kuei tree. The state of massacre would not allow the ice to break into the Wu Kuei tree. Kacha. After a while, the surface of the Wu Kuei tree, which was covered in ice, slowly cracked. Pieces of shattered ice fell off. However, the Wu Kuei tree, which contained the force of lightning, was still in perfect condition as it pressed down violently. Boom! The divine tree descended, bringing with it the unceasing power of thunder and lightning. It ruthlessly pressed down on the blurry silhouette in the sky. The huge four-legged crowned snake let out a pained roar. Its body completely appeared in Xiao Qian's field of vision, its skin covered in flickering lightning. The murderous intent contained in the lightning easily tore through the layers of ice defenses that the crowned snake had set up as though they were tofu. In an instant, the four-legged crowned snake's defenses crumbled. It used its physical body to take on Xiao Qian's move head-on. Its scales exploded and countless black blood droplets seeped out of its skin. Faint electric light could still be seen flickering in the wounds. It looked like states were also divided into grades. The state of massacre was clearly stronger than the state of thunder. However, the fusion of the state of massacre was much easier than the fusion of other states. Xiao Qian was able to easily infuse the state of thunder. Did this mean that the fusion of states of different styles was easier than the fusion of states of the same style? For example, the fusion of the state of wind and the state of cloud, or the state of mountain and the state of cloud, were energy-based states. Merging them was very difficult. However, it was easier to merge the state of massacre and energy-based states. However, it would be much more difficult to merge them with the states of destruction, life, and nature, which were similar to the state of massacre. It looked like the knowledge and methods involved in states were much more complicated than Xiao Qian had imagined. However, this opened a new door for Xiao Qian's thinking. These thoughts flashed in Xiao Qian's mind, but he did not think too deeply about them. At this moment, he was still in the middle of a battle of life and death. It was clearly not the time to think about this problem. It would be better to think about it after the battle. Under the pain, the four-legged crowned snake let out an angry roar, its forked tongue flicking in and out continuously. Uchi! A red light flashed. The four-legged crowned snake's red tongue was like a bolt of lightning. It was so fast that one's thoughts could not keep up with its speed. Xiao Qian's heart tightened, and he quickly dodged to the side. However, that tongue was simply too fast. The long red snake pierced through his heart when it was only 10 centimeters away. A heart-wrenching pain spread through every inch of Xiao Chen's nerves. The enraged Xiao Chun swung his saber and chopped at the tongue that was trying to retract. Then he ruthlessly cut off a large chunk of it. The intense pain disrupted the circulation of Xiao Chen's essence. The gravity spell immediately scattered, and Xiao Chen's body fell heavily to the ground. Ooh! Just as Xiao Chen was about to fall to the ground, the red cloud in the distance flew over and caught him firmly. Xiao Chen could not be bothered with shock or pain. He pulled out the long red tongue that had pierced through his body. A horrifying hole immediately appeared on his chest, and blood gushed out. Z. The red battle armor suddenly wriggled, and the terrifying hole quickly healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, it healed completely. The wound was healed. However, Xiao Chen clearly felt a lot of his life force drain away. This startled Xiao Chen. Unexpectedly, this throne can forcefully use my life force to treat my injuries. Life force was the equivalent of a person's lifespan. The life force that was used to treat Xiao Chen had reduced his lifespan by more than a year. Xiao Chen shook his head and suppressed these thoughts. He jumped down from the red cloud and activated the windwalk shoes. Then, he fought the four-legged crown snake continuously. With the aid of the state of massacre, Xiao Chen was able to hold his own against the four-legged crown snake. Sometimes, after Xiao Chen broke his opponent's attack, the electric light would even leave wounds on his opponent's body. One man and one beast started an intense battle in the forest. A strong wind howled, lightning flashed, and ice spread everywhere. The battlefield grew larger and larger. When the surrounding trees were struck by the shock waves of the battle, they immediately turned into countless splinters, dancing in the strong wind. Bang! 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 The four-legged crown snake's cold chi froze the soil on the ground. It became very brittle. When a leaf fell on it, it would explode and kick up a cloud of dust. Wukuei blossoms. Xiao Chen grabbed hold of an opportunity and executed the Wukuei blossoms. The state of massacre infused into the Wukuei blossoms produced a scarlet Wukuei flower, wrapping Xiao Chen within it. Bang! 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 The four-legged crown snake sensed the might of this move. It spat out sharp wind blades and ice arrows, continuously striking the surface of the scarlet Wukuei flower. Within the flower bud, Xiao Chen's internal organs were shaken. His chi and blood surged, and blood leaked out of the corner of his mouth. However, Xiao Chen endured it and continued to circulate his essence through his meridians. He focused on executing the Wukuei blossoms. Boom! The scarlet flower suddenly bloomed. Scarlet petals bloomed in the air. Xiao Chen pushed off the ground, and countless scarlet lights fell from the petals. When they landed on his body, his speed reached Mach 3. As the petals filled the air, Xiao Chen's saber strike was extremely beautiful. It was like a beam of light flashing by. A huge bloody hole appeared at the four-legged crown snake's weak point. The berserk energy of the lunar shadow saber poured out wildly. Bang! Just as Xiao Chen stabilized himself, the four-legged crown snake's huge tail swept across the air. It sent Xiao Chen flying, causing him to vomit a mouthful of blood. There was no panic on Xiao Chen's pained face. He quickly formed hand seals with his left hand and shouted, Wukuei, supporting the heavens. The scarlet petals filled the air and formed a scarlet river in the air. They flowed through the four-legged crown snake's wound and quickly entered its body. After a while, a scarlet Wukuei tree grew wildly at the four-legged crown snake's weak point. Countless roots extended into its body, firmly taking root. The divine Wukuei tree absorbed the life force of the four-legged crown snake, turning it into its own nourishment. In the blink of an eye, the divine Wukuei tree covered the sky and covered the sun. Countless branches sprouted out, producing scarlet Wukuei flowers. They were very beautiful, looking very beautiful. Xiao Chen pushed off the scarlet cloud with his feet, and his body rose up quickly. The unending thunderclouds in the sky churned continuously. A divine tree started to slowly grow above Xiao Chen's head. He muttered to himself, "I'll use this move to end this battle." Wu Kuei breaks the heavens. The instant the divine tree grew completely, an earth-shattering scarlet bolt of lightning streaked across the sky. The lunar shadow saber in Xiao Chen's hand released a resplendent scarlet saber light. The scarlet beam of light quickly elongated. The four-legged crowned snake, which was rooted to the ground by the Wu Kuei tree and unable to move, revealed an expression of horror and despair in its scarlet eyes. Die! Suddenly, a scarlet light flashed on the four-legged crowned snake's body. After the scarlet light faded for a long time, the huge body of the four-legged crowned snake split in half. It was split into two halves from the middle. Endless black blood rained down from the sky along with its shattered internal organs. After executing Wu Kuei breaks the heavens, the scarlet battle armor on Xiao Chen's body immediately separated from his flesh. Then, it slowly wriggled and turned into a scarlet light before returning to his sea of consciousness. Then, it turned into a scarlet throne. In the end, the state of massacre contained in it was too little. Xiao Chun had already exhausted it. Pooh! Xiao Chun landed on the ground, exhausted. He immediately lay down. The battle with the 1,000-year-old demonic beast was too tiring. Furthermore, using the state of massacre had a strong side effect. Even now, Xiao Chun's head was still very dizzy. It was not time to rest yet. Xiao Chun braced himself and quickly got up. He walked over to the four-legged crowned snake's corpse. Hu-chi! Hu-chi! Balls of red light, invisible to the naked eye, quickly flew towards the throne mark on Xiao Chen's forehead. Chapter 329. That was at least 100 more than the rank 5 demonic beast. However, when he thought about it, it made sense. The longer it lived, the more it killed. In Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness, the Scarlet Throne greedily absorbed the intent of massacre. Eventually, because there was too much red light, it could not help but tremble. As the Scarlet Throne trembled, Xiao Chen's fatigued body felt an indescribable carefree feeling. It made his body and mind feel much better. Xiao Chen infused his spiritual sense into the Scarlet Throne. In the small world inside, a golden deity floated high in the sky. That was the spiritual mark that Xiao Chen left in there. Underground, the once boundless sea of blood was now dry and narrow. All that was left was a 5-meter-wide scarlet puddle. This was the result of absorbing the rank 6,000-year-old demonic snake. Previously, there were only a few drops of scarlet liquid. It was even more pitiful. Take it slow. Xiao Chen was not in a rush. He withdrew his spiritual sense and focused his gaze on the demonic snake's corpse. There were many treasures waiting for him to collect. Xiao Chen extracted the four-legged crown snake's demonic core and took out a sharp knife. Then, he started to cut off the demonic snake scales. These scales could change color freely. They were top-grade materials for refining magic treasures. There was also the snake gallbladder, the four legs, and the crown on its head. They were all good stuff. After tidying up everything, Xiao Chen found a big tree and started to circulate his energy to recover his essence. After a fierce battle, Xiao Chen had expended too much energy and sustained significant internal injuries. This was especially so for the final swing of the demonic snake's tail. There was an estimated 25,000 kilograms of force that Xiao Chen had to endure. If it were not for the scarlet battle armor, increasing his defense by 50% and his high recovery rate, that swing would have shattered all his internal organs. Xiao Chen took out a medial-grade spirit stone and slowly circulated the purple thunder divine incantation. The endless pure spiritual energy in the medial-grade spirit stone poured into the Qi whirlpool in his dantian. The liquid in the purple Qi whirlpool started to drip slowly. After 12 hours, the essence liquid in the Qi whirlpool was finally filled. Xiao Chen quickly circulated the purple thunder divine incantation to nourish his damaged internal organs. After another half a day, Xiao Chen finally cleared all the repercussions of this battle. She opened her eyes, and a purple light flashed through them. Her bewitchingly beautiful and fair face regained its color and was no longer deathly pale. Anyone who looked at her would easily be captivated. Xiaochen got up and looked at the gray sky. Then, he resumed his journey of killing rank 6 demonic beasts and witnessed the might of the state of massacre. Xiaochen became even more interested in killing strong demonic beasts. He had to collect more demonic beasts to strengthen his state of massacre. Just like that, Xiaochen stayed at the periphery of the Ink Forest for 2 days before he returned to where Xiao Bai and the silver-armored warrior were. In 2 days, 12 demonic spirit world, demonic beast, Chun-Li's Xiaochen 1, beast the 2 1 2 1 1 1 1 and 1 and 1 1 1 1 1 and 1 1 1. If Xiaochen continued fighting, he would no longer be cultivating. Instead, he would be destroying his future. The body was the foundation of everything. There were no changes to the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron or the 2 silver-armored warriors. There were no signs of demonic beasts in these 2 days. However, when Xiaochen looked around and did not see Bai, he felt it was strange. The spirit blood jade's senses told him that Bai was within 10 meters of him. How could he not see him? Xiaochen leaped up gently and arrived at the mouth of the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron. When he looked down, he finally saw Bai. Xiaochen only saw by jumping around continuously. However, the cauldron was only 6 meters tall. It could not jump up no matter what. Rongrong's cute face was filled with doubt. She kept scratching her head. She could not figure this out. Xiaochen smiled faintly and looked at the bottle gourd that had fallen to the side. He immediately guessed what had happened. The little fellow must have gotten drunk on the mouth of the cauldron and fell in. The internal space of the cauldron was definitely lined with spatial formations. It was a small world of its own. Even if Xiaochen fell in, he would have to put in a lot of effort to get out. How could Bai jump out? When Bai saw Xiaochen on the mouth of the cauldron, he immediately revealed a look of joy. He looked pitifully at Xiaochen. Xiaochen smiled faintly, and the spirit blood jade on his chest flashed with light, sucking in Bai. Iya! Iya! Bai came out of the spirit blood jade and pointed at the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron as it cried out in Xiaochen's embrace. The gist of it was that this cauldron was very horrifying, very bad, very scary. Xiaochen smiled and scolded. Let's see if you still dare to drink in the future. Since you like to drink so much, you should know the consequences of getting drunk. You even said you would help me protect this cauldron. In the end, you can't even protect yourself. Xiaochen put down the injured Bai and landed on ground. Then, he casually found a tree that he could chop down with his saber. After that, he took out a carving knife and quickly carved out a lifelike flying bird. Then, he gently blew on the wood shavings on it, making the carving look even more realistic. It looks like my carving skills have not fallen behind. I wonder if Yu is satisfied with the carving I gave her? Xiaochen smiled gently before withdrawing his smile. He said in a deep voice, "Life bestowal spell." The wooden bird immediately came to life. Under Xiaochen's control, it flapped its wings and flew up. After circling around, it quickly flew towards the exit of the Ink Forest. As long as it was not a wooden carving for combat, there were no requirements for the materials. Xiaochen only wanted to use this bird to scout ahead, so there was no need to use the spiritual wood. In this forest, spiritual sense was greatly restricted. However, the life bestowal spell was not as restricted. After an hour, the wooden bird passed through the long, dark tunnel and saw the scene outside. The majestic, profound ice palace was still in its original spot. There were many cultivators standing guard at the entrance. It looked like they had not given up yet. Xiaochen left a mark on the wooden bird and stopped it on the wall. He muttered, "It has already been 5 days." Unexpectedly, this group of people did not leave. However, if you want to compete in patience with me, I'm afraid you will be disappointed. Time passed day by day. Xiaochen hunted demonic beasts during the day and cultivated the dragon and tiger body sculpting art at night. The spiritual energy here was very sparse. It was not suitable for cultivating the purple thunder divine incantation. Hence, Xiaochen could only cultivate body tempering cultivation techniques. Coincidentally, the dragon and tiger body sculpting art was just a little short of small perfection. He might as well make use of this opportunity to make a breakthrough. Clearly, Xiao Chun was not in a rush. Half a month later, Xiao Chun suddenly shouted. All the bones in his body crackled continuously. A drawn-out aura rushed to the sky and scattered the lingering black smoke. The dragon and tiger body sculpting art's fourth layer, dragon tendon tiger bone, had reached small perfection. Xiao Chun leaped up and arrived before the dragon phoenix cauldron. Then he casually punched. Bang! The dragon phoenix cauldron gave off a muffled sound. The cauldron trembled as it flew forward. All the trees in its way were smashed into pieces. After a long time, the cauldron landed heavily on the ground. The 3 cauldron pillars sank 1 meter into the ground. Xiao Chun withdrew his fist and said softly, "After small perfection, my strength increased by 5,000 kilograms of force. There are still 2 more great perfection and peak great perfection. After that, this dragon and tiger body sculpting art will reach consummation. At that time, a casual punch from me should have 25,000 kilograms of force. A full power strike should be 50,000 kilograms of force. I should be able to open the remaining 3 acupoints on my right arm." A joyful expression appeared on Xiao Chen's face. His heart was filled with anticipation. After that, he used the life bestowal spell to check the situation outside. He discovered that the huge, profound ice palace of the Duanmu clan had already disappeared. It has been almost half a month. It looks like they can no longer hold on. "It is time for me to go." Xiao Chun withdrew his spiritual sense and smiled faintly. Afraid of an ambush, Xiao Chun used the life bestowal spell to fly out. He circled the area once before he confirmed that everyone had left. Xiao Chun did not linger any longer. He instructed the silver-armored warriors to carry the dragon phoenix cauldron and quickly left this underground forest, returning to the mountain range. Although the air in the mountain range was still turbid, it was much better than underground. Xiao Chun took a deep breath and felt his chest relax. The sky above the Ink Mountain range was filled with fatal danger. Xiao Chun did not dare to use the Scarlet Throne or the Silver Warship to fly over. The rank 7 demonic beasts that filled the sky would tear him to shreds. Xiao Chun could only obediently kill his way back from the ground. He would treat it as experiential training. Since ancient times, the strong had tempered themselves. Xiao Chun laughed loudly. He held the lunar shadow saber and walked forward in a heroic manner. Half a month later, at an exit of the Ink Mountain range, a youth wearing alternating blue and white robes with a blue strip of cloth tied to his forehead slowly walked out. A spirit fox sat on his shoulder and a sword hung at his waist. This person was Xiao Chun. He looked somewhat fatigued, but the light in his eyes still flickered. His sharpness was still present. Xiao Chun raised his foot and stepped out. When he saw the sunlight that he had not seen for a month, he narrowed his eyes and smiled faintly. "I'm finally out. Today I realized how wonderful fresh air and sunlight are." Including the ink forest, Xiao Chun had cultivated bitterly for a month. The state of massacre that the Scarlet Throne had collected had turned into a deep pool of spring water. It was 10 times more than before. Of course, it was still incomparable to the vast sea it was at the beginning. The bigger gain was that Xiao Chun's reactions had become sharper due to the high-intensity battles he had experienced over a long period of time. His usage of martial techniques had become more flexible. The number of demonic cores, in addition to the ones he left in the subspace of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, reached a horrifying number. Xiao Chun counted them. There were more than 1,500 rank 4 demonic cores, 1,000 rank 5 demonic cores, and 700 rank 6 demonic cores. This was a huge sum of wealth. If he exchanged them for spirit stones, he would definitely be able to get at least 2,000 medial grade spirit stones. It might even be more. With Xiao Chun's current cultivation speed, he would consume 1 medial grade spirit stone a day. 2,000 medial grade spirit stones would be enough for him to use for 6 years. Even if Xiao Chun's cultivation realm increased and the consumption increased, it would still be more than enough to last him for 2 years. With the remaining 5,000-odd medial grade spirit stones, Xiao Chun could buy whatever he wanted. However, when Xiao Chun saw the 2 silver-armored warriors carrying the dragon phoenix cauldron behind him, he frowned slightly. He could not think of how to deal with this. He could not store the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron in the Universe Ring. It was so huge. If he placed it somewhere else, it would be very eye-catching. Chapter 330. Xiao Chen muttered to himself for a while before saying, "It looks like I can only place it in a more reputable pawn shop. I remember that the Merchant Association of Feng Feishui's clan runs a pawn shop as well. How about I place it there?" Hu Qi. With a thought, the Scarlet Throne flew out on a scarlet cloud. This place was still within Dongming Province. The silver warship was rather eye-catching. Xiao Chun was afraid of being recognized, so he could only use the Scarlet Throne. The silver-armored warrior carried the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron and slowly walked to the red cloud. The red cloud was incredibly soft, like it was solid. There was no need to worry about falling. Sitting on the throne, Xiao Chun operated the throne with all his might. He quickly soared into the sky, heading for Dongming Province's capital. One night, 2 days later, Xiao Chun landed silently outside Dongming City. He first entered the city and obtained a large box to store the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron. Then, he headed for the city again. Bringing a large box into the city in the middle of the night would inevitably attract the attention of the city guards. However, ordinary people would not be able to make out anything special about the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron. So, there is no need to worry about the city guards discovering anything. Xiao Chen calmly opened the box. After he showed it to the city guards, he entered the city without a hitch. Xiao Chen was not in a rush to go to the pawn shop. Instead, he found an inn and asked for a good room. Then he took a good bath. After washing away the fatigue from the past month, he fell into a deep sleep. The next day, after asking the waiter for the location of the Feng Clan pawn shop, Xiao Chun carried a large box and rushed over silently in the middle of the night. The name of the pawn shop was Victorious Leader. It was already closed in the middle of the night. Azure steps extended to the door. There were 2 fire phoenixes carved on the door. This was the symbol of the Feng Clan Merchant Association. As long as a shop had this symbol carved on it, it would be considered a property of the Feng Clan. As Xiao Chun slowly walked up the steps, he immediately felt a few strong auras lock onto him. These auras scanned his body continuously, trying to see through him. Dongming City was one of the 4 great cities in the world. The pawn shop that the Feng Clan placed here would definitely have a lot of business. It was no surprise that it was heavily guarded. Clang, clang, clang. Holding the wooden box, Xiao Chen calmly walked to the door and lightly knocked on the knocker. "Who is it? It's the middle of the night, and you don't let me sleep. You're here to pawn things." A shop assistant opened the door and said with sleepy eyes, "Victorious Chief Pawn Shop. We don't do business at night. Come back tomorrow." After he finished speaking, he was about to close the door again. Xiao Chun held the box with one hand and blocked the door with the other. He smiled gently and said, "You don't even want to do a big deal?" The waiter laughed and said, "Big business? How big?" Xiao Chun smiled and didn't say anything. He directly pushed the door open. The waiter couldn't resist this force and quickly retreated. He seemed very angry. Xiao Chun loosened his grip, and the wooden box landed on the ground with a thud. The huge weight of the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron caused the ground to tremble. The waiter was startled. He was astonished. He did not expect such a heavy item. To think that this youth in front of him could easily lift it up with one hand. The waiter, who was about to chase Xiao Chun away, turned serious. He no longer felt sleepy as he said, "Young hero, are you pawning something or storing it?" "Storing it," Xiao Chun said simply. "I'm also selling something at the same time." The waiter smiled bitterly and said, "However, our appraisers are already asleep. It is not convenient to wake them up at this time." Xiao Chun casually looked around the hall before sitting on a chair by the wall. He took out a medial grade spirit stone from the universe ring and smiled faintly. "Is this fine now?" The waiter looked at the medial grade spirit stone on the table. A greedy look flashed in his eyes. Even a waiter of the Feng Clan's pawn shop had good eyes. Naturally, the waiter recognized what this was. A medial grade spirit stone. If it was exchanged for gold, it would be enough for him to live a luxurious life for most of his life. The waiter grabbed the medial grade spirit stone and smiled. Yes, no problem at all. I will call our master over now." The waiter immediately took out a medial-grade spirit stone. It looks like this is a big deal. If I wake the master up, I will not have to fear him scolding me. Xiao Chen looked at the waiter's back and felt a slight heartache. This time, he could only spend a lot. There were many people here during the day. It would be hard to avoid news of this place leaking out. It was worth it to spend an extra medial-grade spirit stone. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, there was the sound of footsteps coming from the back of the hall. The waiter from earlier led an old man over, looking travel-worn. The old man wore long gray robes and walked with steady steps. His eyes gleamed and his qi and blood were vigorous. He did not look old at all. When the old man arrived before Xiao Chun, he performed a cup-fist salute and smiled. "My family name is Huang. I am a chief appraiser of the victorious chief pawn shop. I have yet to ask for young hero's name." There were not many people who could take out a medial-grade spirit stone as a tip. While they were speaking, the old man carefully sized up Xiao Chun. He was already a medial-grade martial saint at such a young age. However, this was not strange. Such a youth could be considered an outstanding talent. However, there were many of them everywhere. However, the old man felt a dangerous aura from this person. The old man had already become a peak inferior grade martial king long ago. However, he was too engrossed in appraising antiques, which delayed his cultivation. This youth is not simple, the old man concluded in his heart. Xiao Chun performed a cup-fist salute and smiled. "I do not dare to claim my name. You can just call me Yi Chun. Could I trouble Master Huang to help me take a look at this item? I would like to store it in your shop for a period of time." The rules of the pawn shop were that the value of the item was determined. As for how to appraise the value and rank of the item, it depended on the appraiser's eyesight and knowledge. Xiao Chun had brought the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron here because he wanted to use this opportunity to appraise it. He wanted to see if he could obtain any useful information from the other party. Master Huang nodded slightly. Xiao Chun flicked his hand and sent out 4 strands of energy. The box immediately opened, revealing the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron. The dragon and phoenix carved on the cauldron looked very lifelike. One dragon and one phoenix chased each other. The cauldron gave off an ancient and heavy aura. The Dragon Phoenix Cauldron in front of Master Huang was instantly stunned. His expression froze, and he was tongue-tied. He was so shocked that he could not speak properly. Dragon, Phoenix Cauldron. It really is one of the 3 replicas of the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron. Why is it with you? When Xiao Chun saw the old man's expression change, he thought to himself, "It looks like there's a chance." Xiao Chun stood up and asked, "Old sir, do you recognize this cauldron?" Master Huang recovered his wits and knew he had lost his composure. He smiled apologetically. The original Dragon Phoenix Cauldron disappeared long ago. There are only 3 replicas left. The Feng clan has been searching for this cauldron for thousands of years. I did not expect it to appear in little brother's hands. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that the Feng clan has already grasped the method of refining secret treasures? Everything is ready except for this cauldron. Young hero Yi Chun, may this old man be bold enough to ask if you are willing to sell this cauldron? If you are, the Feng clan will be able to bear any price. Master Huang turned around and asked softly. Naturally, Xiao Chun had no intention of selling the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron that he had spent so much effort to obtain. He shook his head and rejected. "I'm sorry, I will only store it and not sell it." "Old sir, what do you know about this cauldron? Can you tell this junior about it?" A strange look flashed in Master Huang's eyes. He smiled gently. "I only recognize this cauldron. How would I know anything about it? Young hero Yi is too kind." Xiao Chen's gaze was like lightning as he took in the old man's expression. He knew that this old man was purposely not saying anything, so he could not be bothered with him. He said, "Never mind, since old sir is not willing to say, then state a price. I intend to store this cauldron here for a year." Master Huang thought for a while before saying 50,000 inferior grade spirit stones. "What do you think? Perhaps there is another way. You can lend this cauldron to our Feng clan. You can come and collect it at any time. If that's the case, not only will we not need your spirit stones, we will even give you 100,000 inferior grade spirit stones every year." Xiao Chun thought for a long time. After a while, he made a decision in his heart. He said, "Sure, but I want to discuss this with your young master personally." Xiao Chun had his own considerations. Although he had the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron and the Lunar True Flame, he did not know the exact method. If he kept them, he would need a long time to figure out the method. Xiao Chun might as well hand the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron over to Feng Fei Xue and exchange it for the method to refine secret treasures. After that, he would let her use the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron for a period of time. This could be considered as repaying her some favors. The most important thing was that Xiao Chun really wanted to see her. After returning to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, Xiao Chun had a premonition that he would be leaving the Great Qin Nation soon. After Xiao Chun agreed to Feng Fei Xue's promise, he did not see her come looking for him. However, she did get Princess Ingyu to look for him once. However, she did not explain things clearly. After leaving the Great Qin Nation, Xiao Chun did not know when he would return. He might as well take this opportunity to have a good chat with Feng Fei Xue. When Master Huang heard Xiao Chun's words, he was slightly taken aback. He said with some embarrassment, "Young Hero Yi, the Feng family has a big business, and the Shunkuei pawn shop is just a small place. It's really a bit abrupt to invite Miss Feng here. Besides, I can make the decision to borrow the cauldron." Indeed, the Feng clan had shops all over the continent. Although the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron was important, there was no need to get Feng Fei Xue over. Furthermore, Feng Fei Xue had been running around the continent for the Feng clan's business for a long time. Aside from some specific days, she did not have a fixed residence. It would be difficult to invite her with Master Huang's status. Master Huang explained the difficulties to Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun thought for a while and said, "In that case, never mind. I will leave this Dragon Phoenix Cauldron here. If you can make an appointment with Feng Fei Xue, then come and talk to me about lending it to you." When Master Huang heard this, his expression could not help but change. He felt that it was a great pity. Just as he was about to ask Xiao Chun to stay, he suddenly thought of something. His face filled with a smile again. He asked in anticipation, "Young Hero Yi, may I ask if you are the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's Qin Yun Peaks Yi Chun?" Xiao Chun felt it was strange. He nodded and took out his identity token to prove his identity. He asked, "What's wrong? Does Master Huang recognize me?" Master Huang smiled and said, "There is no need to ask young Master Yi about this. If you trust me, you can leave the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron here first. Come back tomorrow at midnight, and you will be able to see Miss Feng." Chapter 331. This is really strange. Xiao Chun did not know that he had such great influence. Since that was the case, he would come back tomorrow. There was no need to worry about leaving the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron here. However, there was another matter that could be settled now. Xiao Chun said, "It is settled then. I still have some demonic cores with me. I wonder if Old Huang can help me appraise them and do some business?" Old Huang smiled and said, "That is easy. Do you want to pawn them or sell them?" "Sell them." After Xiao Chun spoke, he poured out 3 large piles of demonic cores from his universe ring. The largest pile was rank 4 demonic cores, the smallest was rank 5, and the smallest was rank 6. The smile on Old Huang's face immediately froze. He was speechless. This was the so-called demonic core. A rough count gave him more than 3,000 demonic cores. With such a large number, the Victorious Chief Pawn Shop's annual business was probably only this much. The waiter at the side was completely dumbfounded. He thought to himself, "Fortunately, I did not say anything to offend this person." When he thought about how he had been prepared to mock this person, he felt that he was really lucky. Xiao Chun said, "Old Huang, what's wrong? Is the number too large?" Old Huang recovered his wits and sighed. "It's not large. Not large at all. I will call the other appraisers. We will definitely give young Master Yi a specific number within an hour." Xiao Chun smiled and said, "There is no rush. It does not matter if I wait a little longer." After an hour, Old Huang walked over tiredly. He took out a stack of papers and said to Xiao Chun, "Young Master Yi, the attributes of every demonic core have been appraised. All of them have a specific price tag. Take a look and see if there is anything you would like to add." Xiao Chun received the stack of papers and looked at them carefully. He discovered that it was indeed as Old Huang said. Not only were the attributes of the demonic cores listed, even the corresponding demonic beasts were listed. Furthermore, the accuracy was almost 100%. Every demonic core had a valuation. Furthermore, the reason for the valuation was stated in detail. The appraiser of the victorious chief pawnshop was not simple at all. This was an eye-opener for Xiao Chun, overturning some of Xiao Chen's original concepts. For example, the demonic core of an inferior rank 4 demonic beast was valued even higher than a superior rank 5 demonic core. The reason was that the Heavenly Craft Manor had developed a new spirit weapon and was in urgent need of such demonic cores. There were many similar cases. The value of a demon core was not simply determined by its rank. This gave Xiao Chun some inspiration. Finally, Xiao Chun took a look at the total. All the demonic cores added together could be sold for 450,000 inferior grade spirit stones. When Xiao Chun saw the inferior grade spirit stones, he frowned slightly. Honestly speaking, he did not have much use for inferior grade spirit stones. Right now, he could only use them as currency. There was no use for ordinary cultivation. At most, it could be used to quickly recover essence when one's essence was slightly depleted. If Xiao Chun depleted too much, he could only use medial grade spirit stones. One medial grade spirit stone would not be enough. When old Huang saw that something was wrong with Xiao Chen's expression, he asked in a probing manner, "Young Master Yi, are you not satisfied with the price?" Xiao Chun shook his head and said, "No, 450,000 inferior grade spirit stones is already a very high price. However, I was wondering if I could exchange it for medial grade spirit stones." When old Huang heard this, he muttered in a low voice, "It is not impossible. However, young master, you need to think this through. Although inferior grade spirit stones are no longer of much help to cultivators above medial grade martial saint, they're still the basic currency of the continent. There will not be any devaluation." What old Huang said was not wrong. The auctions held in Shiha City also used inferior grade spirit stones as the starting point. There should not be any major changes in other places. Old Huang continued, "If you use inferior grade spirit stones to exchange for medial grade spirit stones, you will be at a great disadvantage. Young master, you should think this through carefully before making a decision." Old Huang continued, "If you use inferior grade spirit stones to exchange for medial grade spirit stones, you will be at a great disadvantage. Young master, you should think this through carefully before making a decision." At the auction in Shiha City, Xiao Chun had suffered such a disadvantage. For the sake of purchasing secret treasures, he had no choice but to use medial grade spirit stones to exchange for inferior grade spirit stones. If he had prepared a sufficient amount of inferior grade spirit stones in advance, such a situation would not have happened. However, Xiao Chun had an urgent need for medial grade spirit stones. He felt that they would be of great use in the future. Now that he had the opportunity, he had to exchange them for medial grade spirit stones. Xiao Chun asked, "Name a number. How many medial grade spirit stones can these 450,000 inferior grade spirit stones be exchanged for?" Old Huang replied straightforwardly, "At most 3,000. This is a discounted price on the account that you're acquainted with Miss Foam. One medial grade spirit stone could be exchanged for 100 inferior grade spirit stones. If it was inferior grade spirit stones for medial grade spirit stones, or 200 inferior grade spirit stones for one medial grade spirit stone, one would be laughing up their sleeves." Hence, the price given by old Huang was indeed a discounted price. Furthermore, it was much more than what Xiao Chun had expected. Xiao Chun put down the white paper that introduced the demonic core. He smiled and said, "In that case, many thanks to old Huang. 3,000 medial grade spirit stones was a very large sum. Xiao Chun had to go through many procedures before he could truly obtain it. Xiao Chun waited for another 4 hours before he finally managed to obtain all 3,000 medial grade spirit stones. In addition to the 5,000-odd medial grade spirit stones in the universe ring, Xiao Chun now had a total of 8,000 medial grade spirit stones. This was a horrifying amount of wealth. Xiao Chun was more or less done with what he needed to do. All that was left was to wait until he saw Feng face Yue tomorrow. When Xiao Chun pushed open the doors of the victorious chief pawn shop, the sky in the east was already turning bright. The light of dawn was about to break through the shackles of darkness. There were already some people on the streets. However, most of them were ordinary people doing business in the early days. There were no signs of cultivators. Xiao Chun revealed a calm smile as he slowly walked to the inn he came from. His pace was neither fast nor slow. When he heard the various shouts of the ordinary people around him, his state of mind slowly calmed down. When Xiao Chun arrived at the entrance of the inn, the light of dawn finally matched the night sky. A red sun appeared. Xiao Chun stopped and looked up. The rising sun was as red as a pillar. However, it was not too hot. Only at this moment could an ordinary person look directly at the sun. Xiao Chun entered deep thought. He was like this fiery morning sun. His future was bright, but he might not be able to truly emit the light of the blazing sun. However, it was filled with unknown factors. Since ancient times, there have been countless geniuses who died prematurely when the sun just rose, falling completely. The road ahead would be bumpy. He had to be careful. Just as Xiao Chun was deep in thought, the waiter opened the doors of the inn. Xiao Chun collected his thoughts and walked in under the waiter's astonished gaze. Strange, didn't this person not go out last night? Why did he come in again this morning? The waiter muttered as he looked at Xiao Chun's back. After returning to his own room, Xiao Chun washed up and went straight to his bed to cultivate. The purple thunder divine incantation had remained in the 5th layer for a long time. After the 3rd layer, it became increasingly difficult to cultivate the purple thunder divine incantation. However, with every layer, there would be a qualitative change in his strength. When he broke through to the 3rd layer, the purple thunder true fire became the origin flame. When he broke through to the 4th layer, the might of the purple thunder true fire increased by another level. The origin of thunder contained in it became purer and more condensed. Xiao Chun did not know what kind of surprise he would receive when he broke through to the 5th layer. He hoped that when the time came, the amount and might of the purple thunder true fire would improve by another level. Xiao Chun cultivated all the way until dusk. Then he slowly opened his eyes and withdrew his palm. He gathered all the purple electricity in the air due to his cultivation into his right hand, forming a ball of blazing purple flame. The purple flame slowly seeped into his palm and entered his body through the meridians in his arm. Finally, it gathered at the origin flame in his right eye. After not eating for a day, Xiao Chun felt hungry. He prepared to go downstairs and have a feast. Dusk was always the most crowded and bustling time in any inn or restaurant. Xiao Chun waited for a long time on the 2nd floor before he found an empty table by the window. Have you heard? Something big happened in Dongming province. It could be said to have shaken the entire Great Qin nation. While waiting for the food to be served, the discussions of some cultivators reached Xiao Chun's ears. Another person laughed. How big can it be? Is it even more shocking than Xiao Chun's battle with the noble clans a year ago? Xiao Chun, that's all in the past. That person hasn't appeared for a year. I'm guessing that with the large families chasing after him, he's either left Great Qin or is hiding in the wilderness, hiding his identity. In the current Great Qin nation, there is no place for him to stay. Dongming province, the royal courts, Shiha province, and Nanling province are all hunting him down. That's true. Tell us what happened. Someone asked with great interest. That's true. The person who spoke first took a sip of wine and said, "A month ago, Duemyuking gathered the outstanding talents of the various lands. I believe you all know about this. According to reliable sources, they gathered for a dragon phoenix cauldron left behind by the Firely sect. Furthermore, they actually found this cauldron. In the end, a nameless brat from the Heavenly Saber Pavilion defeated the outstanding talents of the various lands and snatched the cauldron back. Is that true? The Dragon Phoenix Cauldron is a legendary item. To think it actually appeared, the others exclaimed in astonishment. When Xiao Chun heard this, he frowned slightly. He thought to himself, it looks like the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron is a hot potato. I will probably feel some pressure when I return to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Those people continued to chat, But Xiao Chun had no interest in listening. After he finished his meal, he returned to his room to cultivate. Time passed very quickly as Xiao Chun cultivated. When Xiao Chun opened his eyes again, the sky had already turned dark. He opened the window and looked out. It was very dark outside. There were very few people walking on the streets. Xiao Chun held his lunar shadow saber and silently leaped out, heading for the victorious chief pawn shop. He remembered that the last time he met Feng Feishue was in Dongming City as well. It seemed like the two of them had a special fate in Dongming City. Xiao Chun executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art with all his might. In a short while, he arrived at the victorious chief pawn shop again. This time, it was different from last night. There was no strong aura staring at him. The moment Xiao Chun walked up the bronze steps, the doors opened. Old Huang smiled from behind the doors. "Young Master Yi, please follow me. Miss Feng has been waiting for a long time." Xiao Chun nodded gently and followed Old Huang to the guest room on the top floor of the victorious chief pawn shop. When they arrived at the door, Old Huang tactfully left. Chapter 332. After calming himself down, Xiao Chun gently pushed open the door. The instant the door opened, he immediately saw Feng Feishue, dressed in men's clothing, holding a folding fan in her hand. She seemed to be the same as before, without any changes. Her aura was the same as before. Her fine black hair was tied up, and the men's clothing made her pretty face look very different. She was elegant, and her aura was outstanding. After sensing for a while, Xiao Chun discovered that Feng Feishue's cultivation was still at peak superior grade martial saint. This surprised him. Feng Feishue had a gentle smile on her face. When Xiao Chun was sizing her up, she also carefully observed Xiao Chun. When Feng Feishue saw Xiao Chun again, she felt that his aura was even more reserved. Furthermore, there was an additional aura that she could not understand, making him seem somewhat mysterious. The two of them came to the table and sat across from each other. Feng Feishue picked up the teacups on the table and poured a cup of tea for Xiao Chun. She smiled softly and said, "It has been a long time. Your strength has increased again. Congratulations." Xiao Chun received the teacup and took a sip. Then, he continued the topic. "You are the one that shocked me. After running around the continent, your cultivation is still higher than mine." Feng Feishue smiled faintly and poured herself a cup of tea. Then, she changed the topic. "This is the first time you are in such a rush to look for me. I rushed over from the imperial capital overnight. Is something the matter?" There were too many things Xiao Chun wanted to ask Feng Feishue. Now that she was in front of him, he did not know where to start. Xiao Chun put down the teacup and organized his thoughts before saying, "I might have to leave the great Qin nation soon. A few months ago, you asked you to bring me to the imperial capital. Can you tell me why? If I can help you, I will do my best. However, if I leave the great Qin nation, I might not be able to return for some time." Feng Feishue smiled faintly and felt warmth in her heart. She did not expect that when Xiao Chun was preparing to leave the great Qin nation, he would still remember the promise he made to her. "Indeed, with your strength, it would be good for you to go out and train. However, you do not have to worry about my promise. Even if you are at the ends of the earth, I will find you immediately," Feng Feishue said softly. It looked like Feng Feishue was still unwilling to tell him her secret. "So be it." Xiao Chun did not force her. He continued asking, "Cousin Yulan, how are things in the heavenly Qin school?" When Feng Feishue heard Xiao Yulan's name, a complicated expression flashed in her eyes. She said, "She received your flowing light flower and is currently cultivating with all her might. She is very strict with herself, and the talent she displayed is extremely high. Currently, one of the seniors in the heavenly Qin school has already accepted her as a disciple." Hearing that the other party was fine, Xiao Chun relaxed slightly. The two of them chatted for a long time before Xiao Chun mentioned the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron. Feng Feishue hesitated for a while before saying apologetically, "The Feng clan does indeed have a method to refine secret treasures. However, only the clan head knows such a top-notch secret. I do not know it myself." This caused Xiao Chun to be somewhat surprised. However, when he thought about it, it was indeed so. If a clan really grasped the method to refine secret treasures, then the strength of the clan would definitely soar. Such an important secret was usually held in the hands of the clan head. Otherwise, if it was leaked, the consequences would be dire. As for whether there were other reasons, or if Feng Feishue had her own difficulties, Xiao Chun did not care. He did not like to force others. Furthermore, Feng Feishue had already helped him enough. Just the heaven-ranked movement technique, the blue dragon cloud soaring art, had saved his life several times at crucial moments. It was more valuable than a priceless treasure. What else was there to ask for? Feng Feishue said, I am really sorry about this. However, when you hand the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron over to the Feng clan, I can pay you daily. 10 medial grade spirit stones every day until you take the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron. Xiao Chun waved his hand and said, Please don't say that. Just treat it as if it's in your Feng clan. To me, it would be a hot potato. To Xiao Chun, this was indeed the case. If he could store it in his universe ring, it would be fine. However, if he could not, it would be very inconvenient. The two of them chatted for a long time. Feng Feishue told Xiao Chun about the experts she saw in the various countries and the strange martial techniques. This broadened Xiao Chun's horizons, causing him to look forward to it. In the end, just as they were about to leave, Xiao Chun could not help but ask a question in his heart. He said, Feng Feishue, actually, I have always wanted to ask, why are you so good to me? The first time they met, she gave him a blue dragon medicine cauldron. The second time they met, she invited him to enter the Heavenly Qin School. The third time they met, she gave him a heaven-ranked martial technique. After that, he created a great calamity. She helped him take care of the Xiao clan, resolving his worries. After that, she asking you to invite him to join the Imperial Dragon Legion. She wanted to help him recover his true body and live a normal life. All of this was a great favor. Feng Feishue helped him without any conditions, causing him to feel an indescribable sense of doubt. In this world, there is no such thing as love without reason, nor was there any such thing as hatred without reason. Someone must have planted the seed of karma. Feng Feishue's pretty face was slightly stunned. However, she was not too shocked. She had already expected this question from Xiao Chun. Seeing the determination in Xiao Chun's pitch-black eyes, Feng Feishue's pretty face revealed some melancholy. Helping you is the same as helping myself. As for the exact reason, it is not convenient for me to tell you now. When you and I can truly decide our own fates, the answer will automatically come to light. It seemed like Feng Feishue still did not want to tell him the reason, the secret of the disappearance of the blue dragon martial spirit, and why Xiao Zhan chased her out of the clan. These were the secrets that had troubled Xiao Chun for a long time. It seemed like it would be difficult to get answers from Feng Feishue. What did she mean by truly deciding our own fates? Could it be that Xiao Chun and Feng Feishue's fates were not in his hands now? Seeing the silent Xiao Chun, Feng Feishue said softly, If you really want to know, you can make a trip to the imperial capital. However, I hope that before you go, you'll have absolute strength. Otherwise, your fate will be completely controlled by others. As the last inheritor of the blue dragon martial spirit, your existence implicates the interests of too many people. It would not be an exaggeration to say that every step you take is filled with danger. Back then, when your father chased you out of the Xiao clan, one of the main reasons was because of the benefits involved. He could not bear it. The entire Xiao clan could not bear it. All you can do is become stronger. There is no other way. Feng Feishue's words caused Xiao Chun to feel a headache. She was talking about the existence of the blue dragon martial spirit. Xiao Chun had a vague guess in his heart. Perhaps the energy that the blue dragon martial spirit carried was far greater than he imagined. However, he did not dare to think too deeply about it. He even purposely downplayed the connection between himself and the blue dragon martial spirit. This was because the greater the power, the greater the responsibility. He was just a transmigrator. There was no need for him to be involved in so many schemes. He only wanted to live for himself, to be more simple, to slowly walk the path of cultivation, to reach the peak step by step. However, Feng Feishue's words confirmed some of Xiao Chen's guesses. From the day he awakened the blue dragon martial spirit, whether he was active or passive, willing or unwilling, he was already implicated in certain matters. No matter how he tried to avoid it, he could not avoid it. Picking up the teacup, Xiao Chun drained it in one gulp. He placed the teacup heavily on the wooden table and calmed himself down. He said, "No matter what the truth is, I am living for myself and the people I care about. In the end, my fate is something that I have to fight for myself. I am indebted to you. If I want to repay you in the future, I will not hesitate to do so. I will take my leave first." After Xiao Chun spoke, he directly left this place. Feng Feishua looked at Xiao Chen's departing figure with an astonished expression on her face. After a long time, a secret door outside the hall opened. A beautiful woman wearing red robes appeared in the hall. The beautiful woman had an elegant aura. She was about 30 years old, but her exquisite face made her look like she was only 18 or 19. Time did not seem to have left any traces on her face. If one looked carefully, they might discover that Xiao Chun bore some resemblance to this woman. When Feng Feishua saw the beautiful woman, she said softly, "Aunt, he is right in front of you. Are you not going to come out and meet him?" The beautiful woman revealed a trace of sorrow in her eyes. The corners of her eyes seemed to be moist. She said softly, "There is no need. I owe him too much. I'm already satisfied just to hear his voice." Feng Feishua went to the window of the tall building and looked out. She saw Xiao Chun turning into a purple beam of light and flying away quickly. She said indifferently, "I believe that he is the person I am waiting for. I will do my best to fight against the decision of my father and the Elders' Assembly. The promise that has lasted for 1,000 years must be passed down." There was still a sentence in her heart that she did not say out loud. It was as Xiao Chun said, "In the end, fate is something that you have to fight for yourself." The woman that Feng Feishua referred to as her aunt looked at Feng Feishua and seemed to think of herself in the past. She sighed in her heart. After leaving the victorious chief pawn shop, Xiao Chun rested in an inn for 2 days. Then, he started to complete the remaining Black Sect missions. During the missions, he heard Feng Feishua spread the news that the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron was already in the hands of the Feng clan, and that people were welcome to come and take a look. When Xiao Chun first heard this news, he was slightly stunned. However, he quickly figured it out. Feng Feishua was trying to divert everyone's attention from Xiao Chun. The Dragon Phoenix Cauldron was like the eye of a storm. It attracted the attention of many powers. No matter where Xiao Chun went, his Dragon Phoenix Cauldron would attract attention. Of course, it would be attention with malicious intent. Unless he delivered the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, he would be protected by a strong power. By doing this, Feng Feishua had done Xiao Chun a great favor. 1 month later, Xiao Chun completed all the high-ranked missions he had received. He started his journey back to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Without the restrictions of missions, he rushed back at full speed. He returned to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion in half a month. Then, Xiao Chun headed straight for the Hall of Contributions on the Heaven Viewing platform. On the second floor of the Hall of Contributions, the person in charge of accepting missions verified the mission contracts that Xiao Chun handed over one by one. "You completed all the Black Sect missions in 3 months. I did not expect you to actually do it," the person in charge of the Hall of Contributions said in astonishment after he checked the contracts. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and did not say anything. These high-ranked missions were all made after careful consideration. Without absolute confidence, Xiao Chun would not accept so many high-ranked missions in one go. Chapter 333. There is a total of 30,000 contribution points. "Take a look," that person said enviously. 30,000 contribution points were obtained by one person at the same time. This was the first time he had seen such a thing in his many years as an administrator. Xiao Chun received it calmly and gave his thanks. The administrator behind him said, "Yi Chun, the first elder said that after you return, you should find some time to look for him." Xiao Chun stopped and turned around. He asked, "Is it urgent?" That administrator said, "Not really. He specifically instructed you to go if you have time. If you don't, then forget it." As that administrator spoke, he looked at Xiao Chun enviously. It had to be known that the first elder was now the person in charge of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. He had never seen the first elder so polite to anyone before. It could only be said that Xiao Qian's potential was too high. Xiao Qian nodded gently and left. He could roughly guess why the first elder was looking for him. However, since it was not urgent, he would put it aside for now. After the mission handover was completed, Xiao Qian immediately rushed to Qingyun Peak. In the entire Heavenly Saber Pavilion, that was the only place that gave him a sense of belonging. As Xiao Qian slowly walked up the long steps of Qingyun Peak, he looked at the familiar scenery around him. He felt an inexplicable warmth in his heart. When Bai, who was in the spirit blood jade, felt its surroundings, it immediately came out. It jumped onto Xiao Qian's shoulder and stretched its limbs. It looked extremely cute. Big brother Yi Chun, when did you return? Xiao Yang and Xiao Meng, who were preparing to go down the mountain, suddenly saw Xiao Qian's figure. The two of them ran over joyfully. Bai was very familiar with Xiao Yang and Xiao Meng. When saw the two of them, it immediately stood up on Xiao Qian's shoulder and greeted them with a yeah sound. This made the two of them laugh. Xiao Qian smiled helplessly and carried Bai down. He nodded and smiled. I just returned not long ago. How are elder sister Ryue's injuries? Xiaoming was playing with Bai. When she heard Xiao Qian's question, she looked up and said with a smile, You will know when you see it yourself. There will be a surprise. Xiao Yang and I are going down the mountain. Based on Xiao Meng's tone, it seemed like the injuries to Lu Ryue's meridians were completely healed. However, Xiao Qian found it strange what the so-called surprise was. Xiao Yang, who was at the side, smiled and said, Big brother Yi Chun, go quickly. When elder sister Ryue sees you, she will definitely be happy. Elder sister Ryue has been in the dueling ground for the past few days. Xiao Qian nodded lightly. After bidding farewell to the two of them, he quickened his pace and flew towards the training ground. Before Xiao Qian got close to the training ground, he felt a strong aura. Furthermore, Xiao Qian was very familiar with this aura. Xiao Qian stopped outside the training ground and muttered, This is the aura of a martial king. Furthermore, it is very pure. Did elder sister Ryue break through? It seemed like it. Lu Ryue was only a step away from becoming a martial king for a long time. Now that she obtained the tendon refining flower and was reborn, she should have broken through. Furthermore, this experience would probably allow her to advance to peak inferior grade martial king. Even some of the veteran martial kings would not be a match for her. For a long time, one of the main reasons why no one came to Qingyun Peak was because there were no martial kings holding down the fort. Now, it looked like this was a thing of the past. Xiao Qian felt joy from the bottom of his heart. He could not wait to enter the dueling grounds. Boom, boom, boom. In the training field, a series of powerful auras exploded continuously. Lu Suifeng and Lu Ryue were exchanging moves in the dueling grounds. However, Lu Suifeng looked rather miserable. Rather than exchanging moves, he was more like a sandbag. Elder sister, you don't have to be so ruthless. I am your younger brother. Lu Suifeng begged as he dodged Lu Ryue's attacks. Bang! Lu Ryue said calmly, An unpolished jade is worthless. If you cannot even endure this little bit of hardship, how can I hand Qingyun Peak over to you in the future? Lu Ryue swung her scabbard and knocked away Lu Suifeng's saber. The scabbard struck Lu Suifeng's wrist heavily, causing him to cry out in pain. Lu Suifeng glanced around and suddenly saw Xiao Qian outside the training ground. His eyes lit up and he quickly called out joyfully, Elder sister, Yi Chun is here. Can you stop now? Lu Ryue directly struck Lu Suifeng's chest. She smiled faintly, using this move to trick me into slacking off again. It is no longer effective. Lu Suifeng was in so much pain that he could not breathe properly. He coughed a few times and said, Elder sister, it's true. Look outside. Although Lu Ryue did not believe it, she could not help but turn her head to look. She immediately saw a calm Xiao Qian outside the training ground. She immediately stopped what she was doing. Lu Suifeng took advantage of this opportunity to quickly leave the battlefield and rush toward Xiao Qian. Yi Chun, you finally came back. If you still did not come back, I would have been beaten to death by my elder sister, Lu Suifeng said bitterly as he patted Xiao Chen's shoulder. Xiao Chen was knocked back 3 days by Lu Suifeng's palm strike. He had thoroughly experienced Lu Suifeng's enthusiasm. He stood firmly and smiled gently. You should be rejoicing. Look at this palm strike. Your strength has clearly increased significantly. Lu Suifeng smiled embarrassedly. Then he said mysteriously, It's just so-so. Compared to you, I am much weaker. I will be leaving first. You'll have a pleasant surprise later. Xiao Chen found this strange. Why is everyone talking about a pleasant surprise? What exactly is the pleasant surprise? Lu Riyue gently leaped down from the dueling grounds arena. Her tight red robes accentuated her graceful figure as she walked over to Xiao Chen. Lu Riyue's flirtatious face had a trace of shyness. Her expression seemed to be somewhat nervous. However, she seemed to have made up her mind and quickly walked over to Xiao Chen. Bo! Before Xiao Chen could react, Lu Riyue's tender red lips quickly pecked his lips. It was like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water, and she quickly retreated. Outside the dueling grounds, Lu Suifeng, Xiao Yang, and Xiao Meng, who had already agreed to leave, all appeared together. They stared at this scene without blinking. Ha, my elder sister is really bold. However, she did what she said. I like it. Lu Suifeng laughed loudly at the side. Xiao Meng giggled and said, However, it seems like she did not have much experience. That was it. Xiao Yang smiled and said, Haha, she did not have any experience in the first place. The only time was when big brother Yi Chun took the initiative. We can leave now. If we don't, elder sister Riyue will go berserk. Behind the 3 of them, Bai looked at the 2 of them strangely. His large eyes were filled with doubt. The moment Xiao Yang spoke, Lu Suifeng and Xiao Meng immediately reacted. Xiao Meng held on to Bai and quickly retreated. Is this the so-called pleasant surprise? Xiao Chen muttered to himself. His delicate face blushed slightly. He did not know what to do. Although this was not the first time he kissed Lu Riyue, the last time they kissed was passively. However, previously, the 2 of them were passive. This time it was different. This time, Lu Riyue was the one taking the initiative. Xiao Chen's heart, which had always been as calm as an ancient well, had a slight ripple. He asked with some difficulty, Elder sister Riyue, what are you doing? Lu Riyue originally had a bashful expression. However, when she saw Xiao Chen in such a predicament, she felt happy instead. She laughed loudly and said, This is a reward for you. Thank you for the tendon refining flower. If not for the tendon refining flower, I would be a cripple. I would not have broken through to Martial King. Just thanks? Xiao Chen felt slightly disappointed in his heart. He said softly, That is what I should do. It was a coincidence that I obtained the tendon refining flower. This fellow really does not know how to speak. Lu Riyue thought gloomily to herself. Never mind. His wooden character cannot be changed. Lu Riyue held on to Xiao Chen's hand and said softly, Let's not talk about this anymore. I'll bring you to see something. Xiao Chen followed, feeling suspicious. When they arrived at a corner of the dueling grounds, Lu Riyue let go of Xiao Chen's hand and said, This is it. Take a look. Ancient sabers were stabbed into the ground. The sabers contained a vigorous and ancient aura. Over 1,000 ancient sabers were arranged in a mysterious and complicated formation. The ancient aura on the sabers merged together. Xiao Chen stood in front and closed his eyes to feel it. It was like a magnificent army with thousands of men and horses charging at him with a surging, killing chi. Kill, 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 kill. The red throne in his sea of consciousness trembled continuously. Xiao Chen opened his eyes and said in astonishment, This is a miniature ancient absolute saber formation. However, why does it feel different from before? The ancient aura is even denser. The killing chi contained in it is on a completely different level from before. Lu Riyue revealed a satisfied smile. You guessed right. Every saber here has a history of more than 10,000 years. They are true ancient weapons. This ancient absolute saber formation will definitely help you comprehend listening to the sword and communicating with it. Xiao Chun was very moved. For Lu Ruyue to be able to find such ancient weapons, she must have put in a lot of effort. Xiao Chen knew from Lu Suifeng that Lu Ruyue owed Lu Chen a favor for the ancient weapons she borrowed in the past. This time, in order to obtain so many ancient weapons, she must have spent a lot more than before. Actually, Lu Ruyue knew that once she comprehended listening to the sword and communicating with it, it would be time for her to leave Qingyun Peak. However, Lu Ruyue still helped him without hesitation. This kindness was something Xiao Chun found hard to accept. Xiao Chun said sincerely, "Ruyue, thank you. I promise you that no matter what, I will help Qingyun Peak obtain the first rank in the Inner Disciple ranking competition." The Inner Disciple ranking competition was the last thing that Xiao Chun wanted to do for Qingyun Peak while he was in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. He could only do this to help Lu Ruyue recover Qingyun Peak. A look of astonishment flashed on Lu Ruyue's face. She did not hear what Xiao Chun said at the end. There was a look of pleasant surprise on her flirtatious face as she said, "What did you call me?" Xiao Chun suddenly understood. "Sorry, I said the wrong thing. Elder sister Ruyue." Lu Ruyue giggled and said, "Hey, am I that scary? Why are you apologizing? You did not say anything wrong. I will allow you to call me Ruyue in the future. Remember, you're not allowed to change the way you address me." Xiao Chun felt somewhat embarrassed as he said, "Got it. Elder sister Ruyue." "No, it's Ruyue." Xiao Chun accidentally said it again. When he saw Lu Ruyue's expression change, he quickly rushed over. Only then did Lu Ruyue smile in satisfaction. Chapter 334. You have just returned from a long journey. Go and rest in the ancient absolute saber formation and give it a try, Lu Ruyue suggested. Xiao Qin thought about it and agreed. This strengthened version of the ancient absolute saber formation would definitely have an additional risk compared to the previous one. He was not fully prepared for it yet. It would be good to rest for a day before giving it a try. Xiao Chun took his leave and headed to his courtyard. The courtyard was very clean and tidy. The fallen leaves were swept to the side. The stone table was also spotless. It was clear that during the time Xiao Chun was away, someone came to clean the courtyard frequently. Xiao Chun sat at the stone table absent-mindedly. When he walked out of the dueling grounds, he felt that his mind had not calmed down. Earlier, he had only forcefully suppressed his emotions in front of Lu Ruyue. Now he could no longer hold it in and let it all erupt. He had never been in such a state before. If it was in the past, he would definitely use the time before the sky turned dark and not waste it all on cultivation. He would definitely not be like this now, sitting in the courtyard and letting his thoughts run wild. Actually, ever since the last time Lu Ruyue was injured and her mind was in a mess, Xiao Chen already had a vague feeling that Lu Ruyue had unknowingly taken up a very important position in his heart. When did this feeling start? Xiao Chen himself was not clear. Perhaps it started when Lu Ruyue blocked Song K's attack for him. Actually, he had already unknowingly fallen into that kiss. After that, he unknowingly fell even deeper. However, he was engrossed in cultivation and neglected it. Or perhaps it could be said that he purposely ignored the truest feelings in his heart. Only when Lu Ruyue was injured did it erupt with such intensity. Her pain was like hitting him, causing him to be unable to calm down. Night slowly descended. There was no moon tonight, only a sky full of stars, flickering with starlight. Xiao Chun sat alone in the courtyard for a long time. Lu Ruyue's kiss during the day disturbed Xiao Chen's mind once again. It was even more intense than when Lu Ruyue was injured. This was an uncontrollable longing. At this moment, Xiao Chen's mind was filled with Lu Ruyue's figure. That calm kiss seemed to linger on his lips. Xiao Chun did his best to calm his thoughts. He looked at the starlight filling the sky and took a deep breath. He leaped into the air and flew over the wall, heading for Lu Ruyue's independent courtyard. Xiao Chun moved like a flood dragon. His speed was as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, he stopped on a big tree outside Lu Ruyue's courtyard. A series of soft shouts came from the courtyard. Xiao Qin's eyes were like lightning. With the help of the weak starlight, he could clearly see the situation in the courtyard. It was already late at night, but Lu Riyue did not feel sleepy. She was focused on practicing a set of saber techniques. A strong wind blew in the courtyard, kicking up countless fallen leaves. Sharp saber, chi spread out in all directions. However, with Xiao Qin's eyes, he could tell that Lu Riyue's mental state was somewhat unstable. As a result, her saber techniques were full of openings. If she fought an enemy like this, there would be serious consequences. Xiao Qin watched quietly as Lu Riyue practiced her saber techniques in the courtyard. He revealed a faint smile on his face and slowly calmed down. After an hour, Xiao Qin quietly descended from the tree and headed for his courtyard. Xiao Qin already had an answer to the hazy feelings in his heart. However, he did not have any confidence in how to proceed. Perhaps it was better this way. Wong, Wong. Just at this moment, the spirit blood jade in front of his chest suddenly trembled. Xiao Qin's expression changed slightly. He said in surprise, "What happened to Bai? Why is the spirit blood cloud pulsating so intensely?" The warning from the spirit blood jade startled Xiao Qin. The spirit blood jade was the link between Xiao Qin and Bai. It would only give a warning when one of them was in grave danger. Xiao Qin activated the windwalk shoes and raised his speed to the limit. Then, he rushed in the direction that he sensed. After a while, Xiao Qin had already left the range of Qinyan Peak. However, the place that he sensed was still some distance away. Xiao Qin stopped in a lush forest. Xiao Qin was no stranger to this forest. Normally, when Xiao Qin practiced or tested out new martial techniques, he would choose this place. Because this place was very desolate and Qinyan Peak had very few people, no matter how big of a commotion he made, no one would discover him. Since Bai came here, she was definitely not ambushed. Xiao Qin slowly calmed down. However, the spirit blood jade pulsated even more intensely. What happened this time? Xiao Qin frowned. He could not figure it out. Could it be that I killed myself? Boom, boom. A huge energy fluctuation spread out. Xiao Qin's speed increased again. Occasionally, there would be flashes of light in the dark forest. The light caused the forest to flicker between bright and dark. A horrifying energy fluctuation spread out in the air. A strong wind blew, causing the trees to sway left and right. Countless leaves flew around, and dust filled the air. Xiao Qin gathered his essence in front of him, and the falling leaves and dust exploded into powder. There seemed to be a storm in the middle of the forest. It kicked up a strong wind and gave off a shocking energy fluctuation. What exactly is going on? This energy fluctuation has already reached the boundary of a rank 7 spirit beast. Furthermore, it is still increasing. Xiao Qin thought to himself. No matter what, he had to hurry over to understand something. So. Xiao Qin pierced through the forest like an arrow. He could not be bothered to avoid some of the trees blocking his way. He simply punched them to pieces. Xiao Qin used brute force to carve a path through the dense forest. The spirit blood jade in front of Xiao Qin's chest started to give off a bright scarlet light. He felt a warm sensation on his chest. It was frighteningly hot. Hoochie! Hoochie! After a while, Xiao Qin finally arrived at the center of the storm. Bai's entire body was snow white. At this moment, her entire body was flickering with a jade-like luster. There was a weak figure reflected in her body. That figure was struggling nonstop, as though it was enduring some kind of immense pain. Under the illumination of the starlight, she gave off a different kind of brilliance. She was very beautiful. Energy ripples danced in the air around her, looking like crystalline ribbons. As the ribbons danced, a gust of wind surged out, forming a ferocious whirlwind that spread through the forest. When Xiao Qin saw all this, he was completely stunned. He said in disbelief, "This is shape-shifting. Could it be that when she sneaked out at night in the past, she was trying to shape-shift? This is too dangerous." Bai's cultivation realm was not high enough. Normally, shape-shifting spirit beasts would only attempt it after they reached rank 8. A rank 8 spirit beast was equivalent to a human martial monarch. Furthermore, the success rate was only about 50%. Normally, only those that had gained intelligence would choose to shapeshift. To spirit beasts, shapeshifting was a great opportunity. However, this opportunity was accompanied by boundless danger. What an idiot! She is too reckless. If I had known this would happen, I would not have passed the mysterious 9 heavenly revolution transformation to her. Xiao Chan said somewhat vexedly. If not for the mysterious 9 heavenly revolution transformation, Bai would not have risked her life to try. Unfortunately, it was already at a crucial moment. It was too late to stop it. That would only cause the shape-shifting to fail and turn Bai to dust. Boom! 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 As Xiao Chan was thinking, resplendent pillars of light came from Bai's body. The horrifying energy ripples swept over, turning the surrounding trees into dust. Bang! Xiao Chan sent out a palm strike and shattered the energy ripples flying at him. However, just as he shattered one, a few more flickering pillars of light surged over with a surging torrent. The attack of a peak rank 7 demonic beast was simply too strong. Xiao Chun had no choice but to retreat a few hundred meters. Then, he soared into the air and landed on the top of a tree. Unexpectedly, the shape-shifting of a spirit beast would attract such intense energy fluctuations. Furthermore, Bai was only a rank 6 spirit beast. If it was a true rank 8 spirit beast that shape-shifted, how horrifying would the energy be? Xiao Qin stared at Bai, who was in the pillar of light. His heart filled with worry. With such strong energy, if he was not careful, he would be crushed to death. The resplendent pillar of light soared into the sky and shone for a long time. The surrounding spiritual energy flew towards Bai like rain. In the end, the spiritual energy became too dense. Countless specks of starlight floated in the air. These specks of starlight were all made of spiritual energy. The densely packed specks of starlight sparkled in the dark night like gorgeous stars. The tiny human figure in Bai's jade-like skin slowly became clearer as spiritual energy poured in. Now, it only lacked the final step, accepting the baptism of heaven and earth before it could truly shapeshift. The so-called baptism of heaven and earth was, to put it bluntly, a punishment from the heavenly Taoists. This step was also the most dangerous one. Spirit beasts and humans were completely unrelated species created by the heavenly Taoists. Regardless of whether a human wanted to become a spirit beast or a spirit beast wanted to become a human, it was a huge challenge to the heavenly Taoists. If he could survive the fight against the heavenly Tao, not only would he be able to transform successfully, moreover, he could even steal a trace of the heavenly Tao and obtain karmic luck, allowing him to have unlimited potential in the future. Xiao Chen looked up and saw the boundless clouds churning in the sky. Thunder rumbled. The baptism of the heavenly Taoists was already brewing. The beautiful human figure in Bai's body seemed to sense the might of the heavenly Taoists. She sat down cross-legged and silently circulated the mysterious 9 heavenly revolution transformation technique. A thin golden halo appeared around Bai's body, giving her jade-like body a dignified and sacred feeling. Xiao Chun frowned heavily as he looked at the increasingly horrifying electric might and pressure accumulating. His heart slowly leaped to his throat. He felt incredibly nervous. Boom! The continuously accumulating lightning might finally reached a critical point. Then it exploded. A silver snake tore through the sky, heading straight for Bai. When the berserk lightning struck the golden halo, it gave off a loud sound. Countless specks of dust flew up from the surrounding ground and filled the air in an instant, completely obscuring Xiao Chen's vision. The ground started to tremble. The tree that Xiao Chen was on shook violently. Chapter 335. Xiao Chen stood at the top of the tree. His body moved along with it, as though he would be flung off in the next moment. However, he maintained a delicate balance and remained standing at the top of the tree, not getting flung off. Boom! 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 Bolts of surging lightning struck down endlessly, shaking the heavens and shaking the earth. It was like the lightning was going to shatter space. This light illuminated the pitch-black night in the forest. Nothing must happen to him, Xiao Chen prayed. The lightning seemed to strike Xiao Chen's heart, making him extremely anxious. Under the baptism of the heavenly Tao, Xiao Chen did not dare to release his spiritual sense. Otherwise, if the heavenly Tao detected it, he might receive an even harsher punishment. Dust filled the sky, blocking Xiao Chen's vision. Occasionally, lightning fell from the sky, as though it would never end. Uchi, Xiao Chen sent out a sharp palm wind. The palm wind was as sharp as a saber. It cut through the dust, filling the sky, revealing a crack that extended towards Bai, who was in the center of the dust cloud. The crack only existed for an instant before it mended. Xiao Chen's eyes were like lightning. In this fleeting moment, he finally saw Bai's figure. Under the baptism of the lightning, that golden halo became even brighter. The divine and dignified aura deterred others from looking directly at it. Fortunately, I can hold on for a while longer, and I will pass. After all, the mysterious 9 heavenly revolution transformation is an immortal grade cultivation technique of the fiend race. Xiao Chen heaved a sigh of relief. The lightning roared for a while before it completely quieted down. However, the boundless clouds in the sky had not dissipated yet. It was like the calm before the storm. The air in the forest stopped flowing in an instant. The dust filling the sky seemed to freeze, not moving at all. A heavy atmosphere spread out in the forest, making breathing difficult. It felt like a huge rock was blocking one's chest. It was extremely uncomfortable. Xiao Chen held his breath as he looked at the rumbling thunderclouds in the sky. He muttered to himself, "This should be the last one. I hope nothing goes wrong." Right after Xiao Chen said that, a golden light exploded in the horizon. The boundless dark clouds looked boundlessly resplendent under the illumination of the golden light. A golden bolt of lightning tore through the night sky. It was like a golden javelin piercing through the obstruction of space. It descended from the sky and landed on Bai's head. The boundless golden light exploded, and Xiao Chen felt a piercing pain in his eyes. After a while, he was temporarily blinded. Everything in front of him was pitch black, and he completely lost all light. The unending shockwave struck Xiao Chen's body, causing him to sway unsteadily in the air before he fell heavily to the ground. Xiao Chen extended his spiritual sense, and his surroundings appeared in his mind. Then, he flipped in the air and landed firmly on the ground. I was too careless. The golden lightning is probably one of the highest grades of lightning. Even Martial Monarch would not dare to look at it directly. Xiao Chen thought to himself. He had to get rid of the lightning in his eyes as soon as possible. Otherwise, it might leave behind a hidden injury that might cause permanent damage to his eyes. Xiao Chen sat cross-legged. Purple essence flowed through his meridians and into his eyes, carefully expelling the remnant golden lightning in them. After a while, the lightning was completely gone. Xiao Chen opened his eyes again, and his vision was restored. Slash! With a shout, Xiao Chen rose from the ground and quickly flew towards the spot where the golden light had landed. The dust that filled the sky slowly dissipated. In the center of the dust, a perfect and flawless girl's body appeared in Xiao Chen's vision without a single piece of clothing. The girl was only 14 or 15 years old. Her skin was as soft as snow, and her delicate facial features matched with her small, oval face. She looked very delicate and cute. Her eyes were tightly shut, and her thick eyelashes cast 2 fan-shaped shadows on her cheeks. As she breathed, her eyelashes seemed to tremble like butterfly feathers. The girl looked like she was asleep. When Xiao Chen felt the girl's aura of life, he heaved a sigh of relief. He took out a set of clothes from the universe ring and placed it on Bai's body. Xiao Chen carried her in his embrace. Her soft and delicate body had the youthful and cute aura of a young girl. It would make one's heart tremble. Xiao Chen took a deep breath and calmed the intense fire in his heart. This was a physiological reaction that all men would have. Xiao Chen rushed back to his courtyard. After causing such a big commotion, it would be hard to avoid startling some people. He had to leave this place quickly. Xiao Chun carried by and executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art. He flew across the ground, and the scenery on both sides flashed past his vision. At some point in time, Bai, who was in Xiao Chen's embrace, suddenly opened her eyes. When she opened her eyes, there was a seductive air to her lovely face. The corners of her eyes curled up slightly, and her eyebrows reached her temples. This was a pair of captivating phoenix eyes. Her eyebrows were curved as she looked at Xiao Chen's serious face. Her eyes were filled with curiosity, and her lips curled up into a faint smile. She looked down and focused on Xiao Chen's thin lips. It seemed like she thought of something. Suddenly, Bai hooked her soft arms around Xiao Chen's neck. Her red lips parted slightly, and her snow-white teeth bit down on Xiao Chen's lips. The sudden change in the situation and the slight pain at the corner of his lips caused Xiao Chen's essence to be disrupted. He nearly fell to the ground. At the critical moment, he quickly dispersed his essence before he could stabilize himself. Bai released her teeth and revealed a smile. Her face was filled with pride. A small trickle of blood appeared on Xiao Chen's lips. It was the result of Bai biting his lower lip. In one day, he was forcefully kissed by two girls. Xiao Chen did not know whether to laugh or cry. The expression on Xiao Chen's face affected the wound at the corner of his lips. It immediately caused Xiao Chen to suck in a breath of air in pain. This is not a normal kind of pain. Where did this girl learn this from? When Bai saw the pained expression on Xiao Chen's face, she said suspiciously, "Elder brother Xiao Chen, what's wrong? You look like you are in pain." However, when elder sister Ryue kissed you, your expression was very comfortable. Could it be that Bai did something wrong? Perhaps it was because this was the first time she spoke, or perhaps it was because she saw the pained expression on Xiao Chen's face, but Bai's immature voice sounded very timid and fearful. Xiao Chen suddenly understood. So that's how it is. However, you did not learn from her properly. She only lightly tapped me, not bit me. However, Xiao Chen naturally said these words in his heart. It was not good for Xiao Chen to explain this to her directly. Furthermore, when facing the transformed Bai, it was impossible for Xiao Chen to get used to it. You're not wrong. However, you cannot casually do this to others. You can only do it to someone with a very close relationship, Xiao Chen said, after thinking for a long time. Bai nodded. Her cute face revealed an understanding expression. She said in a melodious and immature voice, "And I know. Elder sister Ryue likes elder brother Xiao Chen. That's why she can do that. I also like elder brother Xiao Chen. That's why I can do that. Elder brother Xiao Yang also likes elder sister Xiao Ming. I often see him secretly kissing elder sister Xiao Ming." Xiao Chen felt a headache coming on. The more he explained, the more confused he became. However, he finally understood why Bai did it. She had just transformed into a human, and she already knew so many strange things. So it turned out that she learned it from Xiao Ming. Xiao Chen was not good at this kind of topic. He could only smile embarrassedly and did not say anything more. He freed one hand and took out a pair of shoes from the universe ring. "Since you are awake, you can walk by yourself. I'll give you a pair of shoes. In the future, you have to learn how to wear shoes." Bai hooked her arms around Xiao Chen's neck and squeezed herself in Xiao Chen's embrace. Her watery eyes were filled with doubt as she asked seriously, "Why? Elder brother Xiao Chen, didn't you often hug me in the past? In the future, you have to hug me as well. Bai likes it when you hug me. Can you stop moving around?" Xiao Chen said depressedly in his heart. Bai was now wearing a simple robe. Most of her body was not covered properly. Most of her snow-white skin was exposed. She came into direct contact with Xiao Chen. The young girl's fiery body pressed tightly against Xiao Chen's chest. Her firm and soft breasts occasionally pressed against Xiao Chen's chest. To any man with a normal physiology, this would arouse the flames of desire in his heart. This was especially so for the girl before Xiao Chen. She did not know what kind of arousal her current actions would arouse in a man. Xiao Chen closed his eyes and worked hard for a long time before the blazing flame in his heart calmed down. After a while, he opened his eyes and said calmly, "All right, but you have to promise me not to move. Do you understand?" Bai nodded her head obediently. "Bai will not move. Bai is very obedient. I will definitely not move." Xiao Chun put away the shoes that he took out and looked at Bai's pure face. That pair of soul-stirring eyes made him smile helplessly. Xiao Chun thought to himself, even if I don't move, she is still a fatal temptation. Unfortunately, this girl does not understand anything now. In the future, I cannot let her be with Xiao Meng. I have to teach her more. After sorting out his emotions, Xiao Chun executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art again and flew towards his courtyard. Not long after Xiao Chun and Bai Xiao left, two scarlet lights landed on the ground where Bai had transformed. These two people were wearing scarlet battle armor and scarlet cloaks. They had scarlet bloodsucker sabers at their waists and scarlet medallions on their belts. They were the Divine Saber Camp's commander and deputy commander. The two of them had grave and stern expressions. There was no focus in their eyes. It was chaotic. It seemed like there were countless aggrieved spirits in their eyes, letting out sorrowful cries. The two of them just stood there quietly and casually released their auras. The surrounding vegetation seemed to feel a horrifying killing intent. The grass bent over and prostrated itself on the ground, trembling. It was as though it was alive, feeling incomparable fear. The person on the right looked around, as though he had seen through everything. After a while, he said, "Big brother, it looks like that golden lightning did indeed come from here." The voice was somewhat hoarse, but it was very steady. The person who spoke was the Divine Saber Camp's deputy commander, Jian. The person who was addressed as Big Brother was the Divine Saber Camp's current commander, Shimaning. Shimaning closed his eyes, and a red light that was invisible to the naked eye was emitted from his body. When the red light returned to his body, he said, "The golden lightning is indeed the might of the heavenly Daos." For this person to be able to withstand such an intense might of the heavenly Daos, he is no weaker than Murong Chong.